lady panel. This guy again. Of course, once again, my title sequence didn't quite come off the way I planned it. But hello and welcome to another episode of With Enough Prep Time. I'm your host, the Nerd Man, and today we're here discussing the greatest MCU villains tier ranking. Spiderman vs Batman. Who is the most famous or the most popular superhero of all time? We will be discussing also cinema's greatest villains in non-sci-fi, non-fantasy films, as well as Joe Rogan, the latest on a long line of people who have been cancelled, or at least they're attempting to cancel him. We're going to be discussing what happened there, hopefully. By the way, guys, I should warn, sometimes these go on a little bit long. So if any segment goes on too long, it may well be that we'll do a part 2. And obviously, these guys are busy guys, so there might be a new panel depending on how long it goes. But how is everyone? We've got Sean Slavery here. We've got Spectre and Alex here. We've got RJ, a movie aficionado, as well as the jaded fanboy who we're still trying to work out if he does actually like films or not. Apparently the latest in a long line of movies he thinks is subpar is Good Times. But we'll see. How is everyone today, man? What's going on? Whoop, whoop. It's Sunday.
Yeah, it's casual Sunday. No, it's funny you mentioned that. Me and Jay had a great conversation yesterday about Batman 89. That was fun. What did you say, Jaded? It was like one of the few times you had to debate someone on the stream.
Yeah, it was annoying. I usually I'm used to arguing with people, but unfortunately you were actually agreeing with most of what I was saying. So it was like,
what did you say about Batman 89?
Mostly about how I enjoyed it. It kind of holds up still today. I didn't agree so much with RJ on that, but. The villains. We basically ended up trashing what was the guy's videos that we were watching.
Oh yeah, we watched a High Top Films video about why Batman 89 is a bad Batman movie.
His arguments.
Oh yeah, they were trash. Yeah, no, I have to admit that.
This guy's got like 4 million views, and it's like whatever.
No, it's kind of crazy, like his view, but it's the same problem I have with a lot of people with his very rigid, like, oh, this is what Batman is, or this is what Superman is. I think again there's enough there of the core characteristics of the character that you can say it's still Batman, whereas it does take license with some things that perhaps it would have been nice to incorporate with that film, but I would sacrifice that for having the director's vision, right, of the character, like having a personal take on the character. But sometimes they go a little bit over the line, and maybe I've joined that chorus as well of being a bit too petty, like, oh, you ruined my fucking childhood, fuck you, I think it's
the crux of his argument though was he said that he'd seen Batman 89 multiple times and loved it, okay? Mm-hmm. But the way he was doing it, it was as though he had seen the Nolan Batman movies, realized that there was a different take, and was now mad at Batman 89 for not taking into consideration what Nolan's Batman did. And how was Tim Burton supposed to take into consideration what Nolan was going to do 20 years later and apply it to his movie? That was his main complaint.
I mean, I'll go, RJ.
No, and the other thing is that I thought was really funny. He went on and went on this rant about studio interference and how the movie was so focused on being made for toys and merchandise.
It's and then he lost Batman Forever.
And fuck Bob Kane.
And then he loved Batman Forever.
He did actually. There's a point in the video where he said I don't care what Bob Kane has to say. He didn't do anything. It was all Bill Finger, basically.
That is a debate. That is the
it is a historical debate. But the fact that he says F Bob Kane, I don't care what he has to say as the creator, that's funny to me.
Bob Kane was the one who like basically did everything, right? There's been a whole expose about that really in recent times. So yeah, I get that Batman 89. It doesn't hold up very well in some ways. That's my genuine opinion. Yeah. I think he did better on Batman Returns, if I'm going to be honest about it. I think Batman Returns is actually a better movie that holds up a lot better. I know people have some problems with the Penguin and blah, blah, blah. But in general, the coherency and the flow of the film, I think, is a lot better. Whereas Batman 89 has a lot of lulls. The action is really, really subpar, and the best thing about it is Keaton and fucking Jack Nicholson.
Oh yeah, I just watched Batman Returns the other day. Keaton's hilarious in that movie. Like when he eats the cold soup, and he's like, "It's cold." It's like it's supposed to be, and he just goes right back to eating it. I think stuff like that was just hilarious. Those movies feel more like Tim Burton movies than Batman movies,
Well, especially Returns. Returns, he went full Tim Burton.
But you could say that about the Nolan movies. I mean, you could say that about the Snyder movies. They feel more Snyder than Batman. Christopher Nolan's definitely feel more Nolan than Batman, especially like The Dark Knight. I mean,
Tim Burton's voice comes through those movies though, like through like the Penguin and stuff like that. He's talking about he's a freak and stuff. Like this sounds like Tim Burton, what I'm saying? Like it just feels like it's more just him than
what was the other complaint? That Jack Nicholson's Joker has no character. There's no motive.
And then lists. No, he doesn't. What was his character? What was his plan or whatever? Literally lists 4 or 5 things, and then goes, "What was this?"
That's it.
You just literally name 3 or 4 plot elements of the character, and then bitched that he has no plot.
Yeah, he went basically like he's a narcissist. He wants attention. He lists all these things, and he goes, "But that's it. There's nothing more to him." It's like you just named all of his character motivation.
What was the one? If you can't tell the difference, then he just sighs.
Oh yeah, he says you can't tell the difference between Iron Man killing the terrorists in the first movie or Ben Affleck killing people in the warehouse scene. Then you're an idiot, basically. He just sighs and says, "There's no helping you."
And I'm going, what's the difference? And it's like, you're a cop-out because you can't establish the difference. You're going to just pretend that there isn't one.
I think there is a difference, though, because Iron Man, that's not a rule of his. That's not like something.
No, I agree. I agree to him. But I'm saying because he knew he couldn't actually establish a point, he just pretended, it's so obvious. And he's so what's the term? He would take he would cherry pick literally. He would take a line, and use that to back up his point, but would literally ignore the setup that presented that line and the actual after effects. All he cared about was that one little line because it helped prove his point. It was
all right. AMBW, how you doing, brother? How's it going?
What's up? Long time no see.
Long time, bro. So we're going to talk about first because I was hoping Onzo would be here because I know that he's like big on defending this position. But we're going to talk about Spider-Man versus Batman. Who is the more famous superhero? Who's more popular? We're then going to go on to the ranking of the MCU villains. We're going to try and like keep this like a cool 20 to 30 minutes max. That's max. Where does everyone stand, first of all, on this question? We've just had Spider-Man No Way Home, No Way no, what is it? Spider-Man. What is it? No Way Home.
Yeah,
it is. It's No Way Home.
Doctor Strange.
Spider-Man No Way Home come out, kill it at the box office, absolutely murder it at the box office. But we've also had the Dark Knight Rises.
Is someone talking about slavery?
Oh, he's doing that finally.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm a free man, Sean. I know. It's a flaw in fucking society and history that, I'm not. I don't know. Anyway, thank you, Sean, for adding that. Threw me off a little bit.
It's okay. You get special privilege.
But these are like, I think, controversially, two of the most popular superheroes of all time.
For sure.
However, that being said, I don't think Spider-Man's even more popular than Superman or more famous than Superman, let alone Batman, who clearly has like risen up the ranks recently. I'll just say this. The reason I say that the Batman is more popular is that he's more popular with people who aren't just comic book fans. People go and watch Batman movies who are outside of the sphere of just watching, your comic book MCU movies. Now, 2 billion or nearly 1.5 billion, it may seem like large numbers, whatever, but there's enough. I mean, if you take into ticket sales, there's enough MCU fans to explain that large number. Whereas, the Dark Knight, that was a social phenomena. That was literally, when I was there, the Dark Knight, and I would say Batman was not even as popular as that until that movie. So I'll pass it over to Spectre first.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Batman and Spider-Man are the two most popular characters in history. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's not even close. Every month, their books are in the top 5 sold in just comic books, right? Every month.
But more than Superman?
Oh, yeah, dude. Superman's not even in the top 10 as far as comic book sales, right? Like, he's rarely up there. People recognize the Superman symbol more than anything else, right? They recognize the Superman S. I think it goes like the Jesus cross and then the Superman S. You know what I'm saying? Then the bat symbol, But yeah, I mean, Batman's super popular. I think Batman 89 really did a lot to popularize Batman back in the day. And then obviously Dark Knight, made it even more popular. Just as anecdotal, but like my sister, not into comic books at all, not into superheroes at all. She didn't even know The Dark Knight was a sequel to Batman Begins, when she saw The Dark Knight. That's how big that movie was, you know what I'm saying? So, it hit everybody. It wasn't just like comic book fans. And Spider-Man hits a lot of people too, especially the family-friendly audience, right? I think that's why it earned a lot of money at the box office as well.
Yeah, that's PKL Entertainment is saying.
Yeah.
But my counter argument just to the Superman thing is, how many characters do you know that gets, like Superman is the most emulated superhero, the most deconstructed superhero, like the importance and significance of what he means.
Yeah, no denying.
Is always kind of questioned. In this cynical age, Superman almost he doesn't play, but that adds to his popularity because it's like, not popularity as in we like him, but in terms of his fame, because everyone knows Homelander. Who's that? That's a Superman knockoff. It's like a spin-off of Super. They don't do that about Spider-Man. No one does a Spider-Man. What if Spider-Man was evil, or what if a deconstruction of Spider-Man? They do deconstructions of Superman, and there's several now in media, And that's because he is the most important superhero of all time. And he's the one that cuts closest to what we feel about like our nature. If you're an optimist and you feel good about human beings and whatever, you might align yourself more with a Superman type of character. But if you're not, you're just cynical about him and think he's cheesy and this, doesn't relate to modern sensibilities and all of that stuff. There's a genuine debate around him. I don't think there's that about Spider-Man.
Because I feel like Spider-Man's more widely accepted, right, by the majority of people. He's just easier to relate to and stuff. He's like a kid, he's struggling to pay rent and stuff like that. I think most people
he's a quintessential everyman.
Yeah. And Superman is important because he was the first one. Like without Superman, we don't have any other superheroes, probably. At least not the way we see them now. I mean, I bet Spider-Man looks different if you don't have Superman, right? Because they kind of have the same colors when you think about it. And so Superman definitely influenced.
Kind of a little bit of a ripoff of Superman's secret identity.
Yeah, I mean, dorky glasses, dude. Of course,
works in the newspaper. Yeah.
I mean, so without Superman, you don't get anything else. So there is that importance, but as popularity goes, I don't know if Superman is as popular because people really, it's either they want him deconstructed or, they want a perfect Superman. There's no like in between with people, and a lot of people can't relate to him anyway. So it's like, they never really know what to do with Superman in the comics and in TV and movies anyway. So, they're always lost with him. But you're not with Batman. I think you know exactly what to do with Batman and Spider-Man every time. So I think that's why people gravitate to those characters a lot more.
I think they've had the better movies, and that helps them in terms of their popularity. But I think even still, Batman kind of edges Spider-Man out. Let's go to AMBW on this question.
So I think it all comes down to like the media portrayal of the characters. Me personally, I think Superman is a boring character. I think again, I know Zack Snyder is like trigger word for a lot of people, but I do believe that he managed to make Clark Kent, aka Superman, more interesting in Man of Steel and BVS.
Interesting.
I do think, however, I do see the appeal that he has as a boring character. He's very, very plain. Like there's not a whole lot of he doesn't stand out as much as Batman does. Batman's a badass. You know what I mean? He's basically psychotic. He's a psycho, right? But he has a lot more interesting character, a lot more interesting villains. It's just, and then the same thing as Spider-Man. Like everyone can relate.
But do you not think that's more in media because like Brainiac, Lex Luthor is fucking fantastic actually when done well. Zod, Toyman, fucking. I mean, again, Toyman can be seen as ludicrous, but there's actually been really cool versions of him as well. Superman has a really great rogues gallery. It's not a bad rogues gallery at all. Darkseid as well. I just think that they focused on Zod and Lex Luthor so much in the movies that people just associate Superman with having one, maybe a cool villain who just doesn't really match up to him because unless you're a really clever writer, it's very hard to make Lex Luthor a challenge for Superman. And then you've got Zod, who's just like basically Superman but bad. So it makes it a little less interesting.
Yeah, no, you know what they should do? They should go with two things. They should make basically two new films. I think I wasn't a huge fan of the Joker, but I do think that kind of Joker approach for that film, the Joker would work if they did a Lex Luthor movie. You know what I mean? And they cast like Bryan Cranston. I think there was actually like a pitch like a few years ago after Joker came out to have a Lex Luthor movie come out and basically, but like have it without Superman in it, and Lois Lane would be this reporter who's trying to take him down, all that stuff. I think that would make that character a lot more interesting, in terms of that. And I mean, in terms of having a Superman movie, Superman is fucked when it comes to movies, man. No, honestly, no one really cares. Just just like Spectre said, they don't know what to do with him. You know what I mean? Like they have like two approaches. We either make him boring as fuck, aka the Christopher Reeve version or the Brandon Routh version, or
he's not boring as fuck. Yeah, AMBW, don't let me fucking phantom zone you right now. Christopher Reeve is not boring as fuck.
No,
he's
absolutely.
maybe a little bit like outdated because of when he was made. I guarantee you, if you go back and watch that Spider-Man TV series from around that time, maybe even later than the Christopher Reeves movies, that was just as fucked up. So if people were judging Spider-Man off that, you know, I don't think Spider-Man would have that popularity. It's about introducing these characters to new generations, right? Like each time there's a new generation, especially when there's a new technology in film or whatever, that it becomes majorly popular, you have to reintroduce them in the right way. And I don't think Superman has been really given that opportunity, to be fair to him. But I want to get back to Batman versus Spider-Man.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Because RJ, what's your take on this question?
It's an interesting question because they have really become the quintessential two superheroes. They are basically the icons of two opposing companies, right? It's really tough for me to say with certainty who exactly is the most popular. I mean, I feel like lately it's been a lot more. What I've noticed that Spider-Man's stock has grown tremendously over the last 6 years. I mean, he was already popular. Don't get me wrong. It's just been expanded, especially because of the Tom Holland version, right? Batman, I feel like is still popular, of course. I feel like though they've been pivoting the audience geared towards these characters. What I mean by that is I feel like Batman as a character has been, with movies like the Nolan movies, just the direction they're taking with them and the comics and everything else. They're trying to gear Batman towards the older audience lately. So I feel like he's still popular with everyone, but I feel like he is being geared for a specific audience in mind lately. So it's somewhat limiting his audience just a little bit. Versus Spider-Man, it seems like they are, because of just the way that company operates and the way that character operates, they're trying to make him more for everyone, of all ages, especially kids. So I feel like that's why his popularity has been more on the rise lately, if that makes sense.
That does make sense. I understand that because he's geared towards a more family audience. But having said that, the Batman movies, Dark Knight Rises, beat solo Spider-Man movies, right? So they beat the solo Spider-Man 1 and 2, which are fucking excellent movies. I'd argue Spider-Man 2 is probably on the same level, really, as the Dark Knight in many ways, in the kind of opposite way, in being like pure comic booky. Whereas, embracing like the real feel of, like say the early 60s golden era comic books as well. Whereas the Dark Knight is trying to do something really different and put Batman in a kind of contemporary genre. That being said, Batman, The Dark Knight still beat it in the box office. So did Dark Knight Rises. And we have to remember, because people forget this, Nolan, being the filmmaker he is, said he doesn't want it in 3D. He doesn't want his films shown in 3D. He just wants them shown in IMAX. That limited the box office. That means the Batman, the Dark Knight and The Dark Knight Rises would have been if they had 3D ticket sales, could have contested even the Avengers, just Batman alone. So,
well, I'd remember too, when those movies were made, though, right? Because you think about it, right? Those original Spider-Man movies came right off the heels of 9/11. There's a lot of just people wanting a different kind of tone, just a different kind of thing from their entertainment, versus the mid 2000s and early 2010s, which was more focused on a lot of darker films at the time. I mean, that's the other thing too. I think also the audience for blockbusters has changed dramatically in that decade, you know?
Mm-hmm.
No, and sorry, I just want to add something. I've read a couple of comments too. Just to clarify, I don't think Superman, honestly, deep down, is a really boring character. What I basically meant to say, I should have said this, is that just like Alex said before me, the filmmakers don't know what to do with him. So as a result, he comes off as very boring. He comes off as very bland, and his movies aren't particularly very exciting. Like Superman Returns, I fell asleep like 3 times watching that. That shouldn't have happened. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, Jaded, what's your take on this?
Well, quickly in regards to Batman and Spider-Man versus Superman, the reason they're more popular is because Batman and Spider-Man are street level characters, so there's much more variety. You can literally take a gimmick and you got a Batman villain, a guy that looks like a penguin, a guy that does riddles, a guy that has ice. I mean, you can take a gimmick and you can make a Batman villain. You can take a gimmick and you can make a Spider-Man villain. Guy with 4 tentacles, a guy that turns into a lizard, a guy with electrical powers. But with Superman, you can't just take any gimmick. You have to create a villain that's on par with his power level. So it's not that he's boring. It's just that he's limited in having an interesting rogues gallery that actually you can work with. Because any type of villain you're going to give Spider-Man or Superman, you got to make sure it's actually a challenge for Superman, and that's not as easy as just making some guy turn into a lizard.
And this is why I was saying, like, during the Man of Steel and all of these things, I thought that Snyder focused way too much on his powers and far too little on who he is as a person and what makes him become Superman. And I honestly think, like, if you're going to put Superman in if you're going to do a kind of Dark Knight-ish kind of put Superman in a more realistic world, you can just make him less powerful. I don't so that the villains
like you could literally do a story. You could literally do a story where they change the sun to a red sun, and he's just more humanized, and his power is dampened. Have kryptonite dust, and he's lessened, and you can just weaken his powers, and that way you can have a street level thug be a challenge to Superman. It's you can actually do good stories. It's just putting in the effort.
But you can also do good stories with him being super powerful.
I'm not kidding.
Sean Slavery, who's actually become very proud of this moniker for some reason. Sean Slavery, what's your take on it? And then we're going to put this as an open discussion after.
What about sorry, what's the take again? Could you repeat?
Spider-Man versus Batman in terms of popularity.
I think they're pretty damn close, honestly. Before I would say that Batman was slightly popular, sure, but starting I would say the early 2010s, I would say it came about even. Do you think Batman has higher peaks? So if it's popularity, well, I don't know now after No Way Home, but we'll see. But I think it's close. That's all right. I don't have much to add, honestly. I think Lantern said everything I was had in my mind. So,
would it be fair to say if the Batman makes over $1 billion,
which it
granted that it's one Batman, a new Batman who is a little bit controversial considering it's a guy who was formerly in Twilight, right? If this Batman movie makes over $1 billion, he's more popular than Spider-Man because you needed 3 fucking Spider-Men to come from 3 different generations.
Well, I would
all
say
of the villains that were in those movies.
Okay, well, I would say it would have
all of
to
that
be
nostalgia bait.
It would have to be like 1.8. It it would have to be around 1.8 or 2 billion, I would say.
Far From Home also made $1 billion, though.
If it did that, though, then yes, I would agree because, No Way Home had all that shit, nostalgia, and also just like the whole MCU universe thing where it's like guaranteed to reach $1 billion anyway.
Well, that's an important thing to note, though, is that Far From Home also made $1 billion. It wasn't.
Yeah,
it wasn't
because
the
of
first
the
MCU movie.
Because of the MCU, and it was
Marvel.
after Endgame.
Sure.
I think you're using the wrong metric I think you're using the wrong metric to establish popularity.
Yeah.
Because you're talking about as popularity, you're talking about as a pop culture icon.
Right.
And as a pop culture icon, what they make at the movies isn't what measures it. It's what do people want to make memes about? What do people want to make videos about?
Well, I would say it's
about
about dead even there.
About? What do people want to make videos about Spider-Man, or do they want to make videos about Batman? What is the social, I guess, not social currency, but what is it that the general audience or the people want to actually make parts of? Like, even if Batman didn't make that much money, even if Batman made less money than Spider-Man, are people more interested in making content about Batman as much as they are Spider-Man?
But what makes them make that content, though? It's the movies. It's the movies and TV shows.
Right. Yeah, no. Yeah. And I honestly think if you asked most people, this is just an assumption of mine. I have no scientific stats to back it up. But if you ask most people, what's Batman City? What car does Batman drive? What villains does he have? All of those questions, and you ask them a similar thing about Spider-Man, I think they'd know more about Batman's mythology than they would know about Spider-Man. I really do. I don't. They would know the Batmobile. They would know the Batcave. They would know.
But when the Deadpool movie was being announced, you had social media sites. You had YouTube, Twitter, Facebook covered about Deadpool memes, as if everybody suddenly knew who Deadpool was and suddenly cared. Okay? So, I mean, it's whatever's popular.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
And it's like, name me a Deadpool villain. Francis. That's about it. That's all you're going to get. But in social media, you couldn't escape 20 tweets a day about a Deadpool. You had everybody making every third video was about Deadpool. It's whatever is what the social media wants to talk about. That's how the popularity gets measured. I don't think the actual box office has anything to do with
I'm not talking about box office. I'm talking about people's just general knowledge of this character. People who aren't even interested in comics or superhero movies. I believe they'll know more about Batman. I believe they know about the Batmobile. I think they know about.
The Pattinson movie is going to destroy.
What are they going to know about? What are they going to know about Spider-Man?
I mean, many things.
They'll know Spider-Man.
All of his friends, all of his villains, how he got the powers.
Shit.
Let's not
know how he got the powers.
Because
everybody knows he got the powers.
They're not going to know Mary Jane or.
You got the same. Those same people.
More people know Lois Lane than Mary Jane.
But man, those people you're talking about knew jack shit about Iron Man before it came out, and now suddenly they're Iron Man experts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
The same people that you would ask, what do you know about Batman's villains? Ask them about Iron Man's villains, and they're gonna know more about Iron Man villains because the only Batman villains they know are the ones that they saw in the movies.
Yeah.
Right.
If there's a Batman movie.
Which they wouldn't even know Iron Man fucking villains.
On screen, nobody knows who they are.
In general, I swear, people who watch even people who went to watch Iron Man 1, but haven't seen like many MC movies since, they went to watch it in the cinemas because it was a big deal at the time. You go and ask them, do they know who fucking Ironmonger is or who he's the main villain of? And I'm pretty sure no one would know. You say Joker. You say the word Joker, you say the word Penguin, you say the word Riddler, immediately people know who it's referring to.
I wouldn't say the Riddler. I wouldn't say the Riddler unless you
possibly not the Riddler, but definitely Joker and Penguin and Catwoman.
That's it. That's all they're gonna know.
If you say
Well,
Batman,
that's why they have Riddler in this new movie.
If you go to Spider-Man, you can go Dr. Octopus, Green Goblin, Electro.
I really don't think if you said like to some random person, Dr. Octopus, they're immediately necessarily going to know that's a Spider-Man villain.
Well, they're gonna now. They do now because they No Way Home. They do now.
Sure. You might have said it's increased
his
popularity.
The popularity of Doc Ock or Green Goblin, though. They have become very iconic villains.
Right. Well,
because of the movies, though, right? Yeah.
Again,
popularity
because of the movies. That's the point. If you go based off of comic popularity, 90% of the people who watch the movies don't read comics. Yeah. So you can't even apply the comic book knowledge to the majority of the audience.
Sure. Yeah. What were you gonna say?
I mean, you take us six. Obviously, I'm sure Lantern knows more about Green Lantern than I ever will. But do you think the general audience can name 3 Green Lantern villains? They couldn't even name Sinestro.
I know. It's so sad. It's so sad.
And that's even after the movie came out. You could even after the movie came out, they wouldn't even remember the names of the.
Oh, I'm not arguing that. I don't think Green Lantern's as big as fucking Spider-Man but you're right. It's mainly because of how much media. No 2 superheroes have had as much media output as Spider-Man and Batman, and that's why they're
I'd say Deadpool has. Deadpool has in the last in his last 2 movies.
No, he hasn't had as much media put out.
We're talking TV shows, movies, all
TV
that.
shows, movies, everything, cartoons. No 2 characters have had more than Spider-Man and Batman. But I think Superman has, but Superman, as you said, has these problems. But I think that Superman symbolically, if you look at again, how many shows where they have a Superman type character, right?
Yeah, but that's because Superman has the most basic powers of any superhero. Well, he can fly and he has super strength. Oh my God!
What about X-Men?
You just narrowed down 80% of the superheroes.
Yeah, would you say X-Men is close?
Close to
X. I think the Avengers have had more TV shows. The Avengers have had more TV shows than.
I would have said the X-Men were in the 90s, but they've taken a huge dip because of the
early 2000s. They were really on fire with the senior movies and stuff.
Because of the Fox movies, then
it's also like a huge franchise.
Yeah, what's Batman has been around a lot longer than Spider-Man, right? Like Batman, what year was that founded? Like
1941,
38 or 41. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's a good 20 years over Spider-Man. So I mean, you gotta think his legacy is definitely cast a bigger shadow than Spider-Man.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's almost inarguable. I don't even understand. All of a sudden, Spider-Man No Way Home comes out, and everyone's like, "Oh man, Spider-Man's the biggest fucking thing." They forget about the MCU thing, which MCU movies. Now you can have Captain Marvel. You can have a number of different other movies that quite clearly are mediocre, but they make $1 billion, right? And then you've got the added factor of Andrew Garfield's in it, fucking Tobey Maguire's in it, all of his villains from previous franchises are in it. That's going to be a big fucking selling point. The Batman can make this kind of money from general audiences that don't go to superhero movies, i.e. the Joker, making $1 billion off a fucking drama. Let's not forget, this wasn't even a fucking superhero movie with big action spectacle fucking shit. Made $1 billion off a fucking drama.
I think all the controversy helped that movie, though. Everyone was like, "Oh,
whatever you want to say, whatever you want to say, whatever you want to say."
Forrest Gump. I mean, who cares,
dude? Try to get people to see a Green Goblin movie. You know what I'm saying? Where it's just Green Goblin the whole time. I don't think it would make as much as Joker. You know what I'm saying? That Joker's just as popular as Batman, I would say. He almost surpasses some superheroes. That's how popular Joker
I agree.
is.
Yeah,
I agree.
I think he's the most popular character in comics, the Joker. I'm not.
He's up there.
Like, really, like, if you take out superheroes, even I think he may be more popular than Batman. But that being said, it's still part of Batman's mythology, and that counts. The fact that a Joker movie by itself could make that bank, surpassing all other R-rated movies. I mean, there's every asterisk you could possibly have against this fucking movie. It's an R-rated movie, so it's not family friendly. It's a drama. Slow fucking drama about somebody with psychological problems, like whatever. None of those kind of movies make $1 billion. The reason it made $1 billion is because it's fucking Joker.
No, that's not why. It's not why it made $1 billion. It just hit the right. It just hit the right combination at the right time. It's like saying, oh, that the reason Forrest Gump made so much money was because it was a great.
Did it make $1 billion?
Doesn't matter if it made $1 billion. It was a popular movie.
Well, Forrest Gump is a great movie. What are you talking about, Jaded?
Forrest Gump is a good movie.
Even the reason I brought up Forrest Gump is that even the director, didn't even have enough faith in that movie to make that it was going to make any money. Because nobody expected it. Nobody made the movie going, you know what? This is the exact formula we need to make $1 billion movie. All we have to do is make it the Joker. We have Joaquin Phoenix. We have the storyline. We have this drama. And hey, we're going to make $1 billion. They didn't know. Nobody knew. It just hit the right. It was like lightning in a bottle. That's all it was.
Okay, first of all, this narrative that Spider-Man would not make $1 billion if it wasn't for Toby and Andrew is bullshit, because the previous movie made $1 billion.
That's now, why I said
you're going to say you're going to hold it against the movies that it was sandwiched with. Well, let's hold Batman against the same thing it keeps doing over and over and over again, which is the same fucking origin story, which is the same fucking, oh, I'm going to be fighting the Joker. How many times can you repeat that story? He's going to be doing the same thing with the same villains over and over again. The reason that Batman is as popular as it is, and I'll tell you why, because out of the 11 books I'm getting this week, 6 of them are Batman books or Bat-related books. That's why when you keep hammering this shit into people, of course they're eventually going to give up the fight. Yes, I love Batman. Batman's the most awesomest without prep time, blah, 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 whatever. Spider-Man, on the other hand, has 1 book, maybe 2. And then occasionally there might be a miniseries sprinkled in with it every now and then, or somewhere where he takes part in there, but he's not even the main character. But yet people still know Spider-Man. So everything
Venom had more series than Spider-Man at one point.
So everything that Jaded is saying was accurate before, and RJ and even Sean. I don't know what bullshit I do know what bullshit you're on, Nerd Man, but trying to say that Batman is more popular than Spider-Man, they're even. I'll give you that. They're even. But
they're not even.
The reason that Batman, no, they are fucking even. The reason that Batman, again, the reason that Batman is
you're going to get shot down again,
is as big as it is not because there's like some complex thing about Batman. It's because there's something called oversaturation. Okay, and this is what's going on in the comic books right now. You want to do
oversaturation?
Try doing
something. I've been fucking arguing with you.
Try doing some research on a topic before you just come on here and spew shit. Because if you saw what Jaded was trying to say before about how everybody became an expert on Tony Stark and everybody became an expert on Deadpool and saw exactly how much bat shit DC is churning out, then you would know the answer. But no, with your fake news propaganda,
I'll tell you what.
Trying to decimate the MCU while propping up the DCU.
Tell me Spider-Man's Dark Knight Returns comic. The equivalent of Spider-Man's Dark Knight Return comic that's been selling since
the Death of Kraven
up until
Kraven's
now.
Last Son.
The Death of Kraven.
That sells as much as the Dark Knight Returns.
You
are fucking full of shit.
Kraven's Last Son was a big story, though.
I'm sure it was.
but it ain't fucking Dark Knight Returns big. Tell me his last fucking Halloween. That's not even as big as the Dark Knight Returns. And that's still much bigger than
How
any
many
fucking Spider-Man
many
comic
issues?
that's
How
ever
many
come
copies?
out.
You do realize that you
how
have
many
Nerdman,
fucking
you do realize
how many Spider-Man side.
No, wait, hold on,
side
Jaded. You don't even have to say anything.
have-
Nerdman.
Tell me
You're
how
sitting over
many.
there spouting
No,
shit.
no,
What
no.
were the sales figures? What were the sales figures for the last Halloween? What were they? Tell me now, right now.
I don't need to
You
tell
don't
you.
know
I know
this.
it's
Of course,
bigger.
yeah. Oh yeah. So
I know
Kramer's
it's
last
fucking
one
bigger
sold 1
than
million
any
copies,
Spider-Man comic.
and I can come up with many
I know
storylines.
it's bigger
Just
than any
throw them out to me.
Spider-Man comic.
Tell me something. Give me a fact, dude. Give me a fact. How many
The
sales
Ven-
copies did they sell?
The Venom storyline.
Todd McFarlane's number one. Todd McFarlane's Spider-Man number one sold 1 million issues on its first run. Okay,
Oh, wait,
you're talking Batman
because there's reasons. The reason they bought Dark Knight Returns because everybody
that
likes
still
Batman.
selling?
It wasn't because it was fucking Frank Miller.
Is
No,
that
there's
still
not only that, Nerdman. What you're doing
I'll tell
is
you
you're
what. All-Star Superman sells more than any fucking Spider-Man.
Grant
comic
Morrison.
to this day.
Here's the thing, Nerdman. Of the Batman. Wait, let me answer. I'm going to answer your question.
The fucking Dark Knight.
The Batman comics.
More comics. More.
Go ahead, Jaded. Finish your. He's just going to keep
I'm
spouting
sure they're
shit.
going to make a Batmobile. I swear to God, they're going to do a Batmobile.
The Batmobile, yes. And you know what DC's developing? They're developing a cartoon where the Batmobile talks. Okay, get another Bat product.
Batwheels, baby.
Down people's fucking throats.
Batwheels, bro.
Go ahead,
fucking Batwheels.
Yeah, for kids.
Considering it.
Well, there's
Alfred
also Spidey and
Alfred
Friends
has
for
a
little
fucking
kids
TV
too.
show, dude. Alfred. What fucking Spider-Man character has that? It's bullshit. It's not even fucking close. It's not even fucking close.
The Batman comics.
J-Man,
hello.
please.
Hey, J-Man. Sorry, I didn't mean to dry you out.
How you doing, bro?
Good. How's my audio? Is it all right?
Yeah,
sounds good.
In terms of the popularity between two characters, I think it's hard to measure because, like, if you go by old standards, Batman obviously has like 20 years or so on Spidey, and Batman really became popular due to the Adam West series, which made him a household name. Prior to that, not a big deal, but also the villains became household names through that TV show with big celebrities wanting to play these villains week after week for, 3 seasons or whatever. So that contributed a lot. Spider-Man and Batman have both been around through a lot of people's childhoods. Like there's been people who have lived and died as Batman fans, and Batman has now actually outlived human beings who have, started with him as kids. And somewhere along the line, the Nolan movies perhaps is where this started, where Batman took an adult turn and Spider-Man sort of stayed with the crowd pleasing, all audiences. Yeah. So if we're looking at today, it's tough because the thing is that right now there's the Spidey. It's not Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends. It's called Spidey and His Amazing Friends. And it's for little kids. And my niece and nephew who are 3 years old are watching it. They absolutely love it. Go Spider. I had to buy them Spider-Man. This Christmas was all Spider-Man toys for both of their twins, one boy, one girl. So they're going to grow up with Spider-Man. Now, right now, there's no Batman equivalent for that. And I think this is where DC has made a misstep with Superman and Batman and even Wonder Woman, where they're not offering things that are going to get you from a little kid. Because I'm a little kid. And
to the adult. Yeah.
I agree. And Nerdman, I could tweet you right now. My mom sent me a picture, coincidentally, of my toys as a kid. And I've got the Batman toy. I've got a Transformer, a Spider-Man, and a Superman. And they're all right there. And I can literally text you that picture to show you. But anyway, so it's like, and I had a Superman cake when, so Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, these things have been around our whole lives. There's underwear and, T-shirts and toys. And Spider-Man has continued that in some form or another, where Batman has strayed to the adult audience.
Here's my counter question, J-Man. Mm-hmm. How long in a human lifespan do you remain a child?
Me? Still.
No. I know. But technically, legally speaking, how long do you remain a child?
Oh, well, for in Canada, it's 18.
So okay, 18 years.
We can drink at 19 in Canada. I don't know what you guys
How long do you stay an adult?
Forever, like whatever, however many years you got. So
right, okay. So if Batman appeals to adults, and Spider-Man appeals to children. Yes, it might be true. Spider-Man, the toys, the kids' cartoons, the blah 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 blah. But in terms of his the mass appeal of what people know about the character, if Batman is somebody that people aren't like, you can go, hey, to your girlfriend, hey, let's go watch this latest Batman movie, and it's not an embarrassing thing to do. Right. It's not like, hey, let's go watch Shazam or let's go watch Spider-Man or even fucking Superman.
Right? No.
It's not an embarrassing thing to go, hey, to your friends.
Because after the MCU,
let's go and watch Batman. It's
after the MCU exploded, the idea of going to a superhero movie is no longer an embarrassing story.
And you know what?
That's after the Dark Knight, my brother, by the way.
Before I got on Nerdman, you said something about Joker, about how Joker made $1 billion, and that shows how strong his characters are. Unfortunately, and I have to say this because I really didn't like it, JG pointed it out, Venom made $850 million for the first movie and $500 million during a pandemic where it was only showing in movie theaters. That's his main, well, now, unfortunately, that's his main villain. And those movies were trash, and I will not defend them. But you're talking about a draw just based on their villain or whatever. Well, there's the comparison. So they're both the same. So in this
that's not the same.
See,
Joker made over $1 billion, and it was a fucking drama.
It has to be Batman is better.
It was a drama. Fucking Venom was a superhero movie. That's completely different.
No, it
Venom
isn't.
was a superhero movie that children could go to.
However much
Joker was an R-rated fucking drama.
However much money a movie makes, that declares whether it's good or not, or whether there's some sort of a value.
I didn't say whether it's good or not.
Yes, you are.
I'm saying that there was a limited audience for the Joker. Whereas the Venom movie,
oh wait, was it in 3D too, Nerdman? Because apparently 3D is the end all be all to you.
I think what he was saying with 3D was that it costs more, so it automatically makes more money. But I hate 3D. I've got a Spider-Man and Batman tattoo, and they're both equal sizes, so I like them both. But and I have a Superman as well. But I think what I was trying to say with the kids thing is that Spider-Man is going to grab the next generation, right? So now my niece and nephew are going to grow up thinking Spider-Man is much better than Batman, because now I bought them a Batcave for their birthdays, and then the Batcave Playmobil playset thing is pretty neat. And then I bought them the Spider-Man toys. So I'm trying to get them to equally love all heroes. I got them some Superman stuff, so I'm trying to get them in there. But the thing is, because Spider-Man has a cartoon, and kids, once they start watching, they get glued, right? Like they just continuously watch this. And it's going to be ingrained in their head. Like for me, Superman and Batman and Spider-Man were the three that were ingrained into my head because of the cartoons, the live action series. Later, Wonder Woman became that because of the series, Lou Ferrigno Hulk. So these things and the Hulk cartoon, like these were the 5 heroes that were ingrained into me. And I've got tattoos of all of them, and those are my favorite heroes. And I think that's where Batman is a misstep just for right now. I'm not saying one's more popular than the other, but going forward, Spider-Man is on track to overtake Batman in the way that they're marketing these movies.
He's on track.
He's on track.
The problem is that people are, if say for instance this Batman movie is good, who knows, right?
Right.
Because it's been a long time. It's been a long time since the last since the Dark Knight, and everyone's like, "What have you done for me lately?" Right.
Right.
So if this Batman movie is good, the problem you're going to have is, people might grow up with the Spider-Man movies, and then they'll be like, in their teenage years, like, what? This fucking Batman movie is dope. Makes Spider-Man look like a baby. And then when they grow up and become a little bit more mature, they'll realize actually the kid self was actually on the money, and the Spider-Man movies were cool, and the Batman movies were cool. But you go through the rebellious phase. But the point being that the Batman movies will still appeal more to that adult sensibility. It will still be that thing that people will be like, "Hey, again, I went to watch the Spider-Man movie. I liked it. The Spider-Man No Way Home. I liked it. I wasn't the hugest fan of it, as you fucking know, but I did actually enjoy it. But I couldn't take my girlfriend to see that. I really couldn't."
Not? Why not?
Why not?
Because I took her to see a fucking Eternals, and I was like, dude,
okay, so that was a fail. Everyone,
I took her to see Eternals, and I was like,
that's how you that.
And to be fair, I couldn't take her to see, fucking Aquaman either.
That was an enjoyable romp.
She would have appreciated that. What are you talking about?
Maybe because of Momoa, but
I believe Aquaman did well, didn't it?
Aquaman made $1 billion.
Yeah, maybe because of Momoa.
Movie to go watch.
No, it's because it made a billion because Amber Heard is so popular right now.
How come nobody was upset that they didn't cast a blonde guy? Because isn't that a thing?
Yeah.
They changed. Man, because 90% of the audience don't know who Aquaman is. They only know him from the cartoon. I can't help you on that. That's nothing I can do.
My point is unequivocally, you can take somebody to see the Dark Knight, and you don't have to worry like, I'm not saying I'm insecure about being a comic book fan or anything like that. I'm just saying I've taken
oh my God.
People completely, like, not just my girlfriend, but like people who just
like that random chick you interviewed. You asked random questions about which was better, Batman or
yes,
Spider-Man.
Her.
I mean that one, the random girl out of nowhere. She just appeared in your apartment and said you asked these questions that weren't totally unprepared. Nor was the answer scripted. You mean like that one?
Scripted? What the fuck do you think I do? I'm not going to script this.
Nerdman, the reality TV of live streaming.
Dude, I asked her as it is. I didn't tell her what I thought of Spider-Man. I didn't tell her what I thought of this movie. She said, actually, funnily enough, another interesting thing, which I didn't quite get on the interview. She actually said that the former Spider-Man movies, the Tobey Maguire ones, was why she wanted to go and see this one. Because she heard that there was a new Spider-Man movie out, and she really liked those old Spider-Man movies. And then she went to see this one, and to her it was fucking garbage.
My wife, she's seen all the Batman movies and all the Spider-Man movies, and there's only one movie she likes from all of those combined, and that's Spider-Man 2. She doesn't like any of the Batman movies. Right. She doesn't know anything about Batman. She's from India. She grew up in India. But she had Spider-Man in India, oddly enough. She would watch the cartoon in the mornings, the 60s, 67 cartoon. So she actually knew about that.
My favorite.
Yes, yeah. So she knew about that. But she likes Spider-Man 2. That's the only one out of both series. She likes Superman, the Christopher Reeve movies. That's her. And she likes Captain America. She likes
there was actually an Indian Spider-Man, too.
Yes, there's a comic book.
Hey, the Japanese Spider-Man rock. Japanese Spider-Man with the machine gun.
That's awesome.
Spider-Man with the machine gun. That's what's been missing.
Son, half of this panel I didn't even invite on. They just came on because you know what it is. These
MCU fans, animals always coming on here ravaging.
You gonna start DC
at night?
Seriously?
So
I collect all the Batman comics and the Spider-Man comics.
Because Norman, they all know you're gonna put like Darkseid and S tier when we do the villain tier list, so we need to even it out.
All right.
I want it on record that I am offended being called an MCU fanboy. I just want that on.
Yeah.
So Batman, before we move on to the main
did you guys
main dish,
whatever.
We're gonna
Nerdman was just trying to do his Batman propaganda.
I'm not doing Batman.
Batman is hard.
Hey, yo, you've seen
I'm not
the box
disputing
office
that.
predictions.
I'm not disputing that.
You've seen the box office predictions.
Why
now.
do you think Mary Jane
isn't
as
popular
as Lois Lane?
I hope you still want that bet. Fucking.
We're already locked in. 3D or no 3D? Because you seem to 3D.
No, 3D is
whether a movie. No,
I'm not doing it unless it's.
You have
$1 billion.
You have $1 billion with Chill.
No, I have $1 billion with Enzo.
And then Anzo and I think Ashley and me it has to make as much as No Way Home.
Oh,
yeah. Okay. So if it opens in China and
stop
no if it's 3D, but that's fine.
Back your shit, nerd man. You believe so much in this content. Back.
Do you want to do it right now?
Well, there's a lot.
I'm betting you
Did Spider-Man No Way Home need a China release? Did Spider-Man No Way Home need a China release to make $1.5 billion?
No.
So Batman is more popular, but you need to make sure Batman has a China release to beat Spider-Man.
I said this. Just because you're derelict, fucking hippie-loving, fucking left-wing bullshit fucking Spider-Man movies that's going to release in China, that's not my problem, man. Like, dude, that's what I'm saying.
So in other words,
they release in China, 3D.
So Batman is so popular, it needs to release in China to be able to match what Spider-Man can do in North America.
No, because China's a big market for the DC movies. You know, like you saw what happened with Zack Snyder's Justice League in China. So you know,
wait, but we can't forget.
No, I saw what happened to it in North America.
Okay, Norman, can you please explain to me why Mary Jane isn't as popular as Louis?
J-Man, we've got a bet going. That I bet that the Batman is going to make more money than Spider-Man.
You're on crack.
J-Man, he was sounding rational when you came in.
It's gonna be close.
But this motherfucker, he's been touting that Batman is gonna beat Spider-Man No Way Home since it dropped, since he saw the first trailer. He won't back that shit up. He won't say it on a stream though. He won't commit to a bet because he says it needs to be 3D. It needs to be released in China. This is what he does.
I mean, it's gonna be close.
Hey, dude,
it's gonna make a lot of money. People are really hyping this up, and there's people that go multiple times to these movies.
I don't know.
You know what I mean? And it's like the only drawback is it's the family element. It's tough. You're not going to bring the whole family. Whereas
Joker didn't.
You're right. No, Joker's a very good point, and I'm actually surprised that made that much because it is a little slow. I mean, I'm okay with that movie. It's not really Joker. It's a bit slow,
one reason,
a bit pretentious,
because
but people did really liked it. And Joaquin Phoenix was a good portrayal.
Joaquin Phoenix. What Joaquin Phoenix movie has made $1 billion?
Oh wait, you mean to tell me that the complexities of that Joker story were what pushed it over the $1 billion? It had nothing to do with his performance.
What Joker movie has made $1 billion?
Performance and nothing else.
Well, no, Mike, that's not fair. Mike, if Tobey Maguire was playing Joker, it would have made $1.5 billion.
Well, obviously,
dude, that movie was a phenomenon for some reason. People just.
It was just lightning in a bottle. If that movie was released a year later, I probably would have made $200 million.
Because they were desperate for their dying comic book genre, and they found some film where everybody was saying was an artsy comic book film, so they were all praising it.
That's why Logan didn't make.
There was also the controversy about it.
They talking about the Dark Knight
to commit crimes and to cause mayhem and mischief or whatever. Remember?
Oh yeah, that's right.
So when you tell people that, oh no, don't go see this movie or else you're going to go down a dark path or whatever, what do you think? People are going to be like, yeah, let's not go see that. No, they're going to fucking go see it. So let's stop nerding.
Kang spitting facts. Right here. Joaquin Phoenix is not a draw. The movie had all the fucking asterisks against it. The fact of the matter is, the only thing,
the only thing, or is it just not the fact that you want to perpetuate?
The only thing that makes
Joker did benefit from all that controversy that was around.
The only thing that makes that movie a draw that we can statistically rely on is the fact that the Joker is in it. That is the only thing.
It's not the Joker. It's just some guy.
Because the Joker.
Every movie with the fucking
it's not the Joker.
But I think people don't.
That's why people went to go see the first Suicide Squad was the Joker, though.
Literally,
people don't know it's the Joker. Like people aren't gonna. The people who are watching this film, the Joker film, aren't thinking, "Is this the proper Joker that is from other media or comics or whatever?" They're just like, "Oh, it's Joker. I like Joker. Let's go see it." That's literally all. Like nobody's overthinking these things. Like we're overthinking them, sure, but that's what we're paid to do, or do it for fun.
I want to hear
more subs.
I want to hear what Mr. Helix has to say about this.
Wow.
I guess he's having some technical difficulties right now.
I wanted to hear his opinion about Australia burning.
what's happening. I think there's some technical difficulties in Australia right now. I really wanted to hear what he had to say.
Okay, listen, Nerdman, I'm sorry about slavery, but can you answer my question? Why do you think Mary Jane isn't as popular?
Let's hear what Mr. Helix has to say. Sorry about that.
He's not pronounced Jacquin. It's called Joaquin. He said Jacquin. That's why I came in.
First of all.
And if we're talking about, what are we talking about? Are we talking about Spider-Man versus Batman still?
Yeah,
like
what we're talking about? Success-wise?
Popularity and who's more famous character?
Spider-Man. Because Batman is niche with like probably I would say teens and upwards, whereas Spider-Man is more four corners. You can get kids to watch Spider-Man and they're more into it. They're more into the toys for Spider-Man. And that's why I think Batman will be successful. I just don't think it'll be as successful in the box office as Spider-Man will be.
In fact, let me pivot off of what Paul said. Now that I think about it, in the comic books, at least the comic books, Spider-Man, apparently Joe Quesada felt so strongly that Spider-Man, no child would be able to relate to a married Spider-Man because he was married to Mary Jane in the comics.
Oh God, I'm gonna bring that up.
I have to. I suffer with that PTSD every fucking day, so you're going to also. So what happened was Joe Quesada decided that he would introduce Mephisto to break them up so Peter could be single again and it could appeal to a general audience
again and all that.
Yes.
It
was a single I think isn't Mike that's like the universally single hated like story arc of Spider-Man to exist.
Hey, don't forget that. Don't forget that Tom King ruined Batman and Catwoman's wedding for shock value.
Well, see, no, RJ,
that was in newspapers. Do you realize?
Yes, that was the New York
Times. When that happened, that was literally in fucking newspapers. Batman getting married. When Superman was marrying Lois Lane, that was in fucking papers. When Superman died, that was a massive fucking story.
Spider-Man's
on fucking CNN.
Hold on.
That doesn't happen with Spider-Man, dude.
Yes, it does.
It does not.
Dude,
yes, Spider-Man,
for Spider-Man's
wedding
ever happening.
Because Spider-Man never died in the comics.
Designers at the time.
Currency when shit happens to him.
Design Mary Jane's dress. What are you talking about?
The Spider-Man wedding made newspapers. The death of Spider-Man when Doc Ock took over.
Bullshit. Like fucking Superman's death. Like Superman and Lois getting married.
The newspapers.
Like Superman and Lois getting married.
What about Robin dying? That was pretty big.
Well, that was big because everybody got to vote on it.
You took him in Death in the Family.
Death in the Family, yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say that comic line was pretty big. Like that comic story was pretty big.
That was huge back then.
Death of Superman was probably the biggest DC arcs. I think Death of Superman. Mark can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Death of Superman was probably like the biggest like comic arc to like impact everyone. People lost their minds back when it happened.
And actually, you know what?
Oh, when Captain America was dead, that made the news too.
Superman and Batman almost helped contribute to kill the comic book industry in the 90s because when Superman got murdered by Doomsday and Batman got his back broke, that paved the way for all this edgy and edgelord bullshit where everything had to be dark and gritty and shoulder patty and
got a thing against dark and gritty.
All that stuff. A what?
Well, you know, we did get Azrael. Dude,
I'm sorry if I'm saying something.
But no, man, we did get Azrael.
But
we did get Azrael for like a year, and he's like the most edgelord like character in DC.
Like Azrael. I think he's neat. I got the toy of him. He's cool.
I think Damien was a little bit more edgelord than Azrael.
All right. We've all had our opinion.
Well, Damien's a piece of shit, but anyway.
We've all had our opinion on Batman versus Spider-Man, who's the most popular character. Now we're going to take it to a vote because I believe in democracy on this channel.
Which is why
I am.
Wait for half the panel to be annexed.
I don't get a vote. That's the democracy we live under.
Wait, Jay. I don't know what Jade is talking about. I am the people's channel. You know, and I believe that everyone deserves a voice. So in the comments, please do say whether you believe Batman or Spider-Man is the most famous character of all superhero.
Nerdman, not for nothing. Can't you do a poll?
Or do you need can't. I don't. You can.
I don't think he has that feature yet.
I don't know.
Yeah, I figured it was like you got to reach a plateau or whatever. Yeah. I didn't know if you were there.
We're going to move on to we're going to be doing a tier listing of the MCU villains. Now, the way we're going to be doing this,
here we go.
Here we go.
What is category names?
Me and Mike did it at the same time. Jinx, man.
The way we're going to be doing this on this channel,
holy shit,
is I'm gonna be giving because I want a diversity of opinion here. I want to make sure that there's not too many, one way or the other. So I'm going to give Lantern Alex a vote. The rest of you can say where you think they should be. But ultimately, me and...
This is a democracy that he speaks of.
Okay, I have one question, Nerdman.
Can we get like a human reviewer from YouTube on this channel?
What you just false flag it, Mike?
Wait, so we're even doing all the trash supporting villain characters who got?
Yeah. My son obviously gets a vote as well. If he
as long as you agree with them.
Okay, can you answer my question, Nerdman?
Sorry, go on.
Yeah. Okay. Why isn't the last tier called DC villain?
Nerdman, I gotta go for now. Maybe if I have time, I'll come back on, but I'll listen in the background. All right.
Okay, no problem, man. Thanks so much for coming on.
Make it easy, everybody. Thanks.
So just to reveal the tier rankings.
Who the hell is Lawrence Fishburne?
Yeah, right.
Is Lawrence Fishburne on there? Oh yeah, he is.
He's right there.
He's not really a villain, though. He's not a villain.
He wasn't a villain. He wasn't even a villain.
I'm only going to do the main. I'm only going to do the main villains here. So I'm not going to do
Vulture.
Yeah. So we've got Feige's ass cheeks. Is the last tier. Then you have you have to actually try to make a villain so vanilla.
These titles are so long.
Congrats. MCU overrated mediocrity at its finest. We have nice performance, but meh villain. Definitely Lex was better. Genuinely good. And then we have God tier.
Like 3 God tier
Vulture's
people
number 1
on this list. Let's make that clear.
Well, he's made Jesse Eisenberg the standard there, so these all go above it. So all these villains are going into God tier. All these villains are going into God tier. Okay.
Well, so a lot of them are Jesse Eisenberg level of bad.
So basically, a young bald guy who acts retarded. That's our top villain.
Yes, thank you for the language there. But hello, Tyler.
You can say that word on YouTube still, Nerdman. You can say it on YouTube still.
It's fine. All right, so we're gonna start this off. I'm gonna start with the Vulture here. The Vulture, I'm going to put in nice performance, but meh villain. Jesse Eisenberg was better as Lex Luthor.
Jesse Eisenberg's the standard.
God help us all.
Quite honestly, the only thing that is entertaining about this character is Michael Keaton's performance. Literally. There is nothing in terms of this character that makes him really in depth or interesting or an all-time villain in any kind of sense of the word. Michael Keaton saves it with a couple of key scenes, but I think he's a bleh villain in terms of the actual run of the whole fucking film.
What about the car scene? What about the car scene at the end of the film?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's a couple of Michael Keaton because he's Michael Keaton. He's like a brilliant actor.
But you don't think
he saves it.
Michael Keaton's performance is so good, but it doesn't hold up his performance in the movie as Vulture. I don't understand what you're
it's
trying
better
to say.
than Lex.
As good as an actor he is, it's still a third tier villain, and even his I think what
It doesn't matter what kind of villain he is. He literally
I'm not
he
agreeing.
makes it. Yeah,
I'm just saying his
understand.
motivation, the powers, the abilities, what he actually does as a villain isn't actually that amazing.
To kill a
in the
child,
end.
dude.
Like,
I think he's pretty bad.
what he tried to
mean,
kill
all
a
the
child? You mean Spider-Man?
Yeah, in this way.
Abomination.
You mean
He's killing
Spider-Man?
a school kid. Yeah, he wants
he's
to
trying
kill
to
the
kill
school
a
kid.
school kid. He beat him up and left him for dead.
Dude,
there are no
did you not
stakes
see
in
the
this fucking movie.
Man, you really need to watch the end of this film again.
Wait. Let's make this
He
clear.
had a
Like
gun
most-
in his
like-
car.
Like most movies, man, you need to put down the dishes and actually watch the end of this film.
Wait. Because majority of all these MCU villains.
You're making me
have tried to kill
defend
kids.
Homecoming, by the way. You're making me defend Homecoming. I'm just wanting to put that out there.
Okay.
Okay, you see what I mean by how I have to defend the Nolan movies? Same thing with Paul. The arguments are so bad, you're by default defending it.
K-Dots, what were you going to say? And then we're going to go in order.
I mean, that's just a quick comment. I mean, all these MCU villains have tried to kill kids. I mean, so that's not really much of a feat in the MCU.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Sean Slavery.
Ultron, Thanos, not much of a feat. They all tried to kill kids.
All right, everyone, remember that when we get to Malekith, because he tried to destroy the entire universe with the
Sean
ether.
Slavery,
So,
where are you putting this?
Well, he's better than Jesse Eisenberg, so I'm gonna have to put him in genuinely good.
Okay. Okay. Go on.
you realize this
else?
is how the rest of this list is going to go, man.
We have a long panel, so I'm not gonna say much. But yeah, just Michael Keaton, God. That's it.
Okay. We go down to Spectre Entertainment then.
I think he's good.
Okay, so we since Spectre Entertainment said that, we're going to put him up to genuinely good.
Yeah. And by the way, I judge these villains based off how interesting they are to me. That's it.
Okay, so do you have anything to say about like Michael Keaton?
No, he used to be Batman, so I like Michael Keaton, so he's going to go in genuinely good.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Jaded.
I have to say genuinely good because this is a good example of what happens when they actually put effort into making a character that's interesting. It's like I was never a fan of the Vulture in the comics or on the TV shows because it's just a guy that can fly. But
no, he wasn't. He was a guy who could suck your youth out of you, and that's why he became the Vulture.
No,
There's
they changed that was later.
No, that was
that was way later.
First.
Okay, all right.
So to me, the Vulture was always this old guy that could fly, and that was it.
And hitting on
and in this movie, they made his character interesting. They made his personality interesting. So yeah, he's genuinely good.
He was definitely the most interesting part of the movie. So I'll accept.
He was up against Tom Holland, Spider-Man. It's not that much of a challenge.
Okay, I'll accept that. RJ.
I think he should be in genuinely good. I think he was a great performance. I think he was menacing, imposing. I think he was a strong first villain for this new iteration of Spider-Man.
Okay. AMBW.
He's mediocre.
Oh, really?
He's mediocre.
Yep.
No, hang on. I want to say this. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. That's fine. But personally, the movie was boring. His performance was fine. But like everyone loves to jizz all over that car scene when in reality, in the context of that scene, Peter could have easily just snapped his fucking neck and walked out.
Spider-Man doesn't kill people though.
It doesn't matter.
Neither does Batman.
And he would have murdered his girlfriend's father. That made sense.
Yes, I'm gonna kill my girlfriend's father. Good plan.
Okay, all right.
That's the Batman fan in you talking.
Maybe it's a little bit extreme, but he could have knocked him out or incapacitated him somehow instead of sitting there.
Called Daddy, and Daddy could have told him.
He didn't want because he was in the car with his girlfriend.
he was full of shock. It was shock.
It was shock, but he's also in the car with his girlfriend. Hold on. He's also in the car with his girlfriend. He doesn't want to expose his secret identity.
No, but she left.
No. She already got out the car. It was just him. And
all right, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so how does that make him mediocre?
Because he's not as good as Jesse Eisenberg.
You know what?
Nobody is.
No, I mean it's just maybe because at the end of the day, it just didn't really seem like he was all that menacing, other than that scene. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he did get the upper hand over Spider-Man, I guess, like in that last act or whatever. But I don't know. It's just, to me, it just wasn't that great. I'm sorry. I didn't love it as much as everyone else does. So
cool. Seems like AMBW is going to be getting a vote here just to get a broader spectrum of opinions. So the next person down, Rogue Comics.
God tier.
Oh, really?
God tier. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Any reasons?
Yes, to balance out all the bullshit that you're trying to perpetuate on this thing.
I know.
Okay, so
it'll at least average out to where it should be, which is genuinely
give Mike
good.
a vote, but clearly he's biased, so
he doesn't get
unfortunately.
Yes, Mike. Only one person is allowed to be biased on this stream, and you're not it.
I was literally going to give him the vote, but he just said, like, I'm being biased. I'm going to do it to outbalance it. What do you actually think, Mike?
I think he's genuinely good.
Okay, genuinely good. All right, I'm going to pull him back up to genuinely good then. K-Dots.
I say he's genuinely good. I mean, he was a good street level villain. I like the scene when he basically confronted Spider-Man in the car. It's really his only like scene that really hit, but he was cool. You know, it was not. I found myself not disliking anything he done. So generally good. He was pretty good.
Okay. I'll let you know Helix. What's going on?
He's genuinely good, and it's not more than that stupid casting. People are like, "Oh, the casting is not." Dude, he beat the shit out of Spider-Man at the end of that film. He absolutely crushed him under a building, and Spider-Man had to like overcome his doubts to rise up and beat him at the end of that film. Plus, he's one of the only MCU villains to not die at the end of a film, which makes him automatically genuinely good.
Can we agree that he really becomes good in the third act? Because like up until then he's just like some.
What do you mean? He literally like killed a guy in the beginning who was working for him.
He killed him by accident. It was a fucking accident.
Okay.
He literally
when he tries to kill Shocker.
No, he killed some
by accident.
I don't think
he killed some random guy.
He is just a random cleanup worker who then uses weaponized technology to make suits for his men. He's actually a genius.
Well, actually, the Tinkerer. The Tinkerer does.
He's still amazing,
and he had a decent motivation too.
And the suit was fire. Like that suit was amazing. Like they actually put creativity into thinking about how to modernize the Vulture for a modern audience. And Michael Keaton's performance was great throughout the entirety of the film, not just two scenes.
It was. I'm not saying it wasn't great throughout. Well, I wouldn't say great. It was good for Michael Keaton. I mean, I've seen him in many movies, and he's usually much better during the majority of the movie. That being said, in this movie, he was good. He was serviceable. He was doing everything he could with the material he was given. But there was only two scenes where he could really, flex his muscles as a charismatic actor. And that was the car scene and then the scene where he buries Spider-Man under the rubble. Other than that, I'm not seeing this fantastic all-time great fucking villain. He's overrated.
Most of these MCU villains, though.
Yeah, but you're comparing him to the other MCU villains, not in general.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just
so I'm comparing him to the other MCU villains, not as.
Oh, I'm comparing him in general to villains in general.
Oh no. This is the best MCU villain, so you got to rank it against the other MCU villains.
Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Next person, Tyler, go for it. And
okay. So here's my argument.
Go for it.
Michael Keaton's. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Cool. So Michael Keaton's Vulture is the best written MCU villain, in my opinion. Therefore, I would put him in God tier. Here's my reason why. This is the only Marvel Blu-ray other than Avengers Infinity War they've ever bought. The Vulture's writing is perfect. You've got your downfall of your blue-collar character. He uprises, he creates a business for himself and a lifestyle from what has happened with the previous circumstances that the Avengers have caused, which they've not cleaned up. And the same people who are doing those things are now getting paid to clean up that mess. That's wrong. That's showing a corrupt government. He's taking that thing into his own hands. He gets too into it type of thing, you know, and he becomes who he probably doesn't want to be. He becomes that other person, right? And so now you have this person who is a crazy maniac who will not let anyone get in his way to, you know, get his goal. And his goal is to get those bits to support his family. That is his end goal, is to support his family, nothing else. Yeah. And so when Peter comes in, he wants to kill that kid because this kid's the only thing standing in his way from being able to support his family and give them a good life. And that there is why he is the best written MCU villain. Now, I'm not saying he's the best MCU villain, but he's definitely the best written.
So where are you putting him, Tyler?
I'm putting him in God tier.
Oh, wow. Fuck. Okay, so he stays in genuinely good, but okay.
Yeah.
No, he does, because most of the people have been genuinely good. But
yeah. That's where I sort of say.
Here's the thing. Here's the problem, though. Like, I kind of feel that some of the villains, they try and do this sympathetic route with them, but the problem is that his motivations are more heroic than Iron Man's in these movies. Mm-hmm. That's agree. My only problem with it, because Iron Man actually did something super terrible, got loads of people killed. This guy's trying to look after his family, and yet Spider-Man's after him, right?
Correct. Yeah, exactly. So at this point, Spider-Man, in a way, is the actual villain. You've twisted the good and bad planes. Like, this is why it's such a well-written film. Now, I know Paul doesn't like it due to Iron Man Jr. and other things like that, but like the Vulture as a character takes that whole film and brings it up to another level, in my opinion. Like, this film single-handedly got me hooked on Spider-Man.
Okay. Interesting. All right, we're going to move on to Alexander Pierce. Sorry, who is this guy over here?
Iron Man 3.
Iron Man 3. Oh, the Mandarin.
I'm the Mandarin.
All right, so I'm putting this in fucking...
That's Guy Pearce, the trash actor.
Feige.
He's not trash.
He's a brilliant actor.
He got his start on Neighbors, didn't he?
Dude, he's a brilliant actor. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, but
he's good in one film and one film alone.
He's in the right place at the moment. He's in the right place at the moment.
He's going in Feige's ass cheeks. No
way, dude. No way, man.
Look, not only is this a bad fucking villain who has been done over and over again since Catwoman, the nerdy guy turns out to be the really big bad villain who's like confident after, you know, some transformation or whatever. But actually, the movie gets worse after the twist that he's the Mandarin. It like literally, the movie was actually fairly enjoyable up until that point, and then it takes such a nosedive that it's irreparable. People talk about the third act of Wonder Woman. It doesn't do half the damage that this twist does to Iron Man 3. I think Feige's arse cheeks is, you've got to say this for this villain. Sean Avery, dude.
Yeah, well, you mispronounced my name, but okay. I am just gonna say though, near the end of this, Norman's gonna like then randomly put in a DC villain and put in the top tier to end it off, like he did with the cartoon one. But anyway, Feige's ass cheeks, definitely.
Okay. We've got Landon Alex. Next.
I would put him in Feige's bloody ass cheeks.
And dirty.
Yeah. Dirty, bloody, fat ass cheeks. Yeah. I just think it's the most laziest villain too. Like, he just says, "I'm the Mandarin" at the end. Like, that's his big villain moment. It's just lame. lame.
Yeah.
I much prefer if the actual who's the guy who played Gandhi, if he was the Mandarin and they didn't do that twist.
He was good in the beginning. He was menacing. He was
really
genuinely menacing.
He was a perfect cast for Mandarin. I don't know why they went away from it. Huh?
He was menacing in the beginning because he was an actor.
I know. Yeah.
Being
just went with
Kingsley,
that.
man.
I don't know why they did the twist. Like just.
Yeah. You're referring to
double down
Being
on that.
Kingsley.
Because they wanted to make the Mandarin's rings into, big rings to put on their forearms rather than on the hands, man. That's why.
Yeah.
Okay, next we're going to go Jaded Fanboy.
Can we have a category, the hemorrhoids on Feige's ass cheeks? Because that's where I'd put this guy.
It burns.
Yeah.
His origin was just, I was on the ledge about to kill myself, and then his origin was weak. His powers are lazy. It's typical MCU writing. So yeah, I use ass cheeks.
Okay, and BW.
I have a hot take. Can you scroll up? I can't really see. Like scroll up towards the top. I would say genuinely good.
Oh my
God.
No, hang on. Wait.
No, I gotta hear this.
Go.
So I feel like the Iron Man movie villains are kind of trash, except for this guy. This guy managed to one up Tony, right? In more than one way, right? He was because you think about it, right? Like he's his whole motivation is to get back at Tony, right? For basically just like cucking him, like 10 years before or something like that. This guy manages to turn it all around. Rich, famous, handsome, good looking, and he tries to steal Pepper away, which he does literally at one point. Ties her up, all that stuff, injects her with the extremis, everything like that. I mean, you think about it, dude, this guy was kicking Tony's fucking ass. Tony would have been fucking dead if it weren't for Pepper, right? And yeah, the whole okay, I will admit it, I do agree with everyone on this that he shouldn't have called himself the Mandarin. That was a big waste of time or whatever. But everything else, dude, I love this guy, man. I thought he was great. The movie wasn't so great, but I thought Guy Pearce did a really good job in it.
Interesting. Wow. Coming out hot. Rogue Comics.
It would be between MCU overrated mediocrity, or you actually have to actually try to make such a vanilla villain. Because I do feel I thought Justin Hammer, if they were going to do like the rival, the rival for Tony or whatever, I felt Justin Hammer was better at that position than Guy Pearce's character was. I don't even remember this dude's name. But yeah, so you can pick one, Nerd Man. I don't care.
Okay, I'll go MC overrated. Mediocrity. Yeah. So that it will go up if somebody else agrees. K-Dots?
I'll put Molten Man in Feige's ass cheeks. This dude was trash. I look at his villains like a troll villain. He's like Ben Kingsley's character. That bullshit at the end, like, I'm the Mandarin. Like, no, you're not. Shut the fuck up. And then he loses to Pepper. Tony doesn't even beat the villain. You fucking get beat by Pepper. And he's not really interesting. I mean, it's the same, one of those cliche origins, like, I'm a nerd. I get rich later, and I try to get back at my bullies in a sense. Like, Feige's ass cheeks, bro. He was trash.
Mm-hmm. Helix?
Yeah, and what Mike said, Justin Hammer should have been the villain for this movie then. If that was the case, he should have came back as the villain. Because at least he was better than this guy.
I agree with K-Dots, but I think that it should go into Feige's ass cheeks. I hate this.
Oh, no, I wanted in Feige's ass cheeks too, Paul.
Yeah, I hate this villain. I hate him so much. I hate the end of Iron Man 3. I hate the third act of Iron Man 3. It would have been not so bad of a trilogy. Like, it would have had a downturn in the second one, obviously, with fucking Whiplash, but like the War Machine and stuff picked that movie up for me, and Hammer picks that up for me. This movie has nothing like redeeming about it. He throws his arc reactor in the ocean at the end. Fuck this movie. Fuck Guy Pearce for being in this movie and being Mr. I can breathe fire out of my mouth. That makes me powerful. I hate this movie more than anything. So this villain is trash. It's the trashiest villain in the MCU. It's trasher than Malekith and Ghost combined. This is the worst villain in the MCU. It goes right into the ass cheeks. Right up there.
Fuck. All right. We finish off with May. Come on, man. What's your take on it?
Hello.
Bring us home, Tyler.
Tyler.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Honestly, I was about to go and put him into you actually have to try and make such a vanilla villain. But then Paul made his argument and reminded me that Ghost is a better villain than the Iron Man 3 villain. So keep him right where he is and dig him deeper inside.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to go on to Alexandra Pierce. I'm going to put him in. You have to actually try to make such a villain, such a villain. Congrats. Again, this movie is great. I think it's a fantastic movie, but it ain't about the villains. It's about Captain America. Captain America is the interesting character. Then you've got like little bits where, where fucking Samuel L. Jackson is really good in the movie as well. But apart from that, the villains really are just serviceable to the plot. They're not characters in themselves. They're very, very one-dimensional, very, very cardboard cutout. And maybe this character could have been saved if he ended up being the Red Skull at the end. But apart from that, no, he's just not really that great a villain. He's just in a good movie, in my opinion. Avery.
Yeah, I would agree. Vanilla villain. So, yeah. I mean, it's hard though because he is better than Jesse Eisenberg, who kind of broke this tier list.
I don't think he is. Jesse Eisenberg actually does more devious shit in the movie. That's the difference for me. Jesse Eisenberg's performance ain't great, but he does more devious shit.
Jesse Eisenberg imports a meteorite that Batman immediately steals. He does jack shit in that movie.
He still bombs that. It kills that poor.
Oh, that's right. He makes his senator drink piss. Yeah.
Honestly, Jesse Eisenberg did a good job playing Zack Snyder in the film.
Yes, some Megatron.
Mark Zuckerberg.
Okay. London Alex.
Yeah, this is Robert Redford, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, I loved him in The Stain, and that one movie where he's on a boat. I put him in mediocre.
Oh, mediocrity. All right.
Mediocrity at his finest.
Okay.
Just actually think the next villain after him, the fucking computer program, was much better than him as like a villain for a movie.
Yeah. Okay. Jaded.
I'm gonna have to say like vanilla villain because he was more of a plot element than he was a villain.
Yeah. So mediocre.
He wasn't really a villain. He was just the way to keep the story going. He didn't really do anything villainous that I can really think of.
Well, he killed his maid. that was something at least.
He really did that was villainous. He was just a plot device. That's the word. He was more a plot device than a villain. So.
Hey, can somebody else join so Pickle doesn't and put him in like God tier?
Oh, is Pickle here? No. Okay. Cool.
No, he's not here.
He's in the chat.
Okay. Well, Pickle doesn't count.
He is supposed to be here. Pickle.
If he wants to come on, he can count.
I was gonna put it in God tier. No.
No, I would. Well, I'm kind of on the fence about him because I loved his performance in it. I just feel like he wasn't given enough to do. Maybe if he had survived and gone on to be in another movie, that would have expanded his character a little bit. But for me, I mean, obviously Winter Soldier. I don't know. I just have a soft spot for this movie, and it's Robert Redford, he's like the last person you would expect to be, the head of Hydra or like part of an evil organization like Hydra. So I felt like that reveal really worked. It's just like everyone else here, he felt underwhelming because he wasn't in it that much and didn't really get that much to do. But I would put it one notch above mediocre. So Yeah.
Okay. I believe it is now Rogue Comics.
Yeah. Scroll up a little, Nerdman.
Rogue Comics, unfortunately, his opinion doesn't count because I think there's just too many who are DCU fans here. So we're going to move on to the next person right now.
The fact, hold on. The fact that, you see, this is the problem. This is the fundamental problem with your crack ass tiers. Okay, now I would be comfortable in agreeing with AMBW because yes, it is Robert Redford, and the reveal was good and stuff like that. But yes, he didn't have enough to do. But then you go and you put something stupid that's patently like the most ridiculous, hyperbolic bullshit anybody has ever heard on the internet, such as Jesse's Lex was better. And then that makes me want to vote above it because that fact is completely and totally wrong. So I would say his performance was genuinely good. And I agree with Pickle. The disrespect is insane. And
I didn't say the performance was good. It wasn't about the performance. It's about like the better villain. And
genuinely
clearly
good.
You're saying you're saying his performance was nice, but meh.
Genuinely good.
Fine. Next person, K-Dots.
I'm gonna have to agree with Mike, not because because I don't want to say Jesse's Lex is better, but he actually did a lot in the.
Wow, that's child abuse right there. Okay, DCFS. Somebody get DCFS on the line, please.
Tyler, thanks. Can you? What the fuck is going? This is my son, my blood.
Man,
what is going on?
Put me back right under Mike. Don't you dare put me back right under Mike. But no, let me say this: like
DC Dots, there are shelters you can go to. You don't have to stay in this broken home that you're in.
He was one of the huge leads reorchestrating this new crew of like Hydra enforcers that they want to use to rule the world. And if they got their way, they was going to take all those 3 helicarriers and straight up like nuke people from above, just assassinate them.
Tried to take out Nick Fury.
Yeah, and like yes, he was in the movie a lot. It was more of Bucky, but Bucky was just like just like a Terminator. He was just a enforcer. He was tight for what he did action wise and stuff, but he was the better villain of the movie. He wasn't in that much, but he was the better villain.
Facts.
So where are you putting him?
Okay,
I'll put him in generally good. I'll put him in generally good.
Fuck! Why did I give him a vote? Okay.
I like how you put me right under Paul, you bastard.
Tyler.
Is it? Okay, cool.
Wait,
I didn't even go. You
didn't
fool.
go.
Okay.
Oh, Paul.
Yeah, put us back in order. Paul, you have to put us back in order.
Go on, Paul, man.
Yeah, I agree. He's genuinely good. He's the leader of Hydra. He tries to assassinate Nick Fury. He tries to get rid of Captain America. He literally systematically tries to wipe out all his opposition spy style. It's really cool. It's a good spy thriller, that movie overall, because Redford is the main villain at the end. The twist at the end where he turns around at the top, has those people assassinated. He's evil. It's good. He's genuinely evil, and that's what you need sometimes in MCU films. Have someone who's genuinely an evil villain, and he is genuinely evil, and I love it. Hell Hydra all the way. He's genuinely good.
I hate you with all my soul, Paul. I hate you with all my soul. All right, Tyler.
I reckon he should go on ass cheeks.
Yes. Tyler, why don't I get you on this show more, man? Just do me a favor, like look out for my announcements a little bit more, man. Just give me a holler, and I'll get you on the show.
They don't come on your stream often, man, because you live in fake time zone.
Okay, go for it. Ass cheeks. Why?
Okay, I haven't seen the film.
Oh, put it back.
Put that shit back.
That totally invalidates his bullshit. Put it
He
back.
hasn't seen Winter Soldier. Everyone just
Only
take that in.
MCU film I've never seen. I've seen bits and pieces of it, but I've never seen the full film.
Tyler. It's on Disney.
Scroll
Plus.
that back.
You haven't seen.
Why did
one
I
of the
invite
greatest
Tyler
MCU
on
films
this
ever
fucking
made.
show? I swear to God, I was thinking about it before sending him off the fucking thing, and then I was like, oh, let me bring him on, for some reason.
Yeah, so you
This
go from why don't
fucking
I invite you on more to why did I invite you on?
Fucking guy. All right, that invalidates your vote. Thanks. Pierce isn't fucking genuinely good now.
Wouldn't it go in mad though? There's like 3 or 4 people that said vanilla.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, that's true. That is true. That is true.
One over. Wake up.
Did you fail math class, Nerd Ben? What did they teach there?
He's in the top 3 tiers, which he should be. So it's fine.
Wait a minute. So 3 said it was vanilla. 3 said it was genuinely good. 3 said,
yeah.
So then it's an MCU overrated, right?
It's to be MCU
not
overrated.
Mediocre.
Yeah.
And I said it was an ass cheeks.
Yeah, but your vote doesn't count.
Your vote doesn't count. That's bullshit. You have to watch the movie, dude.
Okay. He just dropped it to the 3rd highest tier, Mike.
Because it's
literally
3-3. It's 3-3. No, it's 3-3. I put it on Feige's Ice Cheeks, by the way. Oh no,
you
I put it in
didn't.
vanilla. No, I put it in Vanilla Villain. I put it in Vanilla Villain. So
you put it mediocrity at its finest.
Yes.
No. I put it
in
in
vanilla.
Villain. Yeah.
Wait, Sean, what'd you put it in?
Vanilla, and then Jaded or Lantern put it in the vanilla, and then the other one put it in mediocre.
Yeah, he's right.
So it falls mediocre.
Okay.
If it helps, I have seen half of the film and I saw the trailer.
No, it doesn't help at all. Tyler.
And the behind the scenes, right?
I saw him being a villain. He was like, "Do bad things. You do bad things."
And he also saw some screenshots on Google Images.
Fucking hell.
Anyway.
These New Zealanders, man. Fuck. Anyway, so
Wait, how do you put it in there when there was 3 for good and 3? There was not 3 for mediocre. There was 3 for. What are you saying? It should be in the Jesse
3 for
Lex.
vanilla and 1 for
You're being
mediocre.
pulled out.
Dude,
you're lying.
Vanilla.
You're lying. You're putting it lower because you want to put it lower.
No, I wasn't. I put it higher, and then
I'm just saying this for the record,
everyone.
everyone. Look at this madness. I want everyone to see it for the record. This is what he does. He doesn't take people's votes seriously.
All right, so we've got
unless they agree with them. Unless they agree with
half these films.
We've got the computer program, and you're right. I feel like he isn't even a real villain. To be honest, Paul.
He's the villain, you idiot. He's the head of Hydra. What are you saying? He's a real villain.
I'm talking about the computer program, whatever his name is.
This guy. No, he's in Winter Soldier. He's
he's like one of those little minor support villains. He just pretty much exposition and stuff. He just stuff.
I'm gonna put him in MCU overrated mediocrity.
Well, he was also in Captain America, the first one.
Yeah.
Yes, that underrated film.
Yeah, he was in both of those, so I'm counting both of those performances, and I'm putting him in overrated. And he was in. To be fair, he was also in What If, so you can count that performance as well. I don't really care for him. I don't think he's anything special or important. He could be in Feige's ass cheeks. I just don't think he was bad though. I think the actor did a perfectly serviceable job. It's just like there's a computer. They needed Red Skull in this movie. Somebody needed to be Red Skull, whether it's that computer program or whether it was Alex Pierce, and they didn't do it. They dropped the ball.
In Winter Soldier?
Yeah, in Winter Soldier. I think
they needed Red Skull and Winter Soldier.
They needed Red Skull. If Alexander Pierce ended up being Red Skull, if Robert Redford ended up being an older Red Skull, it would have been so much better.
No, they didn't need him.
He just peels off that face mask and reveals, "I'm the Red Skull."
Yeah, no.
Okay, so next, Avery, dude.
You mispronounced my name again.
We don't care how you how is your name pronounced? What are you talking about?
She wants to say John Slavery,
bro.
Okay, I'll put him in genuinely good because he's better than Jesse Eisenberg.
Okay, cool, man. Alex?
I like that one scene. Overrated. I'll keep it right there.
Okay.
Because it was one scene. I don't know.
Exactly. Jaded.
He's not a villain. He was a henchman, and then he was an algorithm. He's not a villain. So I don't. If you had a category, I have to say Feige's ass because he's not a villain.
Okay. Moving down to Feige's ass cheeks. Okay.
Yeah, record, I was joking. My real vote is MCU overrated.
Yeah, I know exactly. That's why I didn't move it up. AMBW.
I just put him in genuinely good because I think like I like how they use him, right? Like usually I'm not the biggest Cap fan, so I don't know a whole lot about him, but usually isn't he like in some sort of like computer screen or like TV set or something like that? Exactly.
I mean, he's pretty much he's pretty much the tech guy for Hydra. Like he leads the production of the weapons and all that stuff. You know,
exactly. And that scene is one of the best scenes in the whole movie, and that's saying a lot because that's a genuinely good movie. So, like, yeah, it's a bummer that he's not around because the MCU likes to kill off his villains a lot. But I thought he was used well, and yeah, I don't know. I guess genuinely good.
AMBW, why are you doing this to me, man? What
my opinion.
I don't understand. What have I done? Like I've been always fucking nice to you. All right, fine. Rogue.
MCU overrated.
Okay. And anything?
Oh no, I'll keep it short. I mean, I agree with everything like the guys were saying before, even negative stuff too.
K-Dots.
He's a meh. I'll say nice performance of meh villain. Like he's straight up meh. I don't think he's bad at all. Like he is a big part of these Captain America films. I mean, he's the one who is helping Hydra with the production of the weapons and stuff. He also revealed to Captain America about what happened to Tony's parents and stuff. Like he revealed a lot to him too. He was there for a lot of exposition, but he was just a meh villain. And I didn't hate the performance either. It was okay.
Hallelujah.
For fuck's sake. All right.
Here we go. Back up, Mike. Back up. We got back up. On your left.
Hallelujah. Fucking Paul. Go on.
He's a Nazi. He's God tier. Immediately as a villain, he's a Yahtzee. What are you saying right now? Him and Rob Redford at the top of this list, they're both Nazis. You forget
You're just
this.
saying
Hydra
that because
are
it's a good
Nazis.
fucking film. You're saying it because it's a good fucking film.
Did you just admit the MCU movie is a good film? Thank you very much.
I've always said Winter Soldier is a good film, but the villains are not why it's a good film. It's because of the journey of Captain America and how he's
I'm saying it because they're Nazis, dude. They're legitimate Nazis. They're
actual
Nazis.
Nazis. Oh, I must put them in God tier then if they're Nazis.
Yeah, they are evil, man. They are pure evil. He's a Nazi. He literally Führer. He literally is an atypical Nazi.
He's not even a legitimate Nazi.
Anyway. My real vote is but I have to put God tier because he's better than his performance, his single performance in Winter Soldier is better than Jesse Eisenberg's entire performance.
Forget Jesse Eisenberg. Where
you
were you
rid of that? Because
we'll get rid of it then because you set a standard. You set a standard, nerd man. Get rid of it.
Forget Jesse Eisenberg.
Then get rid of it. And it says nice. If it says nice performance in the movie, if it says nice performance but a mere villain, I will admit I will put it in there. But you put Jesse Eisenberg there.
So
Jesse's Lex was better.
Good.
Yeah.
So you're putting it in.
But you know what's the problem with this is that Robert Redford's below him. That's ridiculous.
Yes.
Okay. All right. You're putting it in. I get it.
I just want to note that.
But these villains didn't win, though, did they? They all lost in their movies.
Dude, Robert Redford literally assassinated half the dude. Robert Redford won. Robert Redford won.
They destroyed
Robert Redford won. Dude, Shield is gone.
Shield is back the next movie, whatever.
No, it wasn't.
No,
it wasn't. It's gone.
I don't remember these dumb movies.
Superman's back in the next movie.
Sure. That's true. All right, Tyler.
Yes. He was killed for a minute.
He screams really loud and opens a mother box somehow.
I've seen his whole one scene.
Oh, you haven't seen the movie, so let's move on.
I've also seen What If. I've seen What If. My vote counts. Do not tell me it does not, otherwise you will see rage.
Okay.
You know, he speaks like this. Oh, Captain America, look at you.
Thank you for the impression. Where do you put him?
No, What If doesn't count. Stop.
I'd say mediocre.
Okay.
He was entertaining in the first Captain America. He was.
You haven't seen Captain America.
I've seen the first one, and I saw the whole scene he's in. Okay, do not try and tell me
where he's
that my
making
vote
weapons.
Okay, he did a good job. Tony, whatever his name is a good actor. And I think he did a good job with the character. He made him genuinely terrifying in his little computer box going,
terrifying.
Ah, Captain America, look at you. You've come back from the dead.
He was super campy. Look, can we talk about how he was
Wait, when is he talking to
part of the
Captain
movie?
America in the first Avenger, and when is he talking to Captain America in What If?
And Winter Soldier. He's talking.
You haven't seen Winter Soldier.
Yeah, you said you didn't watch
I've seen the scene though.
Anyway, all right. Pickle, go for it.
Number 1. Hi, Nerd Man.
Hi, dude.
That's why I said for somebody else to join before Pickle does.
Number 2, fuck you, Nerd Man. Number 3, move Redford up.
Could number 3 be C number 2 again, please?
Yes, Redford, move him up one because he's a genuinely good villain.
Thank you.
I'm only doing this for you, fucking Pickle. Only for you.
Dude, he should not be in the same level as the computer man. That's ridiculous.
I'll move him up 1 to underneath Jesse
that.
Eisenberg for you.
Number 4, Arnim Zola is exactly where he should be. He's just like Agatha. He's an exposition dump. He's cool looking, but in the movie, he kind of sucks.
Okay.
He's literally just there to tail cap the plot.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep it 100. He's better than Agatha, and you know it, Pickle.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, he's better than Agatha. Yeah, I agree.
All right. So, Ghost from Ant-Man fucking 2. I'm putting it in Feige's ass cheeks. Everything about that movie bores the shit out of me. The character bores the shit out of me. The movie is dumb. I can't remember pretty much anything about it, but I know for a fact it's fucking bad. The only good thing are a couple of creative action scenes.
Bro, you just described your channel. You just described your channel.
Hilarious.
What a
Okay, that was a fail.
So I'm just putting it in the Feige's ass cheeks. I don't want to go on about this one too much. Sean.
Sean passed out.
Sean passed out.
Oh, he's muted.
Oh, okay, sorry.
He's co-streaming with MSK again.
No. But okay, what film is this again?
Ghost from Ant-Man.
Okay, sorry, that film was so forgettable. I forgot. Yeah, Feige's ass cheeks. If I wish there was a one below that called DCEU villain. Release the Edgar Wright cut. Also, Pickle, I like that depression video you made. Thumbs up.
Hey, thanks.
I'll watch that later, dude.
While doing dishes, for sure.
Well, you know, I get depressed sometimes, so
I do dishes as well. Dude.
Yeah. Lantern Alex, sorry, dude.
I haven't watched this movie. I don't know who this guy is.
Next,
I like Call of Duty.
Next, Jaded Fanboy.
Jaded's favorites.
I'm gonna pass because it's gonna cause too much of an argument. It's not worth it.
No, do it, Jade.
You hate women.
Do it.
I know where you're going with it. Go ahead, do it.
Do it.
Genuinely good.
Okay,
my boy.
All right. Genuinely good puts it up 1, I believe, because there was two in Feige's ass cheeks. So, do we have any reason? Or
it's an interesting character. Her motivation is she wants to stay alive. It's simplistic and it works. How she got her powers is not a benefit. She's not trying to rule the world. She doesn't want to kill half the universe. She doesn't want to rule the world. She doesn't want to kill anybody. She just wants to stay alive. Okay, interesting concept. And she's willing to, do whatever it takes to actually get that. Interesting villain. Her powers are interesting. Her use of the powers were interesting, as opposed to just standing there and just giving out orders. She's actually doing something. So yeah, in regards to the other MCU villains, she's genuinely good, as opposed to a guy that is a henchman and is an algorithm who's apparently a villain now.
Okay, all right, fair enough. We'll go on to AMBW.
I agree with what Jada was saying, but I think to sort of counter that, I feel like her circumstances overshadowed her actual personality. And so in general, like I would say her circumstances were understandable, but she didn't have much in the way of a personality. Also, her powers were really cool. Her powers are really cool. You know what I mean? She has probably like some of the coolest powers in the MCU, and her suit is cool too. But it's just that her personality, she almost has none, because the whole movie is spent on her trying to, save herself. So we so we don't get a whole lot of development in that regard. But so I guess I would say maybe mediocre. I mean, here's the thing. I've heard that she comes back in the Thunderbolts. So, if we do see more of her, I hope they develop her more.
Can I ask a genuine question about her? Is she an actual MCU villain, or Marvel?
She's an Iron Man villain, but they kind of changed her origin to suit They had to incorporate the quantum aspect, and Ghost in the Iron Man comics has nothing to do with the quantum realm.
Oh, okay, interesting. I mean, now you're kind of reminding me of the film because it was utterly forgettable. I think part of my problem was that she was almost too sympathetic. It's like, wait a second, is she a villain? Maybe, the Ant-Man should be trying to help her.
Yeah.
To understand her, go, hey, don't do bad stuff, but maybe I can try and help you out here.
She's not a villain.
She's really not like a villain as such. And then to add on top of that, her motivation's interesting, but she's not. So it kind of...
Is it your turn, Nerd Man?
Yeah, anyway, sorry. Yeah, go for it. Next person. Thank you for keeping me in check.
Take this over, bro.
Cool.
No, it's AMBW.
AMBW. No. AMBW went.
Well, then it's Mike after that.
You said genuinely good or mediocre? AMBW. Mediocre?
Oh, sorry. I thought it said, average. Yeah, she's mediocre.
Okay, cool. Mike?
What was the one above mediocre?
It was.
I just see Jesse Lex still.
Nice performance, but meh.
Nice performance.
Okay.
I agree with everything Jada said.
Okay. All right. Son.
Put her inside Kevin Feige's ass cheek because she's not even really a villain in the movie. So put her in Kevin Feige's ass cheek. She's not a villain in the movie. You almost feel bad for her and you want to like help her. It's like she should be part of Ant-Man's crew in the film to like, help.
She would have been a better hero.
Right, yeah.
She's the antagonist.
Supporting character to help them do their thing so she can help them.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, she's Kevin Feige's ass cheek, not a villain.
Paul.
She's good. The problem with Ant-Man 2, and I don't like that film, is not Ghost. The problem with Ant-Man 2 is the rest of it. It's like a goofy movie with Ghost put inside of it. That's why I don't like it. Ghost isn't the problem with that film. And what is this whole, I don't want to be relatable. Is Killmonger a villain because he's relatable? Is Thanos a villain because he's relatable?
We'll go on to Killmonger.
Killmonger literally has a lot of motivation for what he's doing. He has like 200 years of slavery. That's what he's talking about. That's his motivation.
He didn't experience that, though.
That wasn't his only motivation, though.
We'll go on to Killmonger.
We don't get into that, Lex, Lantern. But like, I think that Ghost has her motivation. It's a strong motivation, and she does villainous things because she wants to live. It's like stealing serum and killing guards so that you can live. She's doing this. She's killing people to live. She's a villain. her motivation might be, oh, I'm trying to live, but she's a villain. She's literally killing people, like for her own selfish desire. She could just phase out of reality and die, but she chooses to kill people, and her father helps her.
Well, yeah, but dying is like, maybe I would keep thinking, most of us would. So, yeah, in that sense, it makes it relatable.
What? Most of us would kill people to live, you're saying?
Possibly, yeah. I think if you took a sample of all of us.
So you're like, I'm going to kill how many people should die so that you live?
About 6 billion.
Survival of the fittest. It's survival of the fittest, man.
Hey,
so you admit that she kills people, K-Dot. So sure she's a villain. Thank you.
Yeah, but in the film she was just killing other bad people too. Because the whole film was all these different groups is racing to get Hank Pym's building with this quantum tech in it. She's just killing other bad guys and stuff. Like,
okay, so how many people does the computer guy kill, K-Dot?
He doesn't kill anybody because he's just.
Then how is he a villain but Ghost isn't?
Because no. Yeah, he's a Nazi.
He's a fucking Nazi.
He was literally killing Jews and stuff. Yeah, he's
he didn't do anything. He was a total.
There's some good Nazis.
No. But Jaded,
he was a toady and a gopher, okay, and a henchman. He did nothing.
He was helping the Nazi build all those futuristic weapons they had to do everything they needed.
Okay,
they are not Nazis. They are different. They're a separate
in other words,
organization
in the
from the
Captain America movie, any of the Nazi guards were villains now because they were Nazis.
Yes, they're villains.
They weren't Nazis though. Red Skull didn't align with Hitler.
Those henchmen that are killing people and
he didn't like Hitler
and stuff are villains. Henchmen are villains.
Yeah, he overtook Hitler, and they made that as if that was one of his villainous acts.
Wait. We need to establish. Can we establish that henchmen are villains too? Can we establish that if you're a henchman?
No,
if you're a henchman.
Listen, according to Marvel writers, Red Skull read Jordan Peterson's book, and that's what turned him into a Nazi. Okay? So,
well, the more apt word is antagonist.
Also, just low key, fuck those writers.
Oh, by the way, I'm just going to tell you right now. I there's too much MCU fucking energy going on here in the psychosphere for me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to veto one of your votes, but if I only have the power to veto one villain, okay? But if all of you agree on this villain, everyone, excluding Lantern, if all of you agree on this villain that they should go in another tier, then I will put them in that tier. Otherwise, it's vetoed. So
you already have your mind made
up. Robert Redford, guys, let's go for it. Together.
No, after this one. After Robert Redford. So just to let you know. Wait, I think it's Helix, right? Everyone. Yeah, Paul.
Yeah.
What?
Paul,
it's mine.
Yeah,
Oh, Tyler.
I said good, remember?
Okay. Tyler.
Okay, so I have this on DVD, which might help you with my answer. So, Ant-Man and the Wasp is clearly a Disney Plus movie. It definitely was not ready for cinemas. And sadly, Ghost is part of that movie. Now, I feel if Ghost was put in a better movie, then Ghost could be a better villain. Because the characters that she was put with did not work together, and neither did those dynamics and the chemistry between all of those characters. Ghost as a villain, I found entertaining, but not in that movie. So I feel like if it was in a better movie, then therefore Ghost would be a better villain.
Mm-hmm.
But the character arcs, the backstory, and everything else, I think are good. I like her motive for survival. So I'm going to put Lex was better.
Okay.
Definitely
fantastic. So stays in MCU overrated for now. And then finally, Pickle.
I feel like we've talked about Ghost way too much, more than she deserves.
Yes.
She is, mediocrity.
Mediocrity at its finest. Okay,
Yeah.
so she stays in mediocrity.
Yeah, Alan will explain it. We've been on it too long.
Way too long. Way too long. All right, so I'm gonna go to Ebony Moore.
Just before we do, can I just say something? I'm just looking on this DVD cover right now, and Ghost is nowhere to be seen on it, like at all.
All right, I'm gonna go to Ebony Moore. Okay, so Ebony Moore, I'm gonna maybe surprise a few folks here. I'm gonna put Ebony Moore in God tier. Literally one of the only
man.
It was literally one of the only entertaining things I found about Infinity War. I was so sad when this character died. They had a great motivation. They were completely dedicated in this kind of cult-like manner, like to Thanos, and it made it helped make Thanos that much worse a kind of character that he could brainwash somebody who actually is fairly powerful in and of themselves in this way. I really, really enjoyed the voice performance of this character. The design of the character was excellent, impeccable. One of the best CGI creations I've seen in a superhero movie. I thought Ebony Moore was actually fucking fantastic. First one I'm going to put in God tier. Sean.
Good.
Okay. Anything else? I'll move on otherwise. Okay, cool. Landon.
All right, first I'd like to plug my DC Films Unlimited podcast. First episode's available on my channel. We're on iTunes. Just go ahead and search
before
DC
he leaves.
Films Unlimited and get your DC fix like that. For this villain, I would say I don't remember them at all because I don't. So
bull fucking shit. And I listen to your podcast. It sucks.
Which movie?
His podcast is awesome. I listened to it the other day.
It's definitely one of the best intros ever.
It's got
he literally comes down and goes, "Rejoice, people." He literally comes down right in front of Iron Man at the start of Infinity War. What's wrong with you, Lantern? You don't remember Infinity War?
Infinity War?
Which one is BVS, right. Justice League, or Man of Steel? They all look the same to me. They all look the same to me.
Okay. Let's not.
Well, I can't remember much from Infinity War.
Let's not go into that. We're remaining objective and neutral about this.
They're in like
Jaded.
Scotland at one point. I remember that scene.
Go down a bit.
Really? For Ebony Moore?
Is that their name? How do you know their name?
MCU mediocrity at its finest.
Really? For Ebony fucking Moore. All right.
He was there to get Iron Man, Doctor Strange, and Spider-Man in the rocket ship. Once he got them in the rocket ship, you could kill him off. It was no longer necessary. He was just there to get them onto the rocket ship.
What did you think of the performance and design?
Oh, it was great. Oh, the performance was great, but he was just. We're talking about villains here.
Yeah, but I mean performance, design, and then what they do as villains.
Purpose as a villainous act was to get them on the rocket ship. Once they got on the rocket ship, they didn't need Ebony Maw anymore, so they killed him.
Dude, he took on Iron Man, Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, and he fucked them up, bro. He was badass as well.
Yeah, and if Doctor Strange had used the time stone, it would have been a problem. If Doctor Strange and Wong had used their portals, it wouldn't have been a problem, but they didn't, so that he could actually be a challenge.
Okay, fair enough. MBW.
I really like this character a lot too. I thought he actually genuinely presented like an actual threat. And like you said, I was kind of pissed that they killed him off so easily, like really early on. It would have been nice to see like an extended fight between him and Strange, especially in Endgame where he got revived, and but they didn't do that either. So I felt like he was wasted. But I was impressed by his character.
And he was better than the other two henchmen, right? He was much better than the other
one
two.
of all of them.
I mean, yeah, he seemed like really fucking powerful. He was just OP as fuck. But I will put him in good.
Okay. All right. Thanks, man. Rogue?
Yeah, I agree. Genuinely good. I liked him taking on Doctor Strange at the beginning, and then also the little thing he had with Iron Man and stuff like that. So yeah, definitely genuinely good.
Okay. K-Dots.
Nice performance, but mad villain. I mean, he was tight. He was powerful. I loved his dialogue, liked the way he looked, but just like Jaded said, he was only useful just to get Tony and him onto the ship, and then he died because of a movie reference. Tight. Yeah, nice performance, but mad villain.
All right.
The other two, the Black Order lasted longer than he did, and he's the most powerful one.
Yeah, and that was the most disappointing thing about it. He's the strongest, but he got defeated the quickest.
He's not the strongest.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
He took on more people.
Who's stronger
He's stronger than
Black Dwarf is the strongest.
Proxima Midnight, and
no, Black Dwarf is the strongest.
No, you mean physically, like in terms of his actual strength, or who's got the more power level?
Both.
Oh, okay. All right. We can argue that another time. Paul.
Yeah, putting him up against the rest of them, the rest of his goons, he's genuinely good. The rest of them are mediocre and die very fast and stupidly. But like, he's the best out of all of them. That scene where he first comes down is just rejoice, people of Earth. Like, just like Thanos has come, like, and they're just like, what the hell is this? That scene was great. And he's good when he's torturing Doctor Strange as well. That's also a great scene. So yeah, I think he's genuinely good.
Mm-hmm. Tyler?
Well, he wasn't really in the film for very long, was he?
No.
Nope. Which is probably why he's your favorite character, right? I guess for me, you know, he looks like Squidward, so that's my first criticism. It's very much a ripoff of Squidward. He's an old guy. He talks weird, and then he just goes. You know,
people could say that you talk weird too, Tyler.
I know people say that about Kiwis all the time. I would say he's mediocre. He's no better than Ghost.
Oh.
Wait, where do you put him?
Sorry, did you fall asleep through my monologue? I put him at mediocre.
Mediocre. Oh wow. I feel like people are doing this just to spite me or something. Mediocre.
We're not spiting you, but like,
how does that feel, nerd man?
We're not spiting with you.
Yeah, how does it feel to just spite someone because you're not getting your way? Just want to know.
All right. Pickle.
Put him back up.
Where?
He's good. Genuinely good. His actual performance is fantastic, dude. His screen presence is amazing. He has as much screen presence, if not more, than Loki. But the problem is he's only in 3 scenes. And he really does nothing.
No, but he does. When he took on fucking Doctor Strange, come on, man.
No, I agree.
That was really epic.
He's great. But he fights Strange, he tortures him, and then he dies.
You're right. I mean, that was a really big oversight. Maybe they hadn't cast the guy and known his voice and known, you know, what it was going to come out like before they wrote the script. So, but that was a really bad oversight because that character was genuinely menacing. I thought he was great.
I mean, he has telepathy, so I think they had to figure out a way to kill him because he was too powerful.
Yeah.
So, and Kata, I love that they killed him with a movie reference. They killed him with actual powers that Earth has that no one else has.
You would love that.
And wait, why is Kevin Feige's ass cheeks a bad thing?
Wait, they beat him because of gravity and suction. Like that. That's how they beat him.
Yeah, look. My
also that reference to Alien.
They fired a hole in the ship. He got sucked out, and that's unique to Earth.
I mean,
yes,
Pickle,
movies and film.
Pickle, for me, in all honesty, all the Black Order is trash, but he's the best one, and he gets ridden out like that. That was bad. He's the best one of the rest of the trash of his Black Order. That was trash.
He was like, your power.
It's also trash because it's called the Black
all that power, all that stuff he did to Strange, and he died in like 2 seconds.
Type. Exactly, because he didn't have something the Earth had. Film, baby.
I hope the top tier now helps you forgive me for Kevin Feige, though.
He lost.
So Nerman, move him back up to good because he's actually great.
We can't because when it let's take one more vote. So who was saying? I said God tier. How many said genuinely good?
Me.
Yeah,
I did.
I did.
Yeah.
Mike.
So that's 3.
That's 3 versus.
No, Mike said it too.
Mike said it too.
Okay.
Yeah, and I thought you said it, didn't you?
I said it was a man. Nice performance with a man.
No, man, didn't you say it was
Out
good?
of 10, 4, and then 6 were like mediocrity. It kind of goes into nice performance. Anyway,
God damn it.
Yeah, I genuinely would have put him higher.
I mean, he's still in the top 3 tiers. I mean, he's one of the better villains on this list, anyways.
Okay, this is where Pickle's gonna kind of start to hate me. Winter Soldier.
Wait, Nerman, can we flip and go from the bottom like on some of these?
I'm not doing all of these. I'm doing the main ones, man.
No, I'm saying can we flip it and like I go first on some of these?
Yeah. Okay. All right. So you want to
just alternate
this one?
No, you go first on this one.
The next one. Yeah, we'll flip it next time. I'm gonna just say, like, dude, it's fine. He has some nice fight scenes. Winter Soldier. He doesn't remain a villain once he's become an actual character who can speak. But yeah, sure, he becomes a slightly better character after that, but not great either. This guy's a genuinely good actor, by the way. I nothing against Sebastian Stan. He's a fantastic actor. But what was he in the first movie? He's a guy who can't speak, who can do great action scenes. I'm just going to say MCU overrated mediocrity at its finest. It's people go on like this is a genuinely good villain, and I have no idea why.
Have you seen Civil War?
Doesn't fucking speak.
You'll find out why.
He's not a villain in Civil War. They were talking about in Winter Soldier. All right.
We'll explain it to you.
Sean.
Put him in a nice performance. I mean, so he isn't like the best or whatever, most like layered villain in Winter Soldier, but I mean, sometimes, sometimes you don't need too much. He did great with what he had.
Oh no, it's nothing against the movie. I think it's fair enough for the movie that they did that. It's just as far as it goes, him as a villain.
I'm just saying, was the best possibly could have been with what he had. So it's nice performance.
Mm-hmm. I'll give it to you then, Lena.
I thought his metal arm was pretty cool, so we'll put him in nice performance. Not as good as Lex, though, of course. And that's DC Films Unlimited on Apple Podcasts.
Can somebody time MSK out?
Hey,
Jaded. Ban him from the channel.
His character is absolutely amazing, but as for a villain, he's just a mad villain.
Okay, stays where it is. AMBW.
In the context of the Winter Soldier film, I thought he was probably, he was excellent in that film. Up until the very end, which is predictable. He is a very, very menacing villain. He's a genuine threat. You know what I mean? Like, you genuinely feel like dread for, like a sense of dread for all the characters. So I put him in genuinely good.
Okay, genuinely good.
When did we do Bucky?
We're doing Bucky right now.
Crossbones.
No, we're not doing Crossbones. Mike.
I want you to take his metal arm, shine that son of a bitch up, turn it sideways and stick it straight up Pickle's ass cheeks, because the Winter Soldier in Winter Soldier has one of the greatest fight sequences in the entire MCU. That first one between him and Cap.
Correct.
The second
Dude,
one is even more because it has the emotional weight of Cap's just literally getting his ass handed to him willingly because he's trying to save his friend. The fact that you have to fight somebody who is a villain because he's been brainwashed, but yet you still care for this person and you want to save them, even makes it more complex. So I don't know what the fuck any all that put it any lower than this is talking about. It goes right straight between.
When you say stuff like that, I don't know why you see me as such an asshole, because we had that exact same fight where I was trying to save you from the dark side, and you were pummeling me, and I was letting you win. And you know,
you didn't let me.
But you don't see the nobleness in that. You don't see the nobleness. All right, K Dots.
I mean, I like the Winter Soldier in the movie for his action scenes, how cool he looked. He was a tight enforcer for Hydra. I mean, he didn't talk at all. Really didn't do much. It wasn't until the end of the film, in the third act, where you saw like the acting, the possible acting that can be done from him. Nice performance, but meh villain. Nice performance, but meh villain. I like Bucky, but you know, if he kind of talked and stuff, maybe. But nice performance, but meh villain.
It still stays in genuinely good. All right, Paul.
He's God tier. This guy's a beast. Dude, the choreography in that fight scene literally is like the most convincing part of like him trying to kill Captain America. Like, he's the only villain that looks like he's intentionally trying to kill these fools. He literally is stabbing a knife close to his face. He wrecks Black Widow. He destroys her like in 2 seconds. He's compelled with his brainwashing. And Mike's right. The end of that film, Captain America is literally like only desperate to stop the ships from killing everyone, that he's like basically letting Bucky like beat the shit out of him while he's doing it because of his friendship, and he wants to save his friend from like from Nazi programming. Like, come on. Like this guy is like one of the god tier villains of the MCU, if any. Like, him and Thanos stand side by side, in my opinion.
Oh, shut up. Shut the fuck up, dude. What the fuck did you? I was going with you for a minute. You almost convinced me, and then you said that bullshit.
Yeah, this kid makes a good point. He also did try to kill Nick Fury too.
So what?
He tries to kill everyone in that film. Every single
Fury
person.
Cool. That wasn't him. Like, Nick Fury looked cool out of that.
Are you serious? That car chase scene where he jumps out to blow his car off? What are you saying? And then you're talking about his performance. They talk about when they start saying the words to him, and he's active. Dude, don't sleep on the acting here from
and
Sebastian
it's better
Stan.
that he doesn't talk. It's more intense.
Yeah. It's more intense. He's brainwashed. He's not going to talk. He's brainwashed to kill. He's a killing machine.
Yeah, and look, that's fine. But if we grade him just off action sequences, then I mean,
if he talked at all, it wouldn't be convincing. He's completely brainwashed.
Zod is God tier.
So a brainwashed villain is God tier.
Exactly. Zod and fucking Doomsday are God tier.
No, Zod is.
No.
Yeah, Zod has a fucking really sick action scene.
We're talking about DC though.
We're not talking about DC. Why do you always have to go to DC to try and bring these movies down?
I'm trying to say if we were talking about
judge them on their merit.
Yeah, I mean, we're just trying to balance. Like, if we grade them on action,
no, just judge them on their Don't judge them off other things.
No, I'm not judging off DC.
DC boys always do this, and you can't do it. Stop pivoting away.
The Winter Soldier looks cool. He has great action scenes. He's a good enforcer for Hydra, but that's about it. And in that final act, that really has nothing really much to do with Bucky doing. That's more for Captain America, him not choosing.
He's straight up trying to murder. He's trying to murder Captain America while he's trying to save the
I
world.
mean, he was doing.
Are you serious?
Doing the whole movie.
Oh, it's not compelling.
I can't believe.
Go watch the scene again. What are you saying right now? This is ridiculous.
It wasn't compelling because of Bucky. That was compelling because of what Captain America did.
It's compelling because he's not trying to kill him. He could have killed Winter Soldier by kicking him off the side.
Yeah, because Captain America did not trying to.
Captain America saves him, and Bucky goes after him again.
Did anyone drop a tear?
I never thought I would say this, but let Tyler talk now, please. Okay, it's his turn.
True. But did anybody feel sad or anything when Bucky died in even the first Captain America? Because I didn't.
No.
Okay. Can I talk?
Okay, Tyler.
All right. BVS can go up my ass.
Don't do that.
That's the first thing I've got to say. Same with this. Same with the extended cut.
You bought it?
Sadly.
He bought it to put up his ass.
He buys a lot of things to put.
He has a
up his
Watchmen
ass.
or
Let's not like make that into a special thing.
Suicide Squad, Wonder Woman is pretty good. They can go somewhere else.
I'm confused. Are we ranking DC films or MCU
can we
films?
just do this?
Hey, Mike asked me to talk. Mike said he wanted me to talk, so I'm talking. Okay, blame him. Winter Soldier is a damn good villain. He's menacing as hell. Sebastian Stan is an amazing actor. He is God tier for definite. There's no way he's not going out of God tier. He is the man.
I thought you didn't see the movie.
Watch Winter Soldier? You didn't watch it,
guys.
Yeah, he can't vote on this. He can't vote on this.
I've seen all the Winter Soldier. I've seen the Winter Soldier.
I don't care.
I've seen the Winter Soldier thing.
You got to go straight to pickle.
I'm not even counting that.
You don't get to judge his movie because you've seen a couple of scenes. No.
Pickle.
Fine. I will watch the movie right now on the stream.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. You do that.
I say to see you in 2 hours.
Don't put the voice volume up. Pickle. Go for it.
God fucking tier. What K-Dot and Nerdman? What are you guys smoking? Did you guys watch the film?
I watched the film.
K-Dot, do you understand? No. Do you understand what a villain's supposed to do in a movie? Challenge the hero. This motherfucker is the MCU's version of the Terminator. Every single time he walks on the screen, you fear for everyone on the screen. The moment
he destroys
on,
Black Widow, he smashes him there in 2 seconds.
Why do I get interrupted?
The whole mythology of the fucking
Terminator got way more personality. Listen,
Pickle should speak. Let him speak. Let Pickle speak.
Terminator.
He is amazing. The moment he steps on the screen and he shoots that little disc under Nick Fury's car and blows him up, you're like, holy shit, who is this guy? Then he fucking has that chase with Cap in the apartment where he catches his shield. Then he shows up and fucking rips the steering wheel out of the fucking car of Black Widow. Then he starts fucking killing motherfuckers. There's like this like horror theme that plays every time he comes on the screen. He has the best fight scene in the MCU. Then, like Mike said, he has the great emotional impact.
Let me ask you a simple question.
Can I go?
You're biased. Let me ask you a question.
Can I finish?
No, he's got to finish. Let him finish.
Where would you put Joker in Dark Knight?
No, let him finish.
Where would you put Joker in Dark Knight if you want?
No, forget the fucking DC films. God damn it.
Forget the DC films. I'm just asking, where would you put Joker in Dark Knight?
He's the greatest comic book movie villain of all time.
So he's God tier.
He's like ethereal. He's my favorite performance in any film ever.
He's the highest tier.
Yes.
Okay.
This is an
You're
MCU
putting Winter
list
Soldier
for
on
the
the same
MCU,
fucking level as fucking Joker.
For the MCU, he's up
It's
my
not
ass.
for the MCU. We're talking about villains in general. Where do these guys rank in villains in general?
This is an MCU tier.
This is an MCU villain.
MCU villain tier ranking is what it says in the title.
Yeah, he's gonna put in Joker near the end of the stream. Put him in God tier.
Watch him.
Wow.
In a straight action movie, yeah. Sorry, I want a great action villain. Do we say that about the T-1000? Oh, he didn't speak, so he's not good. He was unstoppable. Therefore, he was great. Dude, he kicks a guy into a fucking helicopter propeller. He's amazing. And he's like,
he did speak.
I'm with you till the end of the line. That's amazing.
Fucking villain because of the presence. The acting, his performance is way better than fucking this performance. And I'm not even blaming Sebastian Stan. He has half of his face covered. Don't fucking gas
no, man. Nobody's brought up this scene.
Gas it.
After he sees Cap on the highway, and he's like, "Who the hell's Bucky?" Then you have that scene where they like wipe his mind, and you fucking feel for him. Where he's like, "I remember that guy," and they're like, "Nah, fuck you, you're a fucking robot." And they fucking electrocute him. You feel for him and Cap. He challenges Cap physically and emotionally. Incredible fucking villain. Eat my dick.
And that's why I'm saying Cap America's great, because you see his reaction to this villain who has an emotional connection to him. But that does not make the actual villain and his performance and his fucking role fucking great.
It's too late, Nerdman. No, man. He's not going to change his mind, and neither am I.
No, it's fine. I'm keeping him in God tier, but I'm sorry, I've got to fucking challenge this. First of all, you're talking about
man, this is a long list. Can we move along?
Yeah. Fuck you. This is my stream, you motherfucker. All right. I'll
just say this.
Sean, if you're on a tier list, you got to go.
No, we need some Pickle versus Nerdman right now.
You're talking about fucking Terminator. You're talking about the greatest CGI up until that time. You're talking about fucking great fucking.
What made the T-1000 great, Nerdman? Tell me, what made him great? What made the T-1000 great in that movie?
The CGI was fucking amazing for that time. Even to this day, it stands up. The acting, the way the fucking guy actually moved, the thought process behind how he actually moved made him ever that more dangerous. The fact he was a cop as well, like he was a police officer, so it's somebody you can trust. The fact that he's up against a child, right? As opposed to just fucking Captain America who has superpowers. So you feel the stakes, the fear, the tension so much more with the danger that he presents to the hero. Everything about that character is fucking better.
No, you're telling me physical attributes, nothing about his actual character. What about him as a person?
Him as a person.
That for Bucky.
You see him screaming and all the rest of it, and the guy's like saying.
He has so many more abilities. He can copy, he can mimic people's voices so that he can present himself as this guy's fucking foster mother.
So you're saying he's a dangerous physical villain. That's what Bucky is.
No, but not on the same level.
You're describing just technology that he has.
It's not done with the same artistry.
Dude, the T-2000's even worse. In T2, he basically does the same thing, but just runs a lot. But he's still a terrifying villain because he's unstoppable.
Even the way he
knives,
runs,
stabbing weapons. It doesn't matter. They're still physical. Winter Soldier runs with purpose in this film.
I'm leaving it in God tier. To be fair to Pickle, I'm going to let you have your final say, and I'm leaving it in God tier. But that's bullshit, and I think you know it.
No, I didn't say he was better than the T-1000. I said he's the MCU's version of the Terminator. Because every time he shows up, his score, his presence, his action, killing people, he's dangerous and you fear him.
Okay.
He is the best physical threat in the MCU.
Okay. All right. We will go to, because I'm going to leave like minor kind of henchmen off to the later just because of time constraints. So we're going to go to the main villain of Ant-Man. I can't even remember.
Lex Luthor.
I can't even remember this guy's name. But having said that,
good Yellow Jacket.
I don't mind.
He'd be a great TV Lex Luthor, no doubt.
Yeah, no, he'd be a great TV Lex Luthor. I don't mind this guy's performance. I think his performance is absolutely fine. I think he tried his very best to be menacing with what was given to him. I would say his performance is actually good, but the fact of what he is as a villain is so bad that I have to leave him in. You have to actually try to make such a vanilla villain. Congrats. You even have a guy who's giving it everything he can, and he still can't elevate this villain to anything more than that for me.
Oh my God.
Next.
Sean?
Oh, sorry. No. I was just computer was like, and
Stop masturbating.
No, that's what MSK's doing. Okay, see, mediocre.
We'll get to that, LDG. Don't you worry.
Mediocre. Okay. All right. London Alex.
Well, my DC Films podcast is available on Apple podcasts.
Please subscribe.
I did not see.
Channel. He's got a great channel.
Can you link it in the chat?
Leave a 5-star rating on iTunes.
Yeah, send me the link and I'm gonna put it in the chat as well.
I got it. I'll do it. I'm a mod.
K-Dos got it? Wow, K-Dos.
Thanks, man.
The bomb.
I didn't see Ant-Man, so.
Okay. All right.
Holy God.
We'll go on to Jaded Fanboy.
Genuinely good.
Really?
It is correct. You are correct, Jaded. Thank you for being rational.
Really? Okay.
He's what he was for me. He was the first atypical MCU villain in the MCU movies. He had a plan to take over. Ironmonger was basically just a copy of the thing, but so was Yellow Jacket. But I don't know. He was just a more. He was a. I don't know. I just thought he was a very good villain compared to the other options available.
I can kind of see where you're coming from with that.
I mean, he's literally a ripoff of Ironmonger, and I forget the name of the character, Obadiah Stane. He's kind of a ripoff of Obadiah Stane, but it's, I don't know, he just pulled it off better for me.
And you know, the funny thing is, if you just wanted a typical Lex Luthor character, don't think out of the box kind of thing, nothing creative about it, but just one that works, he would have been a pretty fucking good Lex Luthor.
He's a simple villain, but he just pulled it off really well.
Yeah. All right, AMBW.
I would put him in nice performance, but meh, because the lack of development. I'm guessing that they were trying to make him a little bit more sympathetic to us, basically by mentioning that he used to be like Hank's protege or something like that, and then Hank like abandoned him. But then again, there's not we don't get much in the way of development for him overall. I liked he did appear to be menacing in the third act. Like he was, for a while he was, I guess, he was basically like a legit threat, and because of that, Ant-Man had to shrink down to like quantum size or whatever the fuck it's called. Anyway, I would just say nice performance. He was intimidating, but he lacked actual character development, so not much there.
Oh, I also want to add, because I just remembered, he killed the guy in the washroom because he didn't want to support him, and at the end of the movie, he was gonna actually kill his daughter right there. Like, he literally had no compulsion on killing the little girl. So
but the worst thing he did was kill an ant in the whole movie. And
no, he killed a whole bunch of sheep. I believe, was it sheep?
Oh wow! Okay.
He shrunk that sheep. He shrunk it.
What happens is that they all kind of turned into a mob and then exploded because he kept doing test number 1, test number 2, test number.
Oh, okay. All right. To the mic.
Well, I'd just like to say that if you need a fix of DC propaganda, then Lantern Alex has a podcast that's on Apple iTunes and
thank you very much, Mike.
Anywhere else you can find a podcast. And I would have to say that this dude is he's good where he is right there. I mean, he could have been a little bit better. He was menacing, as far as I did think he was going to kill Ant-Man's daughter and all that stuff. But there's just something just a little off. I like the dude, the actor. He was good. But yeah, where he is now, he's definitely better than Lex Luthor. But yeah, I like him. So right there is fine.
Hey, Mike, his storyline was a tale to be astonished by.
Exactly.
Okay, dots.
He'd been nice performance of Matt Villain. It wasn't until the third act when I was like, yo, this dude's like, he's a threat. He's not to be messed with. But I really feel like they should have had him in the film more as Yellow Jacket, like in the second act and even some of the first act. Kind of like how Green Goblin in Spider-Man 1 was throughout the film. I feel like they should have kind of done that with him. Not make him insane, but have his presence as Yellow Jacket be felt throughout the film. Mm-hmm. But nice, he was nice performance, but Matt Villain.
Okay. Paul.
He's genuinely good. Throughout the film, he becomes more and more deranged, He straight up kills that guy, knowing that he would turn into a blob in the toilets just because he won't fund him, and he humiliates him in that business meeting. He genuinely wants Hank Pym to look at him like a son, and he wanted to know the secret of the Pym particles, but Pym knew this was in him, and that's why he like becomes more and more deranged and more like obsessive and paranoid about Pym keeping things from him. He is a complex villain. I'm sorry that a lot of you people didn't see this, but he's actually a really complex villain in this film. He's not straight up
Paul,
generic,
you are a more
flibbity
complex
gibbet.
villain than this fucking guy. Fuck
And
off.
in the end, he is very villainous at the end. He does come, and he does look like he's going to kill anyone that gets between him and that technology, including his daughter. He uses his daughter to bait him to come and fight him, and he genuinely looks like he's like, I want you. She's like, I want my daddy. He's like, I want your daddy too. Like he's generally, and then the end, his death is brutal. Like he zooms down through the modulator thing, and then basically makes him implode on himself. He's a good villain. Yellow Jacket's amazing, and that fight scene at the end is some of the greatest effects in the MCU, going from large to small.
I'm gonna ask,
and they managed to make it comedic
when
as well.
Thomas the Train Engine falls off the track.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah, that's funny. It's funny because they make it so epic while they're on it.
That's
the whole
brilliant
point.
because you see all this great fighting scene, and then the movie goes,
and then it hits him.
Little toy train.
That's what's happening. Yeah,
I know, it
exactly.
was great.
Reality.
It's
good.
Genuinely terrible. Okay. I'm going to ask Pickle a question about this because I know he's the expert.
It's my turn.
Yeah, skip Tyler, baby.
Tyler, go.
It's my turn. I've seen the film, just for starters. I have.
Shit, that's surprising.
Ha ha ha. Yeah, funny story actually about this film is I went to Fantastic Four, the Fox version, before I saw Ant-Man, and I missed out on Ant-Man on theaters, and I had to watch on DVD later.
Great story.
Yeah, I know, right?
Amazing.
Very funny. There's a lot more to it, but I'm not going to get into it.
Wow.
So, as for Vin Diesel's twin brother, the handsomer version, yeah, I'd say he's genuinely good. I enjoyed his performance. I thought he was menacing. He had some great lines. He literally went and attacked Paul Rudd's family. He literally attacked the family. You've got to be super evil and really, doing that on yourself to go after someone's family, let alone their young daughter who can't even defend herself. He's a sick, twisted bastard. So keep him where he is.
Wow. All right. Pickle.
What do you want to ask me?
Oh, yeah. The question was, this guy, does he ever speak to Ant-Man during the movie? Like, actually speak to Paul Rudd's character, like, before they have their final fight?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's a really weak area of the MCU in terms of these villains, because that adds the personal connection, and it often doesn't happen in the MCU, and that's one of the reasons why I remember him being like really good, but he never gets over the line because he never has that moment of like really adding the personal stakes there. But yeah, that was all I was going to ask. What do you think of my man?
I mean, that's one of the problems. Like he's a Hank Pym villain. And Paul Rudd just kind of gets in the way. I mean, he's a really good sleazy, like business guy who just like scorned by his mentor. He wants to take over. I mean, I think he's genuinely good until the final act when he's just like screaming at Ant-Man like, "I'm gonna disintegrate you," and he just becomes like very cartoonish. And the fact that him and Ant-Man don't actually feel like they're rivals, like they don't ever really speak other than shooting lasers at each other. So he's a nice performance, but he's meh.
Okay, so it leaves him in genuinely.
I like him more outside of the suit. He has this like raw swagger to him, but when he gets in the suit, I think that's when he gets actually weaker, Paul.
Okay, I'm gonna leave him where he is. Thanks for that. And I'm gonna let you start off with Hella this time.
You're damn right you are.
Pickle, because I love you, dude. Go for it. So Feige's ass cheeks, yeah?
Genuinely good.
Oh, you motherfucker.
Hela is a straight. She's not complex. She's not deep. She's straightforward, cheese camp, classic comic book. Who's the fucking actress?
Kate Blanchett.
Kate Blanchett. I just woke up. Kate Blanchett is giving it her all, dude. She's having a fucking great time. She's just an entertaining, murderous bitch. That's all you want sometimes. You don't always want a complex villain. She's just evil. That costume, that presence. She wipes out the Asgardian army, destroys Mjolnir. She challenges Thor like no one ever had before. She's genuinely good. She doesn't have a bad scene in the movie.
I was hoping that you would actually be real for once and actually be genuine about this character, but
I can't be. I'm
once
fake
again, brother. All right, whatever, Pickle. I still love you.
Are we going up this way, or are we going? Where are we going?
Yeah, going up from Pickle.
Okay, all right, here we go. Now it's my time. So Carl Urban is a better villain than Kate Blanchett's Hela.
What?
Wait, what?
I mean,
yes, a villain.
That's the dumbest thing you've ever said, Tyler.
The reason why is he poses as a woman to get into a ship to salvation after he was a henchman trying to do all the mean things.
Tyler, just because that happened to you in your personal life, I know you can't.
Okay. Truth is, Kate Blanchett is an Australian, which means normally bad. But in this case, I would agree with Pickle. She wipes out her own world, her own planet, just because she is a pure evil bitch. So yeah, I would agree. Keep her genuinely good. Okay. That other thing was just a little comedy spice up of Tyler's world type of thing.
Keep it going, Tyler. All right, thanks, man. Paul.
Yep, she's solidified, genuinely good. She's really menacing throughout the film. She breaks his hammer in the first scene she's in, just showing the dominance of her power scale is like so superior to him. The only way he beats her is like realizing his true power, which is like a good like spurs him on to become better, which is what you want from a villain. You want the hero to have to basically become more than what they are at that point to beat her, and that's why she says like, "What are you the god of again?" And he realizes who he is. He's not the god of hammers. He's the god of fucking thunder. And so like so he beats her in that way. And then we have that amazing immigrant song where he just wrecks all of her minions. But like I like she like comes into Asgard. She basically throws down. I don't like how all of the seven died, but I understand that they were setting a dominance with her from the beginning, of like his friends getting all murdered basically at the start of the film. But she takes the throne with no thing. She adds to the story as well. She rips down the top of the ceiling and shows the true story of Asgard, how Odin and her like raged across the galaxy, and that's how they have the peace they have now is because of her war and her war side. And then he locked her away because she's insane. The only way to beat her was to bring Ragnarok. That was the only way to beat her. So she's super powerful. She had a compelling story arc. When they revealed the story about her, as I said, we got more of a compelling reason why she hates her father, why she hates her brothers. I think she overall was a good villain for that movie.
DC Docs. Spectre.
Yeah, put it.
I'm gonna give you one veto as well.
What?
They get one veto as well. You can veto everyone's vote. And
are we all agreeing that
everybody agrees that they are so good that they need to be in the place that they're put? Will it overturn your veto? So, K-Dots, go for it.
So as far as Hela goes, I put her in generally good. Like, she's a villain the whole movie. They don't try to make you feel bad for her. I love her motivations for why she is angry with what's going on, because in all honesty, Odin's a true villain because he made her what she is, and he's trying to basically get shut out his wrongs and hide them. But no, hella throughout the movie, she's a villain. She fucked up the Warriors 3, took that bitch's Thor's eye. Beautiful scene. And in the end, I mean, she wins. Asgard got destroyed. Whether she did or not, Asgard was destroyed. So generally good. Put her up there.
Okay. All right.
Well, Kate, I'm proud of you. You actually talked about her character without talking about her looks. You're growing.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was gonna get annoyed if somebody brought up her looks. Anyway,
nice too, just to make that clear.
Yeah, all right. Anyway,
she's only hot
Mike.
in one scene. Okay, let's be real. She's only hot in one scene. That's when she's got her hair down before she wears that ugly hat.
Yes. Genuinely good. I have a problem with this movie because I don't think there was too much humor. The way they contrasted the serious things that happened in there, it was too it wasn't taken too seriously, and there were things in there I didn't agree with, but she was good. And actually this movie, and I'm going to say it since DC Dots didn't want to say it, but this is the first movie that made me actually like lust after Kate Blanchett because she was just looking fine. But
really,
yeah,
this was the first one.
Genuinely good.
I thought she was always quite an attractive woman. Okay, AMBW.
I really liked her a lot. I think it was Paul or someone who said that like literally the only way to beat her was by destroying Asgard through the whole event. So it basically, you know what I mean? It was quite clever. It definitely showed how powerful she was. She was a legit threat. I wish that I can't believe I'm saying this, but I might be one of the only people alive on the earth who doesn't really care for the movie because of the comedic tone. You know what I mean? But I feel like performance-wise, Kate Blanchett is one of the better villains in the MCU. It would be nice to see her come back. I don't know if that's possible, but it'd be nice just for her to show up somewhere else. So I would say genuinely good.
Okay, we move up to Jaded Fanboy, I believe.
I can't get over my bias on how they absolutely eviscerated her character from the comic books. She's supposed to be Loki's daughter. She's supposed to be the goddess of hell. And the movie went, we don't give a shit. And they changed her character so much. And I cannot get over that. I understand directors are allowed creative license, but they just simply, like, she didn't even have to be Hela. You could have literally taken any character and given her that same role because she has nothing to do with Hela from the comics. So the very bottom.
But how she acts is the exact same.
I'm saying I can't get over my bias on how they absolutely eviscerated her character from the comic books.
But they didn't. She's the same character.
The only thing they took from the comics was
Wait,
her
are we
name.
judging it based on the movie or the comics? Because none of these are based on the comic book characters.
I will allow.
Of course you will. Of course you will.
Because she's not the villain she's supposed to be. You could have made it. You could have named any character. Like Hela was not the Hela from the comic books, which is what it's supposed to be based off of. I know it's biased, and I'm admitting that it's biased, and I can't get over it. And that's why I think she's a
I'm just going to say this. He's seen the movie, but I will have something to say about what
that should about half his, count.
And Pickle, when it's my turn, you can talk as well, because
even if you don't want to count it, I have no problem.
I'm going to go off on that. But he has seen the movie, so I'm going to give him his reasons.
I have both counts because I'm admitting it's pure bias.
No, it's fine. Your vote counts, but I'm going to go off on that. All right. Next, Lennon.
I thought she was hella fine in this movie. Kate Blanchett, so sexy, that MILF, my God. Waititi Titi directed this, right? Was that how I say his name? Waititi Titi. He was also in Green Lantern. I didn't see this movie, so I'll give it a 5 out of 10.
Your vote doesn't count. Thanks very much for that.
I gotta go eat. I'll see you.
By the
I'll
way,
be in the
you
back
can
room.
find him on Everyone Loves the MCU channel.
It's called DC Films Unlimited. It's on
DC
iTunes.
Films Unlimited. It's
DC Films Limited.
It's Kevin
Films
Feige
Unlimited
love
on
channel.
iTunes.
Like,
Well, that makes no sense because they're limited.
They're unlimited DC films.
Now they're limited with the way
They're
going.
unlimited DC films.
Okay, all right. Let's all right. Sean.
Because Justice
nice performance.
DCFU.
Nice performance. Okay, so that moves it back up to genuinely good. Now, I'm gonna say straight up, Jaded, that's fucking bullshit.
No, I agree. Like I said, it's pure bias, and if you don't want to count it, you don't have to. I'm fully admitting it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna count it because you've seen the movie, but I'm just like, she's still fucking Hela. There's still enough elements of that character, and
there's zero elements. There is
the threat she's supposed to pose to Thor in that, and there's so many of these characters in the MCU who you can apply the exact same standard to. So I don't know why you're choosing this specific character to up in arms about. That being said, I think Hela's a bullshit character. I think people think, oh, she's hot, blah blah blah. Fortunately, as Pickle has said, like nobody mentioned that in this stream, but that's all I've heard usually when referring to this character. Oh, she's hot. If she was some bloke who did the exact same thing, no one would give a fuck about this character. I don't think she's very good at all. I don't find like she's just generic evil character, basically. Generic evil character that they've given some kind of personal relationship because of the Odin thing. But in the end of the day, very, very generic as a villain. I didn't find her compelling at all. She's fucking one-dimensional. Her powers and abilities are fucking not creative. Her fight scenes aren't that creative in the end of the day. I just don't think she's that good at all. They just put a checklist of terrible things she can do. Take out Thor's eye, without actually adding any stakes by killing anyone, obviously. But terrible.
Can I just ask?
Yeah, go on.
Can I just ask you a question?
Yeah.
You know why the ocean's getting cleaned up of trash? Because it's all going in your stomach and coming out of your mouth right at this minute.
Sure, that was that. I like that. That was a bit sassy of you,
Thank you.
there,
Thank you.
Tyler. But it's genuinely how I feel.
I'm trying.
I mean, I don't feel strong enough to die on a hill to veto this vote. But like, honestly, I do not see what you guys see in this. I think it's a horrid movie. It's empty, soulless. And
now you're offending me as a New Zealander. You're now offending me as a New Zealander. Now we're gonna fight. Come on, come at me.
But it doesn't go down. It stays in genuinely good, considering how many put her in genuinely good. It seems.
Man, I challenge you to a dance battle. Come on, let's do it.
You would lose, but
oh no, trust me. I did tap and jazz when I was younger, so I've got.
Okay, we're going on to ego. Thank you. You can tap down there in the background. Pickle, you start off with ego. Next one, I'm gonna start off.
Let me see the tears.
Hey, you doing the Toby dance?
Oh, you mean?
Not really good performance. Wait, I'm distracted by Tyler.
Sorry.
Really good performance, but he's a meh villain.
Okay.
Like, I mean, he's Kurt Russell being Kurt Russell, but I don't know. Like the whole twist of him killing Peter's mom is kind of ham-fisted in there. Him and Peter's relationship, I don't know. I just didn't really feel it. It was very hammy and over the top.
Okay.
Like he's a good villain, but he's not this like epic, deep, emotional villain like Paul claims he is.
Okay.
Like he kept referencing Brandy the song, and I'm like, dude, okay, you've said it like 6 times. I get it. You're hitting me over the head with it. Like you were a bad dad. Now you're his dad. Now you're evil. Then he fucking just turns into a generic third act villain where they punch each other. It's it's Kurt Russell, so there's that.
I get you. Oh, who was the last one there? Sorry, was that? Oh, yeah, you came out there, Sean. So so yeah, you dropped out. So Sean, go on.
I think Sean's eating.
Tyler.
Hello. Thank you. I'm back again. Yeah, Pickle's not wrong. It is a generic villain who fights with Pac-Man. Come on. Okay, that's got to be good, right? It's like a Pac-Man fight. You know? Yeah. Okay. The second Guardians of the Galaxy is not as good as the first one. We can all agree on that. Kurt Russell as a villain was disappointing for the first 2 acts, I will say. For the third act, he was fun, but I never really understood his character's full motives. I know that he was just a bit of an asshole who had sex with a lot of women. That's all I picked up. He sort of just slept his way through the world and had kids with everyone, so then he could, like, make more kids or something, or control them and eat them. I would say he's overrated.
Okay. All right. So it stays where it is for now, and then if anyone else feels the same, we'll move it. Helix.
He's genuinely good. Eat my ass, Pickle. The father-son dynamic is great in this film. Kurt Russell plays it really well. His motivation is to create children so that he can basically take over every planet in the galaxy. That's why he's gone to every planet and put a little seed there so that it evolves and basically makes an ego out of like universe wide. That's the whole motivation, and he needs someone of his kind in order to do that. And it turns out that humans and the Celestial have something that none of the other aliens that he mated with had, which is Peter. Peter is part Celestial, so that's why he uses him at the end. The great moment is when he says, "I had to kill her," because his ego is in his name. It doesn't shut him up. He would have ruled the universe, but he had to tell Peter his entire thing, and that's what snaps Peter out. He goes, "What?" And he's like, "You killed my mom," and it was too much for Peter. And then they have the epic fight at the end. This movie is underrated. People sleep on it, and there's a really good father-son dynamic in this movie. And we have Yondu and Rocket also have a journey together as well. People sleep on the other characters in this film. They go all ego, and Peter, but
Stick to the villain, dude.
But they don't talk about the other stuff.
I get it, but try and stick to
Kurt Russell. Kurt Russell is a great villain. He's genuinely good. He deserves to be up next to Vulture, at least. Robert Redford should be up there as well. But yeah, he's not God tier. He's not the best villain in the MCU, but he's a good villain, and he changes Peter for the better.
After hearing Paul's argument, I'd like to change my vote to genuinely good.
Paul, no, you can't. It sticks there. Paul, by the way, sorry about that. You were making some very good points, by the way. I agreed with them. It's just I wanted to focus.
That's all right.
I'll say ego is. What's the tier behind meh? Was it mediocre?
Yeah.
Put him in overrated. I mean, I really didn't care about the villain or the character. I didn't care about him trying to have this establish a relation with Peter, them playing catch, all that stuff. Kurt Russell was fine. I don't hate Kurt Russell. You know, anything Kurt Russell does, like, yeah, he's cool. But like, it was really that final part where I was like, all right, now this dude is just an idiot. He's gonna sit there, keep talking, and tell Peter how his mom died, and then he just really just ruined his own plan. I'm like, I get it, he has an ego, but that was just straight up stupid.
That's a very good point. That's gonna come into my argument. I didn't even think about that.
On talk, like he had a chance. Like, so you're gonna tell your son, "I killed your mom." You're gonna think like your plan is still going to go work somehow. Like,
yeah.
Well, Paul claims that he has an ego, even though he doesn't have an ego through the
I
whole
get it.
rest of the movie.
I get it. That's fine, but he's still
No, he
stupid
does have an
villain.
ego throughout
Stupid
the rest of
villain
the
needed
movie.
him.
Actually, he
something stupid
does.
to happen for this plot to keep
does.
moving forward. Like that was
He
just
does,
dumb.
but that's still
Oh my
pretty
god,
dumb.
his ego's throughout the entire thing. He's like, he flies by him while riding the ship, going, "Hey guys," like he literally, his ego is throughout this entire. He lives for his namesake.
Yeah, it's still pretty dumb.
He
though,
also
I have
turns
to
into
admit.
David Hasselhoff. Oh, that's cringe.
He turns into David.
I mean, I don't dislike Kurt Russell, and it's just the way
Thanks
they
for
wrote.
reminding me. Pickle.
If that last part didn't happen and he did something so stupid for his plot for his plan to get unfolded like that, I would have been like, okay, cool, but nah. Ego unfolded his own fucking plans. I'm like, dude, you're trash.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't Lex Luthor do that as well? So I would say he's trash as well.
I'm not talking about Lex Luthor.
Yeah. Okay. Rogue.
Genuinely good. I
Okay,
agree with
well.
everything that Paul said, except for Pickle eating my ass. And yeah, I don't. That's a common villain trope, especially definitely in the James Bond movies, where instead of telling them your plan, you should kill them, but you're not. You're sitting there because your hubris and your ego demand that you have to have demonstrate your superiority right before you're supposed to dispatch with the person who is your enemy, and they don't do that. So he has to see how awesome I am. I was good, and that's why I had to take out your mom. Like it's right there to be critical of that yes, you would think, okay, you know what, dude, why did you do that? But these villains can't help themselves, and that proves to be their downfall. So
Okay. All right, fair enough.
But he says it killed me to put that tumor in her head. So it's not even his ego. He's just telling her, "Sorry, I did it."
No, it is.
No,
because
the speech is what does it, Pickle. It's the speech. He's giving this monologue about how, like, he literally, his ego doesn't allow him to stop talking. That's the point of it.
I think you're talking about you, Paul.
Do you genuinely? Do you genuinely think he actually had any remorse about his mom?
I remember when someone said. I remember someone saying once, people resort to personal attacks when they have no actual valid point to say. Was that you, Pickle, that said that?
Paul,
and he's not living proof. And he's living proof, Paul.
I think that might have been Jeb. I think it was Jeb.
Look, I know real quick. I know he doesn't have any remorse for his mafia, but he knows that's going to trigger his son. If he said that, like, I killed your mother, he should know that's going to trigger his son.
But he can't help himself.
I know that. But he wants his plan to
ego.
go through, and he needs Peter to comply. He says, "Hey, I'm sorry, I put the tumor in your mom's head," and then he doesn't comply no more, which starts to f up his whole process that he's trying to do.
Well, because like these humans are beneath him. Like this is the thing, and it ties in with like the Eternals, like the Celestials, like the humanity and whatever life is on these planets where they're dropping their seed. It's beneath them. They're just using them as incubators.
Yeah, I know that's fine. I have no issue with what he's doing. My issue is that he unraveled his own plan when he didn't need to obviously do that.
Well, he didn't think he was unraveling it because he thought he had the high ground.
Yeah, and then he ended up not having it like short after because they come and crash in to stop it. But
perhaps if he was in a shitty Star Wars prequel, he might have.
All right, AMBW.
I hope he was. I wish he was.
Yo, Kylo Ren's better. AMBW.
I think it was trash. I think like Ego is probably one of the more underwhelming villains because he's like, how do I put this? I love Kurt Russell in the role. I think he does the most that he can with it. I'm not saying performance-wise it was bad because I thought he did a good job, but it's just his character is kind of lacking depth. You know what I mean? Because I think like just like the other guys have said, like to him, you know, like human life is it's nothing. You know what I mean? He's very, very like callous and very lax about just blatantly admitting that he killed, you know, his mother's son right in front of him. I mean, You know what I mean? Like to him, it's like just he has no regard for that kind of stuff, and so it's kind of hard to really get behind him, or just kind of hard to kind of relate to like someone with that much power. So he kind of lacks depth in that regard. So to me, it's just not really all that great. I guess I'll probably, where would I put him? Well, I wouldn't say he's complete trash. Maybe just mediocre.
So overrated.
Yeah, overrated. Yeah.
Overrated. I'm gonna leave him there for now because there's a little bit of a mixed reaction to him. Jaded.
It was really hard to take him seriously. I understand with what Paul was saying, as a villain, he was fine, but it's like, so Ego was a Celestial. So how does that work with how Celestials work in the Eternals? Like, that's not how Celestials work. That's why Ego wasn't a Celestial in the comic books. He was one of the elders. He wasn't his father. And I'm going, like, what are you guys doing, Marvel? Like, you not know how to... It's just so hard to take him seriously because Marvel just has absolutely no idea what they're doing when it comes to these characters and their own plot development. He's a Celestial, but he's a planet that's a Celestial, but not according to the Eternals. So he's a nice performance, but man. Because again, he's a great villain, and I like his characters, but
it's staying in the middle right there. Then, and then Sean.
Nice performance.
Nice performance. Okay. Yeah. So it stays in the middle. And you're gonna go with anything apart from that?
No.
All right. I'm a little bit fucking flummoxed because basically K-Dots, my wonderful son, made such a good point, but so did Paul.
Paul makes
and
great
I
point about
agree with like a lot of what Paul said. I have to say I don't enjoy this movie at all. I think it's a trash movie. I think it's below the trash. But the only thing that there was one point where I watched it, and for some reason I was maybe in a very good mood or whatever, and I actually liked the movie. And there was one reason for that, and that was fucking this character right here. I enjoyed Kurt Russell's performance. I thought he was so good. When you say nice performance for an MCU villain, this is the guy who's the definition of that for an MCU villain that otherwise isn't that great. And then also, when you talk about like the villain makes the hero, this is the ultimate definition of that as well, because this villain is so much better than the fucking hero who he's going up against, that you actually feel some kind of stuff for the hero as well. I'm gonna have to put him in. I'm gonna have to put him in, even though I do think you put a really good point there, K-Dots, about like why would he? Because it does make him kind of stupid. Why would you tell him? It's just because the plot needed you to tell Star-Lord at that point. I'm still going to put him in a genuinely good, because I enjoyed him for the most part, and I really would have just not liked this movie at all if it wasn't for his presence. And maybe what's it, Wandu, the one with the whistle. Those two were the characters that I liked. In this
also,
movie.
real quick, another thing, like he is the planet. Gamora and Amara walking around investigating stuff, and like, does he not know that what they're doing to him? Like, you're the fucking planet.
I'm gonna put him in genuinely good, but I think that still leaves him in nice performance for an MCU villain.
You know what?
So,
Sorry, I have to say this. Sorry, never mind. I just had to say I forgot to add this. Like, he's a really, I've said it before, he's an underwhelming villain, because compared to the other like Phase 3 villains, which were for the most part really good, like a huge step up from the previous villains. Like I said, he lacked that, he lacked that kind of depth that the other villains brought during this time in the MCU. So I don't know. I mean, like I get it. Kurt Russell's awesome. He's the shit, but it just kind of sucks. It's just kind of there. You know what I mean? So.
But Kurt Russell, man, he just makes things fun to watch. All right.
Yeah, like Kurt Russell's presence there was like awesome. Like I wasn't mad at Kurt Russell. I was like, well, your character's kind of mad, but Kurt Russell and anything is like tight. So
all right, okay, I want everyone to remember, guys, who's got the vetoes here. We're gonna go Baron Zemo next. Oh no, yeah, let's do Baron Zemo next. So we've got Baron Zemo, the dominatrix dressed fucking bullshitter himself. I think this guy is Feige's ass cheeks. I really
I know you gonna do that shit.
I have no idea why people think this guy's a good villain. They take 2 minutes of this guy's fucking whole, and this guy's a great actor, by the way, but they take 2 minutes of this guy's whole fucking character where he gives them some fucking sob story at the end about how the Avengers fucking killed him or whatever. And they make that into this whole thing of how he's like a good character because of that. Like he's a good sympathetic character or sympathetic villain. Bullshit he is. The rest of the movie is nothing. He's absolutely nothing. The only interest in that movie is the fucking heroes and what they're doing and their airport fight and Captain America versus Iron Man. This character is loose. And you want to talk about Jesse Eisenberg's plan being fucking ridiculous. Let's talk about this guy. I mean, the luck, the amount of things that have to go right for this guy's plan to even make any fucking coherent sense is exactly the same as Jesse Eisenberg. And he isn't even like, I don't even get why he's a mastermind. Nothing is explained to me about any depth about this character at all. I just think he's just so fucking terrible. I don't know what anyone's talking about when they say he's a good villain. I'm gonna go to Sean.
Nerdman, while he's speaking, can you share my screen in a second?
Vanilla. I don't really remember anything about him, honestly.
I can share your screen if you share it. Vanilla as well. Okay. So that moves it up. Oh, no, it doesn't. Because it's the next category. All right. Next.
Jaded.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd have to say the one below.
What did you do? Unsubscribe. He unsubscribed.
Fucking pickle.
Yeah, all right. That's cool, man. And I was going to subscribe to you finally after this stream, but it's going to be like that. All right. Go on, Sean. Sorry, carry on.
Nah, it's Jaded.
Jaded.
Go up. The one below good.
The one below good villain.
Yeah.
All right.
He's up. No, the what? Nice performance, but mad villain. Okay. He was. I like this character. I like this plan. He established the Civil War. He wanted to defeat the Avengers because his family was gone. The only reason he's not a great, really good is because they just kind of wasted him afterwards. They just kind of petered him out, and I think they could have done a lot more with him than what the movies did.
Mm-hmm.
They underutilized him after his story arc was done, and I think they could have done more with him.
Okay, MBW.
Genuinely good. Wait, hang on. Why am I hearing it back? Yeah, genuinely good. He is definitely one of the better villains in the MCU. I'm not a huge fan of what they've done with him lately on that other show. I forget what it's called, but
that counts.
Yeah. Well, I'm mentally blocking that out from my memory. But no, I mean, literally, no, come on, no. But in Civil War, he was great, right? Because like other people have said, he's just a normal guy with no powers, right? I mean, he's rich. Granted, we didn't really know it at that time, but he has access to resources. He's a smart guy. You know what I mean? And
he's literally the MCU's definition of a mastermind. He's literally that.
Exactly. And you know what? He won. He won in the end. He won. And so he's one of the few villains to actually accomplish his mission. I would put genuinely good.
Okay. All right. Rogue.
For the sole reason of what Fanboy just said, he is God tier. He brought down the Avengers. He destroyed them from the inside without lifting a finger in some stupid, over choreographed, blue light explosion fight or whatever at the end. He literally was, as Fanboy said, a mastermind, and he destroyed the Avengers. And that's what led to what happened in Infinity War.
Do you mean like the Joker in The Dark Knight?
No, not at all, actually. We're talking about comic book movies, right? So I wouldn't be talking about The Dark Knight if I was talking about a comic book movie. But yeah, it's he's in Pickle's ass cheeks right next to Winter Soldier.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Rogue.
There's a lot of room up here.
Who's next? Oh, K-Dots.
What you do in your personal life, Pickle, is none of our business.
You can keep him in generally good because out of all the villains on this list, he's one of the only few, which is not that many, to actually accomplish his goals. He divided the Avengers. He was part of the reason they lost in Infinity War by
I am getting a fucking paternity test on you, dude. I swear to fucking God, this is you're going too far now.
Wait,
like, I really have to check the fucking paternity. I know what your mother said about it.
Yeah, Nerdmac, can you share my screen?
Oh my goodness.
Unbelievable.
Oh wow. Damn. That's fucked up. But I'm gonna finish. So I mean, he's part of the reason the Avengers lost in Infinity War. They was divided. They wasn't together. I do agree. I do agree with you to an extent that yes, his plan did need a lot. Like it was a lot of convenient stuff that had to happen for his plan to even work. But still, even then, as a mastermind, as a character, way better acted than Jesse Eisenberg, Lex Luthor. I'm sorry.
That isn't even my but K-Dots, that's not even my problem. He's not entertaining. He's genuinely not entertaining. He's a boring fucking character. What he does might be like the explosions and the power, boom, boom might be interesting, but him genuinely, when he is on screen doing what he is doing, he is boring as fuck.
Wait, never mind. Look, I'll say this. This is all I'll say for my last thing. Him listening to that reoccurring voicemail of his family throughout the movie is better than anything Jesse Eisenberg.
He doesn't do that throughout the movie. He does that right at the end of the movie.
He did it once.
He did it at the end of the movie. He's doing it over and over again with fucking Black Panther going behind him. He does not do that during the rest of the movie.
You're right.
But no, he's still a generally good villain because he got to go up there first.
They just pull that shit right at the end. Okay, sorry. Go on, K-Dot. Sorry, son. I love you.
Enzima was a great actor character, but that's about it. Generally good.
Thank you, son. All right, Paul.
He's God tier. He's the only one besides Winter Soldier and Thanos to actually have a threat to the Avengers. He breaks them up. He succeeds. In fact, he's the one that convinces Black Panther through his actions to not seek revenge. To not let it consume him. He gives Black Panther like one of the greatest arcs he has in the MCU, and it's sad because obviously he could have had more if he hadn't died. But he gives Black Panther like the greatest arc in that movie. He's the one that causes Captain America to admit the truth to Iron Man that he knew that Bucky killed his parents. Like he's the one that has them fight. to like almost to the death at the end of that movie. Like Captain America almost kills him, like at the end of that film. So he has the two leaders of the Avengers fight each other, and he's the one that succeeds in doing that. And he does it through mastermind. He does it through manipulation. He does it through telling seeds of truth to each character. He's phenomenal in that film, and he's great in Falcon and Winter Soldier as well. So
no, he's not.
Yeah. Yes, he is. He's amazing. That
You
dance
went
is
too fucking
phenomenal.
far.
No, that dance is phenomenal. But if we're judging it based on the movies, because we're talking about MCU movies, he's phenomenal. Civil War happens because of him.
By the way, it would have been much better, K-Dots, if he did listen to that message throughout the movie. Then it would have or at least parts of it, so that you're like, oh, what's he listening to? And then, but anyway, yeah, Tyler. Good. Next.
Okay. So, you thought you had me there for a second, didn't you? Just give me a second. I was just jamming on the ukulele for a second while you guys were doing your nerdy talk before I can come in with the facts. This man single-handedly invented this dance. He is a god. He's a god. Okay.
You know, that's
exactly
the
going off what Paul said.
Good reason I've heard.
Okay,
for him
going off what Paul said, he is an amazing villain. He doesn't have a single fight with any character and somehow ruins all the characters' lives just by using his mind. That is an amazing villain. That is a well-written villain. Not as good as Vulture, in my opinion, just because I have a soft spot for Vulture. But he's an amazing character.
Okay. All right.
Absolutely amazing. So chuck that dude up in God tier already. And
He's already in God tier. He's already in God tier. Pickle.
I think he's good. I think he's a little less than good, but he's better than meh. But like, dude, he did not need to be in Civil War at all. The movie as a whole, the script did not need him to be in it. They could have had just the Sokovia Accords, split Iron Man and Cap up. If you wanted to add the element of like you knew that he killed my mom or whatever, Agent Ross could have easily sent that video to Iron Man and then had this whole plan of like killing this guy and getting this book, learning the Russian, breaking Zemo out. I mean, breaking Winter Soldier out with this big electronic device that he stole from this other guy, having them go to Russia and kill these super guys so he can show them a video. It's his plan is just as stupid as Lex Luthor's. But his performance is so good, and I can't deny the fact that his ending scene is so fucking good. He actually defeats the Avengers. He's a good villain, but he's not fucking great. And then Falcon and the Winter Soldier really damper it because he does nothing. He wears his mask for one scene for no reason. He fucking becomes a meme. He's like an anti-hero. I'm kind of the more you guys talk about him, the less I like him.
And wait, Pickle, I'll say this. Pickle, and I'll say this. That's why when it comes to him and Lex Luthor's plan, both in 20, I do not disagree that both their plans are kind of like this shit flimsy as fuck. But I like his performance as a villain.
Secretary Ross could have literally sent that video to Iron Man to say, "Hey, Cap knew to like throw fuel on the flames."
Well,
and then Zemo's not needed.
It would have made Ross more villainous too.
Exactly. You didn't need Zemo in this movie to make them fight. That's the point. But he is in the movie, and he's good.
Okay. All right. Spectre. What's your take on him?
I think he's gone watching his own podcast.
Okay, fair enough. Looks like that leaves Zemo in God tier. All right. So
wait, what?
Next week, because you said genuinely good, but most people said between genuinely good and God tier, right?
I said nice.
No, majority. Mike said genuinely good, and BW. No, Sean.
Okay.
Sean said nice performance, but man.
Yeah, there were only 3 or 4 God tiers.
Okay.
Yeah.
So really? All right. Fair enough. So we're gonna go on to this guy. What's his name? Goldberg.
Oh God.
Oh, this motherfucker.
Look, dude, I'm not gonna.
Guys, Mike said God tier.
He's not even a villain like that. He's just
dude,
he's not a villain. He's comic
he's
relief.
not a villain. He's
His
just
name is
not a
Jeff
villain.
Goldblum.
He just runs a
Jeff
coliseum.
Goldblum, you've got to do some special shit for me to like Jeff Goldblum in the movie.
It doesn't matter. We're talking about villain. We're not talking about character and actor.
He was a villain. He was one of the main
wasn't a
villains in that movie. He's the part one villain, and then
main villain?
the main villain is Hela. He's the secondary villain.
No, the second one is Ragnarok. Then it goes him. But he isn't even actually.
How about this? How about this? I get to choose.
Of villains in Thor Ragnarok.
Yeah, he just runs a coliseum. That's it. And
He kidnaps people against their will and makes them
Okay,
fight
what
as
order
slaves.
are
It
we
doesn't matter if
going?
he's funny. He's a villain. Continue, Nerdman.
Thank you.
He's a fucking villain.
He's a villain, and he's Feige's fucking ass cheeks, dude. I don't know how Feige pulls this shit. I mean, he must have been.
Well, to be fair, it wasn't Feige, it was Taika Waititi. I just want to say that the fact that we're trying to debate whether he's a villain or not shows how bad of a director and writer Taika Waititi is. Thank you.
Okay.
enough.
No, you're full of
Everyone
shit
is.
now, Paul. Paul,
Fair enough.
we're gonna start an argument.
I'm just gonna say Kevin Feige must have just saved orphan children and fucking done the nicest things in his last life to be this successful with this bullshit. This is
Can I just cut him really quickly?
Absolutely outrageously bad. Like, Jeff Goldblum is not funny at any point in this movie. He's not like a compelling villain. They destroy the Hulk's one of the Hulk's best comics in this movie, and yet everyone fucking lords over it like it's the best fucking thing in the world.
Yeah,
I
because
fucking
none of
hate
them
him.
read the comic, that's
It's trash to me. Next.
Sean, slavery.
Yeah, I was asking what order. What was okay? Scroll up.
Oh, shut up.
Damn you, Sean.
Good.
This fucker.
All right, fine.
Paul
JD,
Thomas
you can
Anderson.
go.
Boy, that's why. You
Okay.
have to like Paul Thomas Anderson to like his character.
I love Jeff Goldblum, by the way. He's one of my favorite actors, but fuck this performance or this character. Anyway, go for the next one, man.
He
JD.
was better in Thor 4D.
Oh, Feige's ass cheeks. It was a joke. He was a joke. It was a joke of a
Alright.
character, joke of a villain, joke of an
quickly
MCU
bring that he is a
character, all around.
Yeah. AMBW.
Again, Jeff Goldblum's portrayal of it was the highlight of the movie. Like I want to understand. I want you to understand. I think his character was the highlight of the movie because it was so little to actually enjoy. But as a villain, he's ass cheeks.
MBW.
Ass cheeks, because he's not. I'm not a Jeff Goldblum fan. I'm sorry. I'm not. I don't belong to the cult of Jeff Goldblum. Okay. I don't have a man crush on him. I don't think he's entertaining. He didn't get shit to do in this movie. He wasn't.
Dude,
yeah,
how
he
can you
was
not
doing
have a
his
man
thing.
crush on him after Jurassic Park, man? When
No,
he just
absolutely
opens his
not.
shirt up just a little bit so you see the hair on his chest, bro.
Nah, you get a man crush after The Fly. That's when you get the man crush.
Yeah, that as well.
Earth Girls Are Easy. That's when you get the man crush.
He didn't.
Anyway,
he wasn't
carry on, David.
threatening, man. He wasn't threatening. He wasn't acting in the movie. Like, he was just basically just like acting like himself. He's being himself. So, he was almost like a non-character. It just dude, ass cheeks all the way.
All right. Next. Rogue.
Mike.
Rogue genuinely can't say anything bad about the MCU. He knows it's ass cheeks, so he's just refusing to speak. All right. K-Dots.
This dude is ass cheeks, bro.
He's good. That's guys. Look at the comments.
He's straight
He's
ass
good.
cheeks.
My ranking.
I mean, from the way Fickle, yes, he is a villain, but he's a trash villain. He's ass cheeks. Jeff Goldblum, he's just being Jeff Goldblum. He's ass cheeks, not trash. Ass
All
cheeks.
right. Paul.
It's my birthday. It's my birthday. It's a freaking orgy machine in his freaking thing. He's not a villain. Firstly, secondly, he's the fact that we're trying to debate this again. Taika Waititi trash. I don't like him. Like I like Jeff Goldblum. He's like himself in this film, and then it goes on to other things. Like he's like the comedy relief of the film rather than an actual villain. Like he just does comedic things. All the actors in his scenes do comedic things. Even Loki himself. And then you got Thor and the fault with like he's just comedic relief the entire time he's on screen. It's all comedic relief. Even the end credit scene where he's like, "Oh hey guys, you did the revolution, yay!" It's all comedic relief. It's all comedy relief. There's no villainy in him at all. Oh, he snatches people up to fight for him. Actually, no, there are people that do that, and what's her name is one of them that do it for him. He just sits around and makes comedy things and melts people if they go against what he says. And he melts one person. That's it in the entire film. If he was like killing
murdered one guy,
people,
okay.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me. It's comedic. It's done comedically, so it doesn't matter.
So you want all villains to be the same?
Well, he's comedy relief, and no one can argue that. That's what he is.
Okay.
I think you can be comedy relief and still be a villain. I think.
Oh, I forgot to give him my rating. Yeah, he is. I don't think he's as bad as. I think he's mediocre at best. That's what I think he is.
All right, it keeps him in ass cheeks. There's a lot of ass cheeks here. Speaking of ass cheeks, Tyler.
What the fuck? Okay, well now you're going to get one of my fun facts for that little comment. A fun fact about this film is that Taika Waititi chose to shoot in Australia because the time zones. So the producers could not contact him in the time zone, so he could do whatever the hell he wanted. I love how you put that right over top of my face.
I like that. That's good.
Yeah. No, and so Taika Waititi purposely chose Australia to shoot just due to time zones, so the producers couldn't tell him what to do. So Kevin Feige couldn't ring him up and say, "Taika, I don't want you doing this." That's why he chose Australia.
Made a terrible movie. Good for him. All right.
So my ranking. Let me just finish my ranking. It takes a special kind of sick man to have an orgy ship. God tier.
It takes a typical man to have an orgy ship. What are you talking about?
Well, let's put it this way. Just put him in ass cheeks. Put him in ass cheeks. I'm kidding. Just put him in ass cheeks. Just dig him in there. Dig him in there.
All right. Thank you. All right. We're going on to Pickle, dude.
I really thought that everyone was with me on this. He's genuinely good. What the fuck are you guys doing? What's happening? Wait. When did he's just being Jeff Goldblum? When is that a bad thing?
It's my birthday.
Wait. When is comedy a bad thing? When is Jeff Goldblum a bad thing? When it comes to being a villain, we're talking about a villain. The movie already has two villains. It has Ragnarok or Surtur, and it has Hela. He's the other tertiary villain that's like the comedic one. He melts people. He's hilarious. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? He's like a fucking alien DJ who's Jeff Goldblum who melts people. He's fucking good.
Well, Pickle, real quick. And this is the problem I noticed with a lot of these actors in these big budget movies. These actors tend to just be themselves, and they're supposed to be playing other characters. Like you're an actor, you're supposed to play.
Yes, like Jason Momoa's Aquaman. Yes, I know.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. But
I'm saying, like, I agree.
I don't like when these actors come in being themselves. Like, you're supposed to be another person.
That he's not like menacing and he didn't actually challenge Thor and he didn't actually like. I don't give a fuck. He's Jeff Goldblum being funny in an MCU movie. We're fucking here crying that it's Jeff Goldblum. When he fucking dies, I don't want any of you to fucking weep over him.
Jeff Goldblum was funnier and more charismatic in his guest appearance on Friends which wasn't even one of the top 30 guest appearances on Friends, and he was funnier and fucking
shit.
That's not bullshit. That's not bullshit.
No, man.
I swear to God.
One of the funniest lines in the MCU is when he's like, "I pardon you from life," and he melts that guy. It's fucking great.
It's
Dude,
so
great
obvious
comedy.
that he was going to say that. It was just look. I mean, God bless you, Pickle. You like this, and I like Jeff Goldblum. I like him being Jeff Goldblum, even. But this is just not. The humor just didn't work.
When they casted Jeff Goldblum, what
he
did you
wasn't
guys
even
expect?
trying. You could see that he didn't even.
What
take
did you
the
expect
fucking
from
shit
Jeff Goldblum?
seriously.
No, absolutely. Dude, Pickle's right, 100%. 100%. Like, you cast him, you know exactly what
I
you're gonna
expected
get.
him to be a scientist. That's what I expected.
I expected him to be somebody who was like super arrogant, in a funny kind of way, and he was, I guess, but he just wasn't in a funny kind of way. It was like trying to be funny. But
yeah, because you have to remember this too. His brother is the collector, supposed to be the collector, and is like
they're just elders. They're not really brothers. They're just kind of like a fraternity of elders.
Yeah, and it's like you look at him, it's like you're just like the collector. It's like, oh, come on now. Man.
That orgy ship was funny. You guys are tripping.
Mm-hmm. All right, Sean Avery. Sean Avery at the bottom.
Sean already went.
That's sorry. Who? Lantern, and he's not around, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Next one.
I'm around.
Okay, Lantern. Where are you putting? Jeff Goldblum?
I'll put Chef Goldblum at MCU overrated.
Oh, okay.
I haven't seen the movie.
You haven't.
You don't get a
yeah,
point.
you don't get a. You don't get a point.
Yeah,
you don't
yeah.
get a...
They did that to me as well.
I don't watch these trash movies.
All right.
Yeah.
Now we're going on to Killmonger himself.
The king.
Killmonger himself.
Real villain.
I've had a lot of time to think.
You guys only done like 3 since I've been gone.
No, we've done a bit more.
We're gonna be here for 3 days straight by the end of this.
It's gonna be 5 days, like at this way. But look, I've had a lot of time to think about this character, and I do genuinely think like Michael B. Jordan does his best performance, like not his best performance ever, but like the best he can do with this character given the material. He makes him charismatic and threatening. That being said, I just genuinely think he's meh. I really do. I like the more I think about the character, the more I think about the film, I find it meh. I don't really get it. Like he's this like Ivy League intellectual character, and there's lots of people who can be very smart and speak in street lingo, but just the way he does it, it just doesn't hang together all for me, like as a character. And then he does some threatening things. He's very evil and whatever, but I just don't think I don't believe him as a fucking character. That's the best way I can put it. Plus, I do actually. This is more of a like philosophical thing. I just think, is he really all that villainous? Even what he's saying, like,
yes, he's a villain. He's a villain.
This dude
wanted to do genocide, nerd.
I think he's.
He wanted to kill anybody who wasn't black.
No, I think did he? Is that what he wanted to do?
Yes.
Yeah,
I don't think that's what he wanted to do.
All he wanted to do was arm people. That's all he wanted to do.
And we know what Black Americans are going to
But he doesn't do it. That's the point. He doesn't do it.
But we know what he was going to do. That was his plan.
No, wait. He wants to take. And I'm not going to say about like whether I agree with this or not. I'm just going to talk about geopolitics right now, right? He wants to take the most advanced military power in the world that happens to be a black power and take back what he believes or perceives has been stolen by these colonial countries, which kind of has, and America and the slave trade and all of this kind of stuff. And he wants to
because of Wakanda.
go to war. He wants to
because
go
of
to war
Wakanda's
with,
xenophobia.
He wants to go to war with those countries. Now,
but because of Wakanda's xenophobia, they won.
Is that not what America and any great power does with their military might? If they're military industrial powers in the world, they use that military power to go around bullying weaker and less advanced countries. I don't see this genuine. And then you think about what T'Challa. If you see what T'Challa wants to do, and I'm just like, T'Challa's just as bad as him. He's just like, oh, I'm just not going to do anything. Oh, I'm gonna turn up in a ship and inspire some people in the ghetto, rather than actually say, like, have some balls and say, hey, like, can we have our stuff back in Africa? Can you stop exploiting fucking Africa as an economy?
No, but
like doing all of these kind of
Wakanda
things.
just needs to roll out across America all of the vibranium, and we'll fix everything. All the geopolitical issues in Africa will be fixed in 2 seconds.
Right. That's also something it could do. I'm just saying.
You know why the colonizers won, man, in this universe? Is because Wakanda did nothing. They stood by and they did nothing.
Right.
And that's what Killmonger hates about them.
Killmonger hates and wants to do something about it, and they make it out like that's a fucking terrible villainous thing, when in fact...
Well, because he wants to sell weapons,
I think
military-grade weapons, and have...
indifference is actually far worse in some ways.
Well, he's not indifferent at the end. He's changed.
He makes it racial when Wakanda didn't.
He flies over a basketball court and like says, "Hey."
No, he sets up centers in all of the ghettos to help black people out in America, to help them out.
Fair enough.
He does more than what Killmonger does, because Killmonger just wants to give them weapons so they can start some revolution.
Yeah.
Killmonger's a modern day leftist.
That's dumb. Killmonger is literally...
It's not what America does in America. Like America, like goes to the Middle East, says these guys are our enemy, they're evil, and blah 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 blah. They might be. I'm not saying that they're.
Well, it really depends on what particular battle you're talking. What particular war are you talking about?
In general, it doesn't matter what military power
it does. It kind of does.
It could be Germany. Germany was a military power at one point, and guess what? They went to the Italians and said, "We're going to help you out to do all this fucking devious, nasty shit." They went to the Spanish, said, "We're going to help you out to do all this." That's what powerful countries do.
The Third Reich's regime was to control the world. America's never tried to invade and control countries forever.
Are you kidding me?
They just installed dictators. They don't.
They literally have.
What about Afghanistan?
In Chile, they were like,
"What about Afghanistan?
We don't like that the way that democratic vote's gone. We're going to go in there and change the fucking situation."
And all those Vietnam soldiers that didn't need to be there.
They did a lot of that.
We lost.
That was because the Allies made promises to the Vietnam government that they would support them after they helped them, and then they just let Russia move in, and so the Viet Cong turned to the communists because the Allies didn't give them. Go look up why the Vietnam War started. I'm not going to educate you on it here.
No. But I'm saying the bombings, the Agent Orange that was used,
this has nothing to do with MCU villains.
In any case, I'm just saying. In any case, what he was suggesting to do was what other countries do in general, who are powerful countries. I don't care, like whether I agree more with their ideology or not. I do agree more with, like, democratic countries in terms of their ideology and ethics. But nonetheless, if you look at it and just say historically, how do countries act that are very, very powerful? What fucking Killmonger was trying to do is exactly what they do.
Except he made it racial.
Yeah.
And America's never done that.
I don't know. Do you have proof?
Yeah, I mean, look, whether it's racial or not, he was trying to go do some oppressive shit to some people. But real quick, this is the thing about Wakanda. Like, them wanting to hide themselves away, nothing wrong with that. Just want to make that clear. Killmonger was trying to insist on this traditional African tribe to do something that's not normal of African tribe to do.
But with great power comes great responsibility.
Right, but
Which is what we learned in No Way
African
Home.
tribes are
Wakanda's been
tribes. Like
selfish.
they're not united by skin color or whatever. They're united by what tribe you're part of. They went to war with other tribes and captured other tribes and enslaved them to work for them.
But in the end, look, my final point on this is just Michael B. Jordan is a very charismatic actor, and he kind of fooled me for a long while into believing this character was more than he was. And when I actually look at it, how much I really enjoyed the movie, what I actually think of the movie, I don't think he was that great at all. I honestly don't even like the arc of it. Like he kills T'Challa, but and then T'Challa should really kill him in a like fair battle, but T'Challa can only beat him by wearing the Black Panther like costume and gaining his powers back. So it's not even equal. So really, this guy still should be king, rightfully so, because he did it the way he did it the way the tribal fucking ancestors or whatever you call it says the challenge should be done. I just don't. I don't think he's that great. I think apart from Michael B. Jordan being charismatic,
it's a battle to the death or until someone yields. He didn't kill him, and he never yielded.
But you're not supposed to fight with
but
the
he's
same.
still.
That's why when he comes back, he says, "As you see, I'm not dead, and I do not yield." So they continue the battle, and then he kills Killmonger. He wins.
Don't forget. Only kings only, Pickle. So it's a battle to the death between men. Okay, men to take over the entire tribe. I just want everyone to realize that this is what he's advocating for. Okay.
In all technicality, they was both fighting with the herb, so neither of them should.
All right. I went on a bit too long about this anyway, so let me like go down the line. Sorry, I just because it dawned on me recently. I just don't really think he's that great a villain in the end of the day. Because people compare him a lot to things that I just don't think he's comparable to. So I put him in meh. Sean.
God tier.
God tier. All
yeah,
right,
I don't really get it because he's not a villain. He's a hero, but I'll take it. I will say the one thing I don't really like too much about it is he did the director or him or something or the screenwriters did kind of copy a bit of like Vin Diesel from the Fate of the Furious.
All right. I respect that. And I understand it because Michael B. Jordan he's just a fantastic actor whenever he's performing. So I get it. Jaded.
I had this argument before. I just don't consider him a villain. He doesn't go after Black Panther because he's his enemy or he hates him. He's only going after him to, challenge him to be king. And then when he's king, he gets the tribal leaders to agree with everything that he's doing. He's not overpowering anybody. He's not forcing anybody. Everybody is agreeing with what he's doing. Everybody that he needs to takes his side, and his plan is to rise, arm the people who have been subjugated. Something that he considers what Wakanda should have been doing for the last however many hundreds of years. So I have to put under nice performance, but mad villain, because I just don't consider Killmonger a villain.
Thanks,
He's a great character. He's a great character. I just don't see him as a villain.
Total
I have
and
the
utter
same
bullshit.
struggle. I also think he could have been actual Black Panther, and he would have served better as that character. AMBW, the actor. I mean,
I would say he's probably. I would put him honestly between God tier and genuinely good. I said this on the stream. I can't remember whose was it exactly, but I thought Michael B. Jordan did an outstanding job in this movie. I genuinely thought he was robbed of at least an Oscar nomination for Best Supporting Actor. I thought he should have been nominated. I know that we've also talked about other villains who have come close or have actually accomplished their mission. Like, he came pretty damn close to his, and so not only was he a physical threat to Wakanda, but he was also just really smart, very, very, very cunning, which is how he got as far as he did. Obviously, in the end, is sort of his emotions sort of. I'd say his emotions, anger, kind of got like the best of him ultimately. Like everyone, even Okoye says, you're, yeah. She even says, you're too full of hate and anger and all that stuff. And so, but no, yeah. Sorry, I'm sort of rambling. I would say genuinely good. He was great. He was great.
Next.
Come on, Mike. Mike.
I think Mike is putting him in God tier. Mike's putting him in God tier.
Whenever it gets to my turn, Killmonger is God tier.
He's in God tier.
He is in God tier. Well, I'll say Killmonger is God tier. Great villain in the movie. They tried to go down they did the sympathetic villain route with him, but even then, after all that, I still didn't feel bad for him for what he done, because in the end, he was a villain. This dude was willing to kill his girlfriend, which he did, just to get his mission done. Straight up murdered her. He accomplished becoming king. He killed Zuri, who snitched on his father and betrayed him, and he pretty much changed T'Challa's whole outlook on how Wakanda should operate. But overall, I mean, he was a solid villain. This dude was a villain.
So you're solid or God tier?
He's God tier villain.
God tier. All right.
He was a sympathetic villain, done better than another sympathetic villain.
Paul.
He's muted.
Okay.
Tyler's gone too.
Tyler's gone. All right. Pickle.
I think Pickle left.
Oh, okay.
All right,
okay, so
I'm here. I have wireless headphones in, so I can hear everything you guys say.
All right. Tyler, go for it.
Okay. What are we on?
Killmonger.
Killmonger. Okay. He was a cool villain. He did some cool things.
All right, we got it, Pickle.
Yeah, and I liked his character. I thought they could have done a little bit more with him. I didn't enjoy the CGI fight scenes in that film. The fight scenes were horrible. I put him genuinely good. I wouldn't put him in God tier. I don't think he's up to Sebastian Stan's level, but he's near there, but not there. That's me. I'm out. I'll be back in the next one.
All right, cool, man.
Yeah, I'm staying here. I'm just checking my headphone out.
No, it's okay. All right. So
I actually seen this movie.
Yeah. Do you wanna say what's your vote here?
I didn't appreciate the racial undertones with this movie. I felt like the bad guy just happens to be the African American, and the good guy's the African, the true native born African. It's just like I was not digging that dynamic in this movie. And the whole last thing that Killmonger says at the end, where he's just like, are the ancestors that jumped the boat, they were the brave ones, or something like that. Something like that, or like slaves jumping into the ocean or something like that, were braver than the slaves that made it to America. I don't like that theme either, because like if you were a slave in America, you're a survivor and you lived on.
It's also
not really.
You also
survivor.
You also raise a good point, because those slaves didn't jump off any boat; they were pushed off.
Yeah,
and I think
and they did not survive.
That's
like
very irresponsible for the film to actually say that.
Yeah.
Those slaves, they didn't jump off any boat. Like most,
some of them were pushed off, but some would have rather.
Into the ocean.
Yeah, but some were pushed off, but some would have rather.
Dude. They
died,
were chained.
Right?
They were chained on the fucking bottom deck together. How the fuck would they have got up to be able to jump off?
Maybe they
boat?
Picked the locks. I don't know.
Nobody picked.
I'm sure there was some
locks.
mutinies.
Maybe there was one or two who did that, but the majority of them were fucking pushed off the boat because it was like a long voyage and there was too many to fucking feed.
But that's the only thing I really don't like about this character. I don't, it kind of disturbed me after this movie came out and everyone's like, "Oh, I totally get Killmonger. Like he's so identifiable and sympathetic." I'm like, "Oh no, he's kind of like a dick." Like, what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing really cool about him.
Okay, so you're putting him in what, genuinely
bad
good?
mentality is what I'm saying. About his own race type thing.
You're putting him in genuinely good or overrated?
Yeah, genuinely good. Yeah, he's good. I loved it when he beat down on Black Panther. I love that scene. That was a lot of fun.
All right, cool. My Bird. We're going to My Bird.
Wait. Paul's putting him in God tier. Coco's putting him in genuinely good. Where is he at? God tier?
If Paul puts him in God tier, then I'll put him in God tier because there was a lot of God tiers. All right. So I'm gonna go to My Bird. My Bird guy. Feige's fucking ass cheeks. I love this actor. I really wish he was better, but
man.
He's Feige's ass cheeks. I'm just gonna leave it at that. I don't have any more to say about him. Going on to Avery.
Sean, he's muted.
Jaded.
I'm gonna have to say good. Out of all Iron Man's villains, he's the only one that was actually a villain from the beginning to the end. That I actually, you see his progression. He takes over all the. He creates the not the droids, whatever they were called. And I enjoyed him as a villain. I didn't like how they merged 3 different characters into one, but yeah, he was fun. I thought he was pretty good.
Okay, next.
Oh no! Wait. Oh yeah, sorry.
Oh, AMBW.
Dude, this is one villain that they need to bring back and redeem somehow. Like if they can fucking make Thor: The Dark World look better, then they need to bring this motherfucker back somehow. Because it's Mickey fucking Rourke, dude. I don't understand how. I mean, like, yeah, granted, it was the early days in the MCU, but how the fuck do you waste Mickey Rourke so badly like that?
Mickey
like,
Rourke's amazing.
Who the fuck is responsible for that shit? Come on, I would say just mediocre because I'm a huge fan of Mickey Rourke, but man, they did him dirty in that movie. That's all.
Yeah. Next.
Mike puts him in mediocre.
Mike puts him in mediocre. All right, cool. Next.
Put him in Feige's dirty ass booty cheeks, man. This villain is trash. I want my fucking bood. My bood. Can't even understand what the fuck he's saying. You know what? Look, this was still early in the MCU, but like he's part of the reason this MCU power scaling went like all over the fucking place. This motherfucker got hit by a car like 5 times, 6 times in his fucking legs, and he's got up and I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? It was so bad. It's just dirty shit.
Who does he think he is? Kingpin? Come on.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was doing something.
He had no protective armor on his leg. Got hit by a car more than 6 times that he's walking around. Like this is so bad.
That's all right. Whiplash. What do you think, Sean?
And wait, real quick. Whiplash is barely in the fucking movie too. He shows up at the end in that trash suit, and like, damn.
I'm gonna give it a generous mediocre just because I really like Mickey Rourke, but it was kind of bad. It was pretty bad.
It's like Mickey Rourke.
So what are you talking about? I don't think his performance was bad, but
well, I mean, he didn't really try much, but
where are you putting him?
Mediocre.
All right, that puts him back down there. Is Tyler there?
What?
Next is Paul.
Oh, Paul, go.
It's mediocre. He's mediocre. He's not trash. There's parts of him that I like. I like the scene where he's in the prison and he confronts Tony. I like when he confronts him on the highway. The race scene as well is really good, and the end scene where he fights War Machine and him is a good part of that movie as well. He suffers from badly written dialogue for sure, but the scenes where he has to be intimidating, he's very intimidating.
Do you have anything to say about Killmonger? You were away for a bit. Like anything to say about Killmonger? Just like one sentence. Why you put him in God tier?
Because he's one of 2 MCU villains where you actually understand his motivations and somewhat agree with them to a degree.
All right, okay. I'll yeah, that's fair enough. I see where you're coming from with that. I'm gonna go Tyler, if you're there. If not, next.
Yeah, so
there he is.
He's right. He
Yeah.
ran back.
Yeah, I did ran back from the other room. What's the argument? Mickey Rourke.
Whiplash.
Yeah. Okay. So Iron Man 2 has a special spot in my heart. As my mum got me to write a lot of book essays on it for film when I was homeschooled. So it's quite a special film to me. I loved Whiplash in this film. I thought he was awesome. I loved his little things that he did when he went like that. His motives were cool. Get me a bird. I thought that was funny. We you know, he was a good villain. I would put him in nice performance, but man, he was a good villain.
Oh, that leaves him there. And last, Lantern.
Yeah, I like Mickey Rourke in The Wrestler, and I thought he was good in this movie. For a little he was given. Iron Man 2 was just like a big setup for fucking the next Avengers film anyway, so not really much of a movie. But you know, he was cool. I like the line where he says the bird, give me my bird, whatever. That was nice. I'm gonna go though. I'm gonna start drinking and pass out.
Peace,
right,
dude.
guys.
Thanks,
Love
man.
y'all.
Later, Lantern.
Later.
Much love.
All right. Cool. We're gonna go from the bottom this time. Who's at the bottom there? Tyler. So Tyler, we're gonna go from the bottom this time.
Yeah, at least
we're
rank
gonna
Abomination.
go with Abomination.
He was the main movie villain.
I'm gonna go with Abomination. So keep talking till I'm back. Thanks.
Hello.
It's my turn, or is it Tyler's?
No, he wants to start with Tyler.
Yeah,
it's mine. It's mine.
Go, Tyler.
Okay, so Abomination was in Shang-Chi, correct?
Yeah, and Incredible Hulk.
Mm-hmm. And
He
Incredible
was
Hulk.
mainly in
Okay.
the Incredible Hulk movie. Have you seen the movie?
I have seen the movie.
Okay.
So with this character, I personally preferred his performance in What If.
He wasn't in What If.
He was in What If? Which one?
He was in What If for like 5 minutes or something.
He wasn't in What If.
He was.
Which
in
What
the,
If
in the,
episode?
in the,
I don't
in the
even
movie
know.
episode.
He's only in Shang-Chi and the Incredible Hulk so far.
No, he was in What If.
I don't
In which story arc?
He was in the one where the Wasp or Hank Pym was killing everyone.
That was Hulk.
He wasn't in that.
I think you're thinking of Hulk.
Abomination was in that, wasn't he?
No, that was the Hulk.
Let's just do it off the Hulk, bro.
Okay. I got that sent by my sister. That was rude, Tyler. I just got a piece of paper sent through my door. I haven't seen this movie, so no comment.
Okay, Paul. Thanks. You had a 20-minute fucking discussion, and then you haven't even seen the fucking movie. Go.
That's why I started by asking the question.
No, this is stupid. Why is he in there?
I haven't put him anywhere yet. I'm just.
We're starting from the bottom.
He's next to Mickey Rourke. He's overrated and mediocrity at its finest. Like, he's mediocre. He does his job. Hulk does a lot of the things with him, but like he looks like Abomination. He sounds like Abomination, in my opinion. I loved that movie when it comes out. I loved Abomination in that film, and it was good to see Hulk go against someone that has like the same power set. He did his job. That's what villains should do. Oh, and when he was in he's in that warehouse scene with the drinks or whatever, and he throws a goddamn forklift at Hulk. That was amazing. That scene was one of my highlights when I was first watching the MCU films. So it has a special place in my heart. I like this. I like Abomination.
Interesting. All right. K-Dots.
I agree with Paul. His mediocrity at his finest up there with Mickey Rourke. A little bit. I like him better than Mickey Rourke, but He was serviceable for the plot. His motivations really wasn't making sense, but just get him in there as a villain to combat Hulk. I liked his dialogue, him picking at Hulk, talking about, you don't deserve this power. And you should have fucking wrecked this fool. But he's mediocre.
Okay. Rogue, you're not there, right?
Mike,
he's just waiting for me.
He said he's above Feige's action, so
his abomination is above Feige's cheeks.
AMBW.
I love this villain. I will put him in genuinely good. I mean, to be honest, I love I love that entire movie. The Incredible Hulk is one of the most underrated movies in the MCU. I don't understand why it gets hate from nearly everyone. I thought he was just a really, he was scary. He was intimidating. I wish he had more screen time because he literally only has that one fight scene with Hulk, and then that's it. And so not a whole lot to say there, but for the screen time that he had, he was used well. So I would say genuinely good.
Okay. Fucking jaded. Sorry.
Nice performance, but mad villain. He was a typical Hulk villain. He was a big, strong guy that just wanted power, and he got it, and it was just a big fist fight. That's what you need for a Hulk villain, and he did it very well. But he's just a mad villain. He's just
okay.
Nothing really out of the ordinary for
He kind of reminds me of like the villain in the first Amazing Spider-Man. I don't know why.
Lizard?
Sean.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like with how basic he is, Kate Odds, but still good. But yeah, nice performance.
Okay. All right. I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. This guy is clearly in fucking Feige's ass cheeks.
Maybe you just want to be in Feige's ass cheeks. Have you ever thought of that?
Have I ever thought about that? Yes, on many occasions. And it was delightful, I'll have you know, Sean. But no, this guy is just a nothing villain. I mean, it's just evil for the sake of being evil in the most generic fucking possible way. Again, no confrontation with the hero, no personal fucking stakes, nothing. It's just a guy. I don't even know why he wants to become Abomination. Why do you want to become the Hulk?
Because when he had the fake serum, he had the taste of that power, and he wanted more of it, and he didn't get
why?
Because he got the super soldier serum, went up against the Hulk, right, and then he goes, "Is that all you got?" And then the Hulk kicked him. Right, and then he goes into that body cast, and then he comes out of it, and then he goes to the guy that's supposed to end up being the other
his
doctor.
Motivation is that Hulk.
Yeah, he really wants to just get even.
He just wants the power the Hulk has because he had a taste of it.
For that reason, he's going to risk going from the form of a human being into a fucking monstrous creature just so that he can be the guy who kicked him in a fight. That's his whole motivation.
Really, he wants to get
even. He didn't know how it was going to turn out. He didn't know he was going to become an abomination. He thought it was going to work the same way that the Hulk did with Bruce Banner.
Okay, so you would think that part of what might happen to you is that you will become an uncontrollable monster every time you get angry.
Yeah, and
that's good enough.
Well, he didn't
good enough motivation because someone kicked you.
He was evil because the script told him to be evil. Are you right, Jaded?
Right. That's the truth of it.
Yeah, pretty much. And wait a minute, why are you back to AMBW?
We're not. He's just commenting, which is fine.
Get more views.
No, isn't it supposed to be AMBX? I mean, I thought you changed it, AMBW.
Well, no, I was dropping in views, so I had to change it back.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, dude. In any case, yeah. Like I
said, he's
I guess he stays in. I guess he stays in nice performance thanks to you guys, but like genuinely fucking bad MCU villain again. All right, Justin Hammer. Let's go Justin Hammer. What a fantastic performance by this guy. What a fucking great performance by this guy. The dancing even works for me. I'm going to put genuinely good.
What's his name? What's the actor's name, Nerdman? Nerdman, what's his actor's name?
Oh, that's a good question.
I would say it's Sam Rockwell.
Sam Rockwell, he's amazing. Yeah. He's an amazing actor, and he does an amazing job in this. Genuinely good chemistry with Tony Stark. If they could have somehow made him the main villain, who was actually the physical threat, he would have been awesome as well. He's the only thing that makes Iron Man 2 like watchable apart from RDJ. The plot certainly doesn't. Good. I think he's genuinely good. Next.
Sean?
Sorry. Sorry, I'm multitasking. So, which villain is this?
Justin Hammer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fucking God tier. Hell yeah, Justin Hammer. Okay, no, genuinely good.
Oh, okay, all right. You're just
see so many memes to bring back Justin Hammer.
He was good though. He's fun. I don't know. Like,
I can't believe they got Sam Rockwell for just that role.
If it wasn't Sam Rockwell, it would have fallen on his face. But luckily, they got Sam Rockwell, and he's just amazing. Jaded.
I love his character. I just don't consider him much of a villain, so I'm just gonna have to say vanilla.
Oh,
he's more comedic.
Yeah, like he's not really. I mean, he's a great character. I love him, especially when he does that dance and how he loves to eat his dessert first. I think he's a great character. I just don't see him as much of a villain. That's all.
And to get off Jada's point real quick, he didn't even know that Whiplash is making those evil death robots.
Yeah, he goes, how are you supposed to get a head in there? And it's like, does this work? It's like, can you put your head in it?
Mm-hmm.
And he literally
got quite funny though when he did that. That was still
manipulated by Whiplash to, have him take over his entire. Yeah, he's just not much of a villain.
All right, AMBW.
He's along with Whiplash. He was severely underused and just a total lack of, or just like a total waste of an excellent actor in Sam Rockwell. They need to redeem his character as well. They need to bring him back. My prediction is they'll bring him back for the Thunderbolt series. And so hopefully, hopefully he does get better, properly developed down the line. But in the film, he was wasted. I kind of liked what he did with the character, but it just wasn't enough for me. That movie in general is very underwhelming. But I would put it. What's the notch that's right above ass cheeks?
Vanilla something, I think.
Yeah.
You actually have to try and make a villain such a vanilla villain.
Yeah, put him there.
Okay, so that kind of brings him down.
Not for long, because Mike says Hammer is God tier.
Mike, you got to come back on if you're going to have your vote counted, though. Eventually, I'll count this one, but like next time. Anyway, K Dots. Not that you have to come back on. I understand if you've got shit to do, but like we're only going to count the panel's votes.
To me, I don't think he's a villain at all. But look, this is my thing, right? With this character. I found him to be just nothing because he literally is just nothing. As soon as the movie starts, Tony makes up straight up turns him to a clown. Then the rest of the movie, he's really not an issue for Tony because Tony's like such a better inventor than this dude. He's literally trash. Then near the end of the movie, War Machine is using hammer tech, and just to make him look even more trash, he shoots that missile at Whiplash, and it doesn't do shit. Like he's not in opposition to Tony at all. He's not Tony doesn't fear this guy. He's not worried about him. He's just there. Mickey Rourke is more the villain of this movie. But honestly, Kevin Feige's ass cheeks. He's not a villain.
Wow. Okay.
He's not a villain. Tony's not worried about this clown. He's a straight up clown, dude.
Keep him in the bottom of MCU mediocrity for now. Paul?
He's God tier. He's one of the greatest villains in the MCU. He is the opposite of Tony in every way, in that he is in business, a direct business competition with him. So he wants to make a good impression. That's why War Machine goes to him after he steals the suit from Tony. They go to Hammer Tech because they know that because Hammer is the secondary, second to Tony, and they don't have Tony anymore, so they got to go to Hammer for it. And Hammer's trying to do the Iron Man suit as well. He's a direct business competition to him, which is what leads him down the pathway of hiring Whiplash to do what he did. Whiplash would not be in this movie if it wasn't for Hammer. Hammer has to hire him because he doesn't have the smart of Tony to compete in the suit arena. That's the reason why he goes to a madman to get the suit. Right? That's the whole point of it. So Hammer exists for that purpose. That's why he's a great villain. And in the end, he's got the charisma as well, which is hilarious. And they have that whole scene where him and Tony like face off before the race. And the reason why Tony goes and jumps in a race car is also because of what Hammer says. So like there's a lot of places where Hammer actually influences Tony Stark in this film.
Okay, Tyler. Thanks.
Okay. So Justin Hammer is a great villain, is number one. I'm not sure where I'm going to put him yet. Just let me finish my argument. He's manipulative. He is so good at manipulating Tony Stark and making people do what he wants them to do. He's charismatic as hell. He's entertaining to watch. That to me makes a great character, let alone a great villain. He always puts our antagonist in an uncomfortable situation, which he always has to work out of, right? So therefore, I'd say he's God tier.
Wow.
I don't think you could write his character any better. Every single film his character's been in, he is amazing.
That puts him in genuinely good. I have to say I agree with a lot of what you said, and I think a lot of comic book villains aren't like necessarily massive threats to the hero. Sometimes they are just like annoyances or just characters who are just mirrors of the villain. So
he does his job for the story.
I think he does his job in the story, exactly. I'm gonna go to Loki. I'm gonna put him in you have to actually try to make such a vanilla villain. Congrats. I've never really liked Loki all that much. I thought he did his best in the Thor movie. And, you know, to some degree, there were scenes that I did like of Tom Hiddleston, like especially when he was talking to his father. But beyond that, I just don't find him that interesting. And then in the Avengers, he just didn't seem like a worthy villain for all of the Avengers at all. And he was just cannon fodder for everyone, including even Hawkeye fucking bodies him at some point. Hulk bodies him. Iron Man bodies him. Everyone fucking bodies this guy. And then beyond that, what he's become in the MCU is just a parody of himself. I don't like him at all. Especially after Thor Ragnarok. I'm going to go next. Who's next? Sean.
Okay. Wait, you have him in vanilla, really?
Yep.
I mean, I understand the complaints about him, but still, I think the positives outweigh it a bit. Put him in a nice performance.
Okay. So that puts him right in the middle. Okay, next. AMBW. No, Jaded.
Overrated as hell. He can't get anything done without anybody else helping him of a higher power. He needs Thanos. He needs the Dark Elves. He needs the Frost Giants. There's nothing he can do that he can do on his own without help from somebody else. He's an overrated villain.
Yeah. AMBW.
Also overrated. Yeah, also overrated. He was fine. He was probably the best in the first Thor movie and the first Avengers movie. I don't really like his transformation to hero, much less them giving him his entire series. But yeah, overrated. His appeal wore off a long time ago. So
okay, who is that like under you? That's Mike, right? Okay, so
He
K-Dot.
is genuinely good.
I knew he was gonna come in at some point.
I would even say he was even god tier because
he's a god.
Yes, that's one reason. But the other reason is, I mean, they keep using him for a reason. Not because Tom Hiddleston has naked pictures of Kevin Feige or something and he's blackmailing somebody. There's a popularity about him, whether he is a hero or an anti-hero like his series made him. There's just something about him that, you know, I don't know, magnetism or charisma. There, that's better. Charisma. He's charismatic.
I find him really campy. I don't know about anybody else. I really find him like super
I disagree
campy.
with that. But yeah, I do think. I mean, that's the proof right there. The fact that they continue, and I mean, they gave him a freaking show. You don't see, you know, as much as I like. Well, Killmonger's dead, so they can't give him a show. But like even Baron Zemo, I mean, I feel he's a really good villain too. And I mean, he was featured as a supporting character in the God tier, one of the God tier villains up there show, who's now a good guy, by the way. But getting back to Loki, he was in all of Thor's movies. He was the catalyst for getting the Avengers together by murdering Coulson. He forced them to work together, and yeah, I'm waiting to see what happens in Loki season 2. He's also indirectly responsible for the birth of the multiverse too. So yeah, Loki's done a lot for the MCU. So he's definitely God tier.
Doesn't even Coulson body him though?
Judge,
like,
how are you? Have you checked your Facebook messages at all?
Say that again.
Doesn't even Coulson body him in the end of the day?
It doesn't matter though, because it's kind of like what's his face? Baron Zemo. Like Loki's not the most intimidating of, like, you know, like you wouldn't look at him and have the same sort of fear you would if you saw Winter Soldier when he was murking everybody, or even Ebony Maw. So he has to use his intellect. He has to use his cunning. He has to use, like, you know, he's always like, what is it? He has like the Machiavellian. Yeah, he's Machiavellian about stuff like that. And I think that's part of what appeals to him. Because, you know, I mean, you know, you've seen it. He would get bodied in a fucking fight, dude. Like, despite being a god, like, you know, Hulk fucking slammed him around. Like you said, Nerd Man. I mean, he's constantly doing that, but he's still a threat. He still forces them to be, you know, to match him. And like it's almost like a battle of wits, like, you know, even though there is a physical aspect, because that's the only way they could respond, and that's the only way that they do respond until they finally come together and unite and blah blah blah, whatever. So I wasted too much time already. God's here, definitely.
I respect that. There we go. K-Dots.
I loved Loki in the first Thor movie and Avengers 1, but he was a great villain in those movies. But like, to me, he's over. To me, you know, he's.
Say it. Spit it out.
This dude's overrated. Like,
there you go. There you go.
I'm sorry, but it's like
don't be sorry.
The MCU had the perfect opportunity to have him as a reoccurring villain throughout over and over and over again. Like, be that one reoccurring villain that pops up every single once in a while. But it's like, you know, let's turn him to an anti-hero, and then no.
Yeah.
He's overrated. It's not even
okay. So we're gonna go to the top again. We're gonna
Paul. No, you got Paul.
Oh, Paul. Sorry, Paul, man. Paul.
Yeah, Loki is responsible for what Mike said. Definitely. he is a trickster. He's not like all powerful, but he does get two people, brainwash them, including Hawkeye. He's responsible for almost putting the helicarrier into the ocean. He is responsible for the Avengers doing that flippin' circle shot. He is he's like the original Marvel villain, and that's why he's persistent. That's what, and Mike is right. That's why they keep tapping him, because people love him in his maniacal way. I'm going to say that he's God tier.
Okay. All right. Wow. God tier. All right. So it moves him up to nice performance, but meh. All right. We are gonna go because this is gonna take a little bit.
Get Malekith out the way. He's a main movie villain.
You can always do it in a part
I'm gonna do Malekith.
Just do the main movie villains for now.
Yeah. I'm gonna do
just
Malekith.
Do one or two more. We can do a part 2. We don't have to do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna do part 2. I think. So I'm gonna do Malekith. It's Feige's fucking ass cheeks again. I'm sorry.
Wrong. That's not Malekith.
Oh, sorry. Or whatever this guy's fucking name is.
No, do Malekith. Take him out. Malekith is right there. Go to
the guy from. That's from
no,
Doctor
but he's
Strange.
the main villain in Doctor Strange. This guy is the main villain in Doctor Strange. Malekith is just the guy behind him.
No, Malekith is the villain of Thor 2. That's what I'm trying to say. He's the villain of Thor of the Doctor Strange movie. This guy here. That's not Malekith.
Oh, okay. So
Malekith
who's this guy
right
again?
Go down. He's right below the.
Yeah, but who's this fucking guy? Let's just do this.
He's from Doctor Strange.
He's the Doctor Strange villain.
What's his name?
I don't know.
No, Dormammu is
Caecilius.
No. Dormammu.
Wait, Rogue.
No, that's Caecilius.
Caecilius. All right, Caecilius.
Yeah, I forgot who he was. But
dude, he's fucking. He might as well be called Feige's ass cheeks. I just. Again, I don't get his plan. It's convoluted. It's gobbledygook. Like he wants to make people live forever. The dark magic, whatever. I think he's just a useless villain. He has one good moment that made me chuckle a bit. Apart from that, he does nothing. He adds nothing. He's just a completely forgettable villain. Feige's ass cheeks for me. Sean.
See, nice performance.
Nice performance.
Yeah,
okay.
Matt's carried it.
Okay. Jaded.
He's not a villain. He's a minion. Feige's ass cheeks.
Oh, come on. He's a fucking villain, dude.
No, he's not. He's a minion. Dormammu is the villain. This guy's just a minion.
This is just technicality bullshit.
No, it's not technicality. It's
he's the main guy throughout the fucking movie that the Doctor Strange is fighting is the villain. That's still a villain.
He's a henchman.
That's like saying Bane isn't the villain of The Dark Knight Rises.
Who does Bane work for? Nobody. Bane doesn't work for anybody. He's not. This guy has no power on his own.
Bane works for the League of Shadows in Talia.
Oh, he does? Oh, okay.
Minions are villains unless they literally have a gun to their head, force them to do something against their will. But he is a villain.
I don't consider him a villain.
He's a villain.
Yeah.
All right, whatever.
Yeah, but you think an algorithm is a villain? So I mean,
he is a villain.
The definitions of villains are very widespread among the panel.
Jaded, they are villains. The minions are villains.
No, the minions are not villains.
Oh my! Then what are they? Good people?
Minions. They're minions.
They're villainous minions. Good people have minions too.
What are you talking about?
All right, I'll give an example. The ancient one has minions. All her little people that do magic, those are her minions. But
hold on, say that again.
The ancient one leads a school of magicians and sorcerers and stuff. All those people are her minions, but they're
not. The ones that stay in the school. Yeah, they're her minions. They're not heroes. They're just minions.
But they're good
Doctor
minions.
Strange
You
leaves
have
and
good and
goes
bad
out on his
minions.
own.
Doctor Strange isn't a hero then. He's just a minion.
Why? Doctor Strange leaves the Ancient One and goes out on his own and is
Not during the
classified
movie.
as the Sorcerer Supreme. He doesn't go to the Ancient One and go, am I allowed to do this? What do I need to do today? That's what a minion does. A minion is someone who is told what to do and does what's being told.
Right, and if they willingly
Given
take
that
part
you
in
see him
cool
as a
stuff,
minion,
they
where'd
are
you put him?
evil.
Given
They
that
willingly
you see
take
him
part
as a
in
minion,
cool
where'd you put
stuff,
him?
they're
Like
villains.
he's asked, because he's not a villain.
All right. Unbelievable. Jaded, you could argue with the fucking sky being fucking blue, dude. The fuck?
And if you
Anyway.
were jaded by that technicality, then Ebony Maw isn't a villain.
Yeah.
He isn't. He isn't a villain. He's a minion.
Don't fuel it, K-Dots.
Say
dude.
Ghost. Say Ghost, DC Dots, not Ebony Maw. Because he loves Ghost.
Yeah,
Ghost
exactly.
isn't a minion. Ghost works. What does Ghost work for?
She's not a villain, though.
If that's what your definition is, then that's fine. I'm not challenging your definition of a villain.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you, Jaded. This is a discussion that would take a whole stream. AMBW.
Yeah, I don't really have much to say about this guy. I mean, he felt more like a minion. He didn't feel like I guess he was, he got the most screen time. I guess you could call him like the central antagonist, but Dormammu was the one.
Yeah, that's a better word. Thank you, MBW. He was more of an antagonist.
You know what? Like, I don't really development-wise. Like, I don't even remember his backstory. Like, why he was doing what he was doing. I remember that he called the Ancient One a hypocrite. That's literally it. I don't remember anything else about this guy. Yeah, and the fact that they wasted Mads fucking Mikkelsen in this shitty ass role. That's the biggest sin of all, dude. Yeah, trash, dude. Ass cheeks all the way.
Thanks. Mike.
What's above mediocre?
All right. Above mediocre.
Nice performance of my villain. Yeah, Caecilius, he was the main villain. Dormammu was the big bad at the end, and even if you want to get even more technical, Bear Mordo was the one that eventually also became a villain by the end of the end of the story. So all this stuff, he's definitely above mediocre.
Okay, all right. K-Dots.
Scroll up. Nice performance, but mad villain. Nice performance, but mad. I didn't hate him at all in the movie. I wasn't against something he was doing, but mad villain. He was okay. He was cool.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Paul.
He said he was good unless he answers. He said in the chat he was good.
Yeah, he says good. So generally good.
All right. Last chance to put this guy where he deserves to be. Tyler.
I'm not a Doctor Strange fan. I don't really like Doctor Strange or the villains. I think are actually pretty bad in Doctor Strange. They have no charisma. They have no real arc. I think they're just quite boring, to be honest. I would put him down with Jeff Goldblum.
Okay, that puts him back to MCU overrated. Okay, we're gonna do 3 more, and then we're gonna do a part 2, guys. Because fucking MCU has like 67 villains. Oh, sorry, 67 fucking movies. So I'm gonna choose a couple of interesting ones here.
Green Goblin.
Choose Green Goblin.
Green Goblin.
I'm gonna choose Green Goblin.
We all know where he's gonna go.
Why you guys consider a villain now?
She's not a villain.
I'm gonna choose this guy.
That guy.
Well, I mean, you can technically say she is, since she held
I'm gonna
children in
choose.
a town of people hostage.
It's good that Wanda is on this list. She is a villain.
Yeah, she is technically a villain. She
All
held
right.
a town of people hostage and even children.
Okay, so
are we not going to put Thanos on? Are we not going to discuss Thanos? Like, are we just going to like?
Wouldn't that be a slam dunk?
Yeah, but I mean, isn't
leave it for part two. Leave it
No,
for part two. Then you've got
it would
something
not
to
be a
talk
slam
people
dunk because you got to consider Thanos across the MCU as a villain. What happened to him in What If again? That's right.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well,
So
let's get Green Goblin. Let's get him.
Let's get Green Goblin out of the way.
Green Goblin.
I'm gonna put him in MCU overrated.
Oh my gosh, fucking nerd. Put that motherfucking God here. Don't pull this shit.
Dude,
Hey, hold on, wait a minute.
That's your daddy.
in the Spider-Man
I want
movie.
some clarification. We're saying MCU. So does that count the Tobey Maguire movies or not?
No.
No, it
So
doesn't.
it only counts No Way Home.
Yeah, No Way Home.
Okay.
Did you see this, man?
Well, wait.
That's what I think of your decision.
If you're counting
Well, I mean,
No Way
they're in a
Home, then you're going to
multiverse
have to
now.
count the Spider-Man series, the
they're in a
trashy
multiverse.
Tobey Maguire movies.
Look,
Because
if
they're
it
now
was the
sharing
Tobey
universe.
They're now
Maguire
part of the
movies, it
MCU.
would be. If it was the Tobey Maguire movies, it would be. Actually, to be fair, I'm going to put him in nice performance, but meh. If it was the Tobey Maguire movies included, of course it's God tier. But in this movie, it's the nostalgia. I like him because I know I connect him to the movies where he was even better. He does a nice performance. He does the best he can with the material. But honestly, I just meh. Like he's not great, like at all. I think he's really fucking overhyped, to be honest, in what he does in this movie. Yeah, like good performance. It's genuinely good performance, but meh as a villain. Sean.
Share it for 1 sec.
Oh no! Now what?
I'm back.
Bye. God tier.
Some dirt in your eye.
Okay.
He's back.
God tier. You gonna give us any reasons?
Vin Diesel was better than Zack Snyder's Justice League.
All right. So that puts him in genuinely good. Next.
Again, if we're only using his No Way Home appearance, I'm gonna have to go overrated. Because he was, I just wasn't really impressed with him as much as everybody else was.
Yeah. AMBW.
God tier all the way. I mean, the fact that Willem Dafoe can come back basically 20 years later and deliver an even better performance than he did before.
Come on,
who's
bro.
That from? Oh wait, Nerdman. No, come on, man. Dude, he was awesome.
At the very least, he's at the same level. You can't say he was better.
No
than
way.
He was in
I thought he was
Spider-Man.
better.
Fuck off.
He was
They
better.
gave him more to do in Spider-Man. I'm sorry. All right, but go on. It's your decision, so go on.
It didn't. I think Pickle said this before, but I also agree that it didn't make sense that he and Toby didn't really interact with each other, other than the stabbing thing, which doesn't count. It doesn't really count. I'm sorry. But other than that, I have very little gripes to say. It really did surprise me how much he improved his performance. How much he just dude, that whole scene, that fight scene, where Tom is just punching him in the face and he just looks at him and just laughs, dude. That shit was the bomb, man. That shit was scary, dude. Like you know what I mean? Like, I can't believe this guy doesn't have an Oscar yet, right? So,
Wait a minute. Out of all of his movies, he still doesn't have an Oscar.
Yeah, well, he should have won for The Lighthouse, but let's not talk about that.
Well, yeah, but this man, God tier all the way. He's the GOAT. He's the GOAT. It's hard to top.
Really? Out of all of his movies, not one Oscar. Wow.
Nope.
Yeah, it's crazy.
He also should have won for the Florida Project.
Oh yeah, he was great in that.
Okay.
Mike.
God tier. Willem Dafoe.
Well, I thought you don't even like these movies that he was in.
I hate the actor, the main actor, and the main actress, and I contend that they bring those movies down. Had those two not been in there, then these movies would definitely be better because they would be boistered by the performances of Mr. Dafoe and Mr. Molina, and even actually the dude that played Sandman too. Although I forget Topher.
Oh, and James Franco's fire. Don't forget
James
that.
Franco is not fire, but
Stop
anyway.
Yeah, he is.
He's the opposite of
You're
fire.
just jealous because he, gets many
Because
women.
he's hitting on 7-year-olds. I'm jealous. But yes,
that's bullshit. But...
The fact that he was in this movie and he was still, I mean, Molina I think had more to do, but any scene that Willem Dafoe was in, he like chewed up every bit of scenery that was in there, and he was the threat. Like the stuff that I couldn't imagine Doc Ock doing that stuff because Dafoe was clearly on another level. So God tier.
Okay. K-Dots.
So I'm at the count Spider-Man 1 since this is a continuation of that character.
No, you don't count not
You have
Spider-Man
to.
1.
I have
You
to.
can't count Spider-Man 1.
It connects now.
Mike
It all
has.
connects.
Mike did.
Also, Kevin Feige produced the
No,
Sam Raimi
Mike
film.
gave his reasons for the movie. He said in this movie.
Wait. I have to count it because this is a continuation in this film of that character from when he got pulled from the multiverse. But he's God tier. While in Spider-Man 1, he's way better. He gets more to do. He has superior acting sequences in Spider-Man 1, especially when Norman and him and the Goblin are arguing through the mirror. But in this film, he stayed very consistent to who he is. He didn't stray away from it. He was a villain's villain. He fucking bitched out Tom Holland. He killed that trash ass Aunt May. Man, shit. He turned that boy.
Wait a minute. That does not make him the hero. If he actually, since he finally killed off that trash Aunt May, that makes him a hero, doesn't he?
I mean, yeah. Well, shit, maybe. But and he also did another amazing thing. He was about to turn Tom Holland into a man when he was trying to get Tom Holland to kill him. Like, that was some great shit. Turned that boy into a man. But yeah, he stays in God tier.
Beat the fuck up by fucking Tom Holland. Like he just like he was nothing.
He didn't feel
with what he was in that first Spider-Man as a threat.
He didn't feel the weak ass.
He got his ass,
and he was still laughing in his face even after getting fucked up. He was like, he didn't give a fuck. Tom Holland baby dick punches. He didn't feel that shit.
He baited him into killing him like Joker does.
Yeah,
he wanted that shit. He said, "Kill me, you pussy."
Yeah, I beat him up the first time, and he could have killed him.
Guess what? Tom Holland's weak ass still gonna do
and
this.
Tom grew in the film finally, so I don't have a problem anyway with him doing that.
Yeah, that's my opinion. If it wasn't for Green Goblin, Tom Holland would be as good as he is as he is now. He pushed him into being Spider-Man. Finally, fuck. It took a Sam Raimi villain to do that. Shouts out Sam Raimi.
All right, Paul.
Go ahead, Paul.
Hello. I think he's God tier.
Okay.
And most of the opinions that have said that's God tier, I completely agree with. So I don't want to rehash points. So, yeah, I completely agree that he's God tier. And K-Dots gave a pretty good accurate statement to that too. That is where he sits. That's what he is.
Tyler's.
I reckon he is Kevin Feige's ass. That Power Rangers suit, come on.
Oh my gosh.
Really? I'm kidding. No, guys, he's totally God tier. He's totally God tier. Seriously, his performance in No Way Home was amazing. He literally was like, yeah. It's just like literally getting the shit beaten out of him as Tom Holland's punch him in the face. That scene just got me. It was so good. He is probably like the best villain out of the whole MCU, I reckon. Even out of Thanos. He is amazing. Every scene he's in, he steals the scene away from every single actor. No one is a better villain than William Dafoe.
Okay. All right. So, last two.
Then again, he was competing against Toby, and that's not hard.
Last two, we're going to go Winwu, the Mandarin. I believe it's Winwu, right?
Mm-hmm. Wenwu, but
Wenwu. Wenwu. Oh god. Look, the guy does well. Nice performance, Mayor Villain. He does well. It's not his fault. It's just not a very good movie, and I don't find his relationships or anything with the hero that compelling. I was bored most of the way through. Yeah, he did slightly perk me up a little bit when he came on screen, and he was definitely the best thing about the movie, but the movie was very poor. So I don't know. It's hard for me to say. There's an argument to be made that he's genuinely good, and I'm willing to hear that. But for me, it's nice performance, but meh. Sean.
I agree with what you said, but I still think he was good. Carried enough scenes where he was in. And is such an amazing actor that I would say he was good. Still.
Jaded.
MCU overrated. He's a typical MCU villain. It's standard operating procedure. Nothing special about him. Nothing very disadvantaged. Nothing that bad about him. Nothing that great about him. He's just a typical MCU villain.
AMBW.
I completely agree. Good performance, but Matt Villain. He gave a really strong performance in this movie. Maybe even the best performance in the movie. But I think as far as this goes, as far as being a villain, he's pretty weak, man. He's more of an antagonist than a villain. Because besides the first 5 opening minutes of the film, what does he do that really qualifies him as an evil person, right? He's just trying to get his wife back, and then even at that, you can't really blame him for that because his wife was brutally murdered by a bunch of dudes, right, who were looking to get revenge on him. And then he's further manipulated at the end by the evil spirit thing. So he's really not the true villain of this movie, and so in that regard, he's kind of weak. But good performance, though.
Mike.
So I see 1, maybe 2, 3 people that I would not consider villains on this list. I also would not consider Wenwu a villain. However, he is God tier. Every scene that he was in, I was hoping that they did away with that dragon, the fire stream at the end, whatever thing, and had the true villain be like his dad, him and Shang-Chi fighting each other because he's trying to bring his dad back from the brink because his dad wants his wife back so bad he doesn't care what he has to do to achieve that goal. And when they have that scene where the flashback where they show him right after his wife gets killed, he goes to that bar, whatever, and he just fucking murdering everybody. I mean, I'll give it to him. He's God tier. As far as the villain is concerned, though, I would like someone who is because if we're gonna have Ghost on overrated mediocrity or whatever, then by the performance alone of this dude, it should be God tier.
I mean, I wish he lived like the one guy in Aquaman.
Yeah.
All right, K-Dots.
All right, so in all honesty, I think this dude's a villain. There's nothing good about him at all. He's a evil piece of shit.
But he loves his wife.
Why?
But he loves his wife.
Are you guys forgetting the thousands of years he was going around oppressing people, assassinating people, taking over nations, conquering people?
That's what everybody did back in the day. They just conquered kingdoms.
And then after his wife died, he
I don't want to hear anybody talk about colonialism ever again if they defend this dude.
This dude, he's a piece of shit. He's just as bad as Killmonger. Just because he had a wife and kids doesn't change the fact that he did all that.
But
piece
that's
of
not
stuff.
even why. That's not even why Shang-Chi fucking wants to go against him. It's nothing to do with him being a power mad maniac. He wants to go against him because he trained him to kill the people who killed his mother.
No, he's trying to stop him. He's trying to stop him from unleashing that evil on the world. What are you talking about?
Right.
What film
No,
did
but the emotional.
Did you go into a different theater?
Nerdman,
Did you go into a different theater and stuff and watch a different movie? Because that's why
No. The emotional core of their conflict.
Yeah, exactly.
Why he goes, I'm gonna fucking kill him, is because he trained him, right? Like anybody would be fucking trained to kill the guys who killed his mother, and he didn't like that. That was the emotional.
No, it's because he's about to kill his mother's town.
Because that's not how he was raised. Because his issue, what the son said, Shang-Chi, was that you're the reason mom is dead, and he is the reason the mom is dead. All his beefs and everything, that gang came to beat down his mother because of him. Mm-hmm. This dude's evil piece of shit bastard. Put that motherfucking God tier. He's a piece of shit.
But he was playing Dance Revolution with his children. He can't be that bad.
Nah, he's bad. Hey, wait.
Let me make this
clear. Pedophiles have family, but they're still pedophiles.
But he's not a pedophile.
Yeah, an example of that is Stephen. He's a very good example.
This is how you raise your son.
I'll use a better example. Some murderers have families, but they're
Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy would be a perfect
He's a god tier villain, bro. In every scene he was in, he was the best part of this movie. Let's make that clear.
Yeah,
everything he was in, well acted. Loved it.
Oh my god, why is Loki there? What the hell did I miss? I came back and oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Why is it I have so many questions, but okay.
Is it Paul's turn now?
Yeah, you can ask a few questions when it gets to your turn, Paul.
This guy has a couple of cool he has a fight scene with his wife at the start that's like Asian cinema, which I appreciate. But the rest of it is just him punching his rings out or using them to fly or using them to shield himself or using them as a whip. He's weak. He also makes fun of his own name that was given to him as a character. I think he is overrated. Actually, you actually try to make... He's vanilla. Put him down the bottom. He's literal vanilla. This movie's vanilla, and he's the best part of it, but he's still vanilla.
All right.
That's where I think you should go.
Norman, do you know how to do math?
I think he's a nice performance still, yeah. You're right. Yeah, I agree. I co-sign pretty much everything Paul said there.
Hello.
Next, man, Tyler.
Okay, so we're talking about Win Wu White, right?
Yeah.
The Mandarin.
Win Wu White, yes. White.
You know, the guy with the 10 rings. I didn't see a fucking ring on his finger.
Rings don't have to be just finger
They weren't
rings.
rings. They weren't ring fingers.
The bangles.
In the comics, RJ,
They're
what are the 10
but they're
rings?
inspired by martial arts rings. There's actually
What are the 10 rings in the comics, though?
They're rings you wear on your
Well,
fingers.
each ring, actually, if you want to get technical about the comics, each ring is a different thing, and they didn't want it to be too close to what
Infinity
we already
Stones,
had with the
yeah.
Infinity Gauntlet.
So therefore, they decide to make them this random power source that no one knows a shit about. Basically,
No.
right?
Yeah, they didn't tell us where they came from, not once.
So it's connected to Fing Fang Foom.
If they
Like,
told
think
us
about it,
where they
right?
came
The
from
rings.
and gave some origin on it, it would be a better film. But nothing can bring this. Nothing can bring this film.
Though.
He was the only good part of that film. I reckon. Who's at the bottom at the moment? Can you scroll down? I want to see. What's
RJ.
Scroll down.
Oh, you're talking about in the list.
Yeah.
Oh,
All
fuck
right.
no.
Vanilla villain.
No,
Vanilla
no,
villain.
no.
He's a shit villain. He's a shit villain.
Are you guys on crack?
God,
yes, they are, RJ.
RJ, you're up.
He's
Go
God
back-
tier.
What?
Oh my
He's
god.
God tier. He is one of the greatest villains to ever grace a Marvel movie. I think he's
MCU fanboy right
I
there.
think
MCU
he's one of the
fanboy right
best
there.
villains in any comic book movie ever.
Oh my god.
I missed you, RJ. I am so glad you're back.
No man. Can you give me the veto, please? Can you give me Lantern's veto? He's gone. Give me Lantern's veto.
Give Paul the veto.
No, I'm put this guy where he deserves to go.
This is genuine. He's one of the best comic book movie villains I've seen in a while.
How many
comic book movies?
RJ, I'm unsubscribing from you next.
No, I'm being serious. Like, I think he's really well written. I think he's the best part of that movie. He's one of the best Marvel movie villains I've ever seen. He's sympathetic. He's incredibly complex. I think he's a really complex villain. I think the performance is extraordinary by Tony Leung. I think in terms of like what this character was meant to achieve, it achieved it and went above and beyond what he was required to do for this film.
Oh God. The film is trash.
To be fair, though,
He's
Paul,
trash.
it does keep him in the same place, really. It doesn't, like, move him up. Oh, no, because he put him in God tier.
Because I said he was God tier also.
No, it puts him up one.
Give him a veto. Give him a veto. Nerd man, give Paul the veto now.
Shouldn't he go in genuinely good though? Because like God tier's pretty high.
The veto is he shouldn't go anywhere near above MCU overrated mediocrity at its finest.
All right. Because I've known Paul for a long time, I am going to give him a veto. He asked nicely.
I thought this was a democracy, though. I vote counted.
You thought it wrong, RJ. You got to play Nerd Man's game, man. You got to play his game.
Stroke Nerd Man's ego. That's the game. Stroke his ego.
No. You just got to learn what he doesn't like, and if you align with that, then you've got to play the game, man.
So Paul's veto can be overturned if everybody else, apart from me, and
your son,
K-Dots, apart from me and K-Dots, if you agree,
you and Tyler, how about that?
If you all agree that he should be changed, then
everyone has to agree that he has to go to God tier for him to change.
Yeah, for or higher.
Sure.
No, he should be below the ass of Kevin Feige. He should be in Pascal's
I'll put him
ass.
in God tier.
Yeah, Tyler's already dissented. It's too late.
I'll change my vote.
Right.
Oh, damn it.
I watched that film 3 times with different family members. I hate it. I hate it.
Cool.
You hate it so much. Why'd you watch it 3 times?
AMBW, be careful. You've got a veto.
Horus is the most entertaining character in Shang-Chi.
Wait, so you watched that 3 times with Winter Soldier?
It's the most entertaining.
All right. This is gonna be our.
He's the only one with the story arc.
This is gonna be our second to last, and I'm gonna finish off on a positive note. I'm gonna put this villain.
Who the hell is that?
Genuinely, like the
Dreykov. You're gonna rank Dreykov, but not what?
Who the hell is that?
I'm gonna rank Dreykov.
Oh God.
Yes.
I'm gonna rank him in God tier.
You got Thanos, you got Ultron, and you picked this guy.
Thanos is not God tier. He stopped being God tier after Endgame. What if dropped his levels like right down? He got cut in half by a Mind Stone. He's not God tier.
Mike, Paul. Not only that, with the Infinity Gauntlet, he still became a zombie.
Yeah. No, he's not God tier. And he got destroyed by his own. In Guardians remade by T'Challa, he got beaten by his own crew. So he's not God tier.
Why are we taking What If into consideration? We're talking about the mainline continuity.
No, we're talking about What If. We're talking about all of the MCU.
Everything gets included
when we get to Thanos. We will discuss that all when we get to Thanos. But for now, we're doing Dreykov. I'm putting him in God tier. Here's why. He's got a very understandable, not understandable in that I agree with it, just understandable in its clarity plan. This plan is genuinely one of the only plans in the MCU of a villain that I've genuinely had some kind of emotional reaction to because of what he was doing. It does mirror stuff that actually happens in the real world that is fucking horrible. He's a disgusting pig of a character who I genuinely hated, and I genuinely wanted fucking a Black Widow to get the better of. She has a great callback scene, thanks to, you know, everything he does in the last scene with her, where she calls back to the Avengers, and you know, where she's the one interrogating the people rather than them interrogating her. And yeah, I just think his presence, like at the end of the movie, even though it was just one scene, was genuinely fucking dastardly, really fucking evil. And I wanted him to get his comeuppance. He was a villain I disliked, and I disliked because of how good his performance was and how well he was written. So, and the acting was very good as well. So I'm putting him in God tier. Sean.
Pickle is correct.
It is 100% canon. Feige himself said it was canon. Go look it up.
It doesn't impact the mainline continuity Thanos, though.
Doesn't matter. It's canon to the multiverse. Means it's canon to the MCU.
It doesn't matter. It's a different version.
Doesn't matter. He stepped through a portal and got cut in half by a Mind Stone. That affects him in the MCU.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
All right.
It completely does. He's black as hell. Gets beaten by his own crew. Piece of trash. Thanos is weak sauce.
I hear it already. This says how shit fucking Dreykov is because everyone's talking about Thanos. No,
yes, exactly.
No, very good. Good attempt, but not.
Is this the last one we're doing?
We're doing one more. We're going to do Ultron to finish off.
Okay, well.
Wait, what about Mysterio?
Part 2, because we're already like 5 hours in.
Mysterio.
Okay, okay, I'll put him in Kevin Feige's ass.
You bastard. All right.
And it kind of looks like his ass anyway.
How would you know? Where have you been partying at night?
Oh, you don't want to know.
All right.
I think I was at the Epstein mansion one time after waking up.
Sean is too busy punching a wall after watching dated video. Hey, Sean, did you actually see my video about Good Time yet?
Wait, you actually made a fucking video?
Yeah, I did make a video.
We didn't even win 3 games.
No, I ended up watching a bit of it, so I figured, what the hell.
Okay, all right. Jaded.
Vanilla villain. Typical MCU villain. I didn't give a rat's ass about his character at all.
Okay.
Jay hits the like 50 times. It's not happening. I'm not watching Good Time.
AMBW.
Yeah, I would put him in God tier simply because he is probably the most unlikable, despicable POS villain in the MCU. And considering Marvel's like recent trend of rehabilitating their villains or making them sympathetic to the point where they don't even seem like villains anymore, I'm glad that he's probably like one of those old school kind of piece of shit villains that you love to hate. So it's kind of a pity, kind of a shame that they killed him off right away, but I would put him in God tier.
Good stuff. I agree. Next, Mike.
I think he's good right there.
Okay. All right. All right. K-Dots.
What villain we on? Dreykov?
Yeah.
Genuinely good. Like, just like AMBW gave all the right reasons. He's a fucking villain. Like, not many of these villains are villains. They either died a villain or they
live to watch those crappy Batman movies.
No, but they get fucking rehabilitated. This motherfucker is a villain. She's stealing all those poor little girls and shit, messing up their baby makers.
Can we remember that this guy kidnaps little girls, right? And fucking sends them to some thing, and if they don't even survive their training, he fucking kills them off. Kills their mothers.
No. Let's describe it properly. Let's describe it properly. He kidnaps little girls. When they get to the age, he then castrates them. I forgot about that bit. As a graduation ceremony, if they survive the training of a Black Widow, and then he sends them as programmed killers to assassinate people around the world. He's like the ultimate user of women.
And kills the mothers if they come in search of them, by the way.
Me too. This motherfucker right here. This dude's a piece of shit.
He's a piece of trash.
Yeah. So yeah, K Dots. I get what you're saying, man.
Oh, wait,
real quick.
Real quick. Pickleball something too. He probably does sexually assault him too. This dude's a piece of shit, and I know he is. Fuck him. Put him in God tier. Put that motherfucker in God tier now. That's the
if only he was, and if he was a Nazi, that would have been even worse, right, K Dot?
I mean, he's
probably sympathizes.
No, I mean, he's honestly just as bad as the Nazi.
He's a communist, by the way. Yeah.
He's Russian.
He is. He's a fucking Stalinist communist. All right.
People said he looks like a fat Justin Hammer.
Paul.
Hell yeah, sever the nerve. Put him in the goddamn God tier. This dude is like, when she confronts him at the end, and what Mike has on the screen, where he's just yelling in her face because she can't hit him because he's programmed her, even at the biological level, to smell him and his pheromones in a room, and she can't attack him. That's how programmed she is. So she's to break her own nose so that she can do it. This guy's evil. He's evil as, man. He's like a great villain because you hate this guy. You want her to kill him, and she does. And it's a great scene. So, yeah, he deserves his God tier ranking.
Tyler.
Okay. I get a say on this. Okay, wow. I'm going to say it.
Have you not been getting a say so far? Do you not want to say? You want to get sassy and not get
a
say?
No. I'm saying it. Okay. Some people may agree, some people may not. I didn't like Black Widow. I think I would have liked Black Widow if the film had been released after Civil War. But because it wasn't, it made me feel I didn't. There was no stakes to that film. Nothing was going to change anything. There's no stakes for that film. Therefore, him as a villain does not put in God tier for me. He is a sick bastard, though. I would agree with it. I'd say he's Justin Hammer level, so I put him genuinely good.
All right, it leaves him in God tier. RJ, go on. Spill out your
Jesus.
Okay. Mumble out your ludicrous excuses, which are still going to leave him in God tier.
The fact that Loki is not in God tier is embarrassing. The fact that Wenwu is not in God tier is embarrassing. But y'all put Dreykov in God tier. Okay.
No, not all of us. Not all of us.
Okay.
Hey, RJ. I wanted Wenwu in God tier, but it's not my list. I voted God tier.
I know. I would put him personally probably in the genuinely good to probably I'll go nice performance from Matt Villain. I think it's a great performance, but I don't know. Like the villains in that movie just didn't do it for me. I think just there's a lot of build up for Dreykov. I like the actor that plays him, but it's all right. It's all right.
Wait, but I'm sorry. As much as I like Wenwu, this guy's performance was better. Ray, what's his name? Ray Winston.
Ray Winston.
Ray Winston's performance was way better. Way better.
No.
I mean, he had less time. He had less screen time, but he was genuinely fucking.
I hate to say it, but I agree with you. I agree with you.
Felt throughout the film. He's in his Shang-Chi way more. Felt throughout the film. Presence.
Like
he's more menacing. He has more of a presence.
Dreykov's been built up for so long, and it was okay. But I'm saying, like, Wenwu, nobody gave a shit about. Nobody even knew who that guy was, and he stole that whole movie. Like that performance is not even close to being as good as Tony Leung's.
Wait, Nerman, do I still got my veto? Nerman, do I still got my veto?
I still got my veto.
Do I still got it?
I still got it.
Yes, you do, because
can you please put Wenwu in God tier for me, Father? Please.
Oh my God!
Please, Papa.
The rules of this tier is just so ridiculous.
I'm so upset right now.
At this point,
Wait, don't you have a veto? Don't you have a veto, Nedman?
I'm not using my veto on Wenwu. I don't feel that strongly about him, but like, dude, you could have used your veto on anything. We are surrounded by MCU thugs.
Don't not call me
your fucking veto on fucking Wenwu. We're surrounded, bro.
Hey, I got a question. Do I get a veto too or no?
You've got Mike here. Have you forgotten about Mike? Anyway,
hang on a minute. Do we all get vetoes?
Okay, wait, Nerd Man.
Only the people he's gifted.
Nerd Man, 9.5 times out of 10, I am your direct nemesis. But what have I actually done that you've disagreed with here?
I can't remember. I don't
exactly.
Yeah, surprisingly, Mike has not disagreed with you not that much in his tier list.
No, man, can I please have one veto for someone who's already on a list? Just one.
Who's
well,
it?
I'm his son, Tyler, so he gave it to his son. So it's kind of.
I have one veto.
Kind of a special
one
thing.
character.
I'm curious who it's going to be.
I did that for RJ because I agreed with RJ.
I would like to move Vulture to God. I'd like to move Vulture to God tier.
Yeah, you're not doing that anyway because you don't get a veto because I don't really love you as much. Anyway,
I will prove my love to you.
RJ.
Yes.
Wait, has everyone gone?
Yeah, yes. Everyone went.
Yeah. Everyone went on that one. Sorry, dudes. All right. So last one we're doing is Ultron. Feige's ass cheeks, bro. Love the actor.
Are you?
Love the fucking actor, but like,
I'm with you there, Jaden. I'm with you there.
Ruined Ultron, who actually I remember from the animated movie was a fucking really good villain, sick villain, in fact. And they just made him into a joke factory of jokes that weren't really that funny. Didn't get it. I really didn't get what the movie was trying to do. Didn't get the new interpretation. Didn't get anything about this character. And he looked really, really good in the trailers as well. That level of disappointment also affected my score here a little bit, but really fucking terrible. I didn't find him entertaining at all. Anything he was trying to do, it just didn't, and nothing made sense to me. So yeah, I'm just gonna put him in Feige's ass cheeks.
Damn.
Jay did.
God tier. He is a great villain. His story is great. I believe the actor's name, the voice actor was
James Spader, who I fucking love. Who's better in every movie than that.
His delivery of the lines just made Ultron like when I read old comics with Ultron in it, I literally hear it in James Spader's voice. He just made that character so much more menacing than Ultron already is. He's God tier for me. He was the best part of the movie. He made that his character, his portrayal of it, just made that movie one of my favorite movies because of him and how he portrayed it and everything. Yeah, I'm sorry, he's God tier for me.
Oh, that one doesn't have any plot holes or any no,
it does.
That you hate about every single movie. That good times, piece of shit. Age of Ultron masterpiece. I get it.
The rating. This tier list is not titled MCU plot holes because then they'd all have them. Okay, this is a list of the MCU villains, and as for an MCU villain, Ultron was one of my favorite villains in the MCU.
Thank you for nothing, Jaded. AMBW.
You can use your veto anytime you want.
AMBW, dude. Okay.
Sorry. I'm back. I would say he's another villain that the MCU needs to bring back to redeem somehow because they fucked that whole thing up. Age of Ultron is probably my least favorite Marvel movie. Actually, no, sorry. Eternals is. Sorry, my bad. But it's like second least favorite. And they wasted his character. They cast James Spader would have been perfect for the role, but they wasted him too. So I would say Vanilla, because I'm holding out hope that he'll come back better than before. So
Vanilla, all right. That moves him down. All right, cool. Right, Rogue. Sorry, man.
Ultron is God tier. Spader did an excellent job voicing him, and he was one of the best things about Age of Ultron. While I would have preferred that they did more of the comic book storylines as far as Ultron is concerned.
Even the Ultimate one.
I was fine with what they did. So, God tier.
Son.
Come to the dark side, K-Dot. You know you want to. Come on.
I honestly thought he was mediocre. When I saw that trailer, I was like, damn, this motherfucker about to be something sinister. But he was just evil Tony Stark, just witty, making jokes and shit. And honestly, I was like, Ultron doesn't need Wanda or Pietro to be like an unstoppable force in nature. By himself, he can go up against the Avengers. So I'm like, okay. And also, Hank they should have put Hank Pym in this movie to make him, but he was mediocre.
I didn't mention those action scenes at the end of fucking Age of Ultron.
Yeah, like the only good action scene he had was with Captain America.
Dude. Like, oh, there's just a bunch of Ultrons and they just it was just so stupid.
I kind of wish it was just Ultron.
So stupid. There was an arc in the Avengers where the Avengers are in a town where it is filled with nothing but Ultrons, and George Perez drew the fuck out of it. So that was direct from the comic book.
Is that the one where the Avengers smash through the wall and goes, Ultron, we would have words with you.
Kurt Busiek and George Perez.
God, I love that line.
Yeah.
Well, look, I have no Kevin Feige strings on me. I think he's trash. Anyway, Paul.
He's God tier. He's born. He attacks. Not Vision. Flipping the AI that Iron Man has.
Jarvis.
His name? Jarvis. He attacks him immediately, tries to kill him. Then he attacks the Avengers. That's the second thing he does with with the robots from the Iron Legion, whatever the hell. Then he tries to hack the subnet to get nuclear arm cloads. And then at the end of the goddamn movie, he does need Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, because Scarlet Witch puts the curse on Iron Man and also puts the curse on Hulk, who then goes into a city, and Iron Man has to flip and drop down goddamn Hulkbuster to flip and just knock out Hulk. He has to land a whole building on his head, which is one of the greatest action scenes in Avengers history. And then to destroy the world, he goddamn almost does an apocalypse level event to drop a goddamn country on the earth like an asteroid. He's one of the greatest villains in MCU history. Stop it.
Thank you,
and
Paul.
James Spader voices him. And as soon as I saw James Spader voice him, I was like, this guy is going to be a beast. And he was. He didn't do quips all the time. He goes and makes himself a vibranium flipping suit, and then like a body, and then inhabits it so he can't be destroyed. Like, except by Vision with the Mind Stone that they immediately nerfed, by the way. But he is a beast. He is both proficient. He is both proficient.
How can we think of the worst possible fucking thing a villain can do, and just like it wasn't.
And then he does it. And then he does it.
And then he does it. And then he does it.
It was generic fucking supervillain
destroyed the Earth, killed the entire population of everyone. And that's what he decides to do. Okay.
This doesn't count against him, but
because Ultron and What If is better than this Ultron. So let's make that clear. This Ultron ain't shit.
Ultron and What If has the Infinity Stones.
Well, actually, you know what? I guess that shows that Ultron in any universe is good.
No, Ultron in the
What If.
No.
This one he was
no.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Paul. Tyler.
God tier immediately.
Yes.
One of my favorite villains.
There you go.
I love.
There are no strings on me.
I don't hear nobody talk about him
more than the original Avengers. I adore that
film.
I love
the way these guys are putting this guy.
I took my mum to it for her
and
birthday.
I want to just put this too. Without him being the villain, we wouldn't get the rest of the Avengers movies, because he sets it up. He is the one.
You're putting this in the same level.
He is an amazing villain, guys. His voice is menacing as hell. I was literally in the theater, and I think this is the one. I spilled my popcorn all over myself. I could not believe how menacing this guy was. He scared the shit out of me when he came out of that bar. He's like,
"You're a pussy."
And you're in it.
Oh my god.
He scared the shit out of me. What the fuck? All right, carry on.
James Spader
So,
is creepy.
James Spader is an amazing actor.
Mhm.
You know, everyone knows him from Blacklist, you know, but like
Actually, that's the one. That's the one character that I like the least.
Today, most people know him from like other movies that he's been, or Boston Legal, or Stargate.
I haven't seen any of those.
Oh,
but-
he
Where
was,
he played Daniel Jackson.
He was his best in that Jack Nicholson movie, Wolf, dude. If anyone's seen that, that's a fucking amazing James Spader.
But, yeah, no, he's a great villain. He deserves to be in God tier. And if anyone disagrees, fight me.
RJ.
Tyler, I don't want to harm you. What the heck, man?
All right. I'm sorry to disappoint everybody, but Ultron is going to go in God tier.
There you
You're
go.
Thank you, RJ. Thank you.
You're only disappointing two people. I tell you this.
Exactly.
Ultron
Do
is
you
one of the most.
see why I said you have to keep your veto here, dude?
Ultron
when I
is one of the
told you,
most
you know, like,
underrated
I've
villains.
lived
You still
a
have
lot
yours,
longer
Nerman.
than
You still got yours, bro.
I've lived a lot longer than you. You know my.
Like, do you remember? You remember, Nerdman? Like when I used my veto to put Zack Snyder's Justice League in the trash can right in front of your face. That was beautiful.
Exactly.
I have something to say, by the way.
Nerdman,
Okay.
this is your chance at revenge, bro.
Ultron and Age of Ultron is a great villain. Age of Ultron as a movie, had far more impact than Zack Snyder's Justice League ever had in the year it's been
I
released.
never will. I never could.
I was trolling with that one.
No, I was riding with it. I was riding with it. I was taking
He's gonna save his veto for Kingpin.
But no, you Nerdman, you mentioned that this God tier list is up there with Heath Ledger. I would argue that Willem Dafoe's performance in No Way Home is like almost on par with Heath Ledger's performance in The Dark Knight.
All right, good for you, brother. K-Dots, I love you, son. You know, you're the light of my life.
K-Dot's already voted. K-Dot's already voted.
Look.
I'm going to give you another veto.
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm giving you another veto.
This isn't like government cheese. You can't just hand it out.
I'm not going to.
Yeah, you can't just print paper money. No, man.
Hey, K-Dot, you have another veto. Can you move Ego to God tier?
You are not my son anymore.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You are not my son anymore.
Hear me out. Nerman.
I hate you. I wish you were never born. All right.
Nerman, hear me out. Hear me out. I did
Go on,
not
son.
think so many people on this list was going to gas up Ultron this much. The least talked about villain ever, one of the least talked about villains ever in the MCU. People wouldn't have got to. I didn't expect this, but hey, I'll let it be because I got what I want. I got my Winwu and Green Goblin and Killmonger and God tier. I got what I want today.
All right.
Oh, just wait. We'll put Thanos in
Don't
God
worry.
tier
It's
next.
all love, guys. It's all love.
No, Thanos is mediocre.
Oh, I was going to go a lot more than that. I was going to go a lot lower than that, Paul.
He gets cut in half by a Mind Stone. He's
It
mediocre.
doesn't matter.
He has a
gets beat up.
nutsack
He
for
gets
a
beat
chin.
up. He gets beat up by his own people in the trash Guardians remake.
Ineffective villain.
It's a
multiverse.
He sends Loki to get stones. He sends other people to get stones. He could have just done it himself from the beginning, come down and beat the shit out of them and taken the stones.
He is the most incompetent MCU villain of all of the movies.
Like when you put all that into perspective, you look at
No. You gotta do Kang. Come on, man, do Kang for me so we can put him in the trash for Warren.
Do one last. I'm gonna do one last one. We will do Kang, but we're gonna do Kang very quickly. I'm gonna do Obadiah
It's easy.
Stane
Kang's
and
easy,
Kang,
man.
and
Put him in
that's
the
it.
trash.
Like,
It's
literally.
easy.
Gonna do Obadiah Stane
Oh,
and
Tony Stark was able to build this with a box of scraps.
Obadiah Stane is God. He's God tier. He's like the
Okay.
original villain, man.
Yes, he is.
All right, I'm gonna.
Dude, one, it's Jeffrey Bridges. Two, he's a great villain. Three, his betrayal is really unseen. You didn't see it because go back to when we first started. We watched Iron Man. You didn't see him betraying him. Like you didn't see that happening. And then he walks into the tent, and you're like, "Oh shit, he's the one that ordered the hit on him." Like,
no, I
you
knew
don't.
that from the.
Oh yeah, I knew it. Sure you did, Damon. Sure you did. Okay, cool. Yeah, you knew everything. You're like a genius. Yeah, you know everything. Sure, yeah.
There
It's
wasn't
telegraph.
even
Okay,
a hint. There was nothing to even hint at that.
All right,
okay,
do you
cool.
guys want to? Do you freaks want to know where I'm going to put him? All right, here you go.
God tier.
I'm going to put him in Feige's ass cheeks, as
What?
he belongs.
Oh hell no!
As
Why?
he belongs.
I don't like him, but even I wouldn't put him there.
He's Feige's fucking ass cheeks. Look, I think the guy's a great actor. I just think he has a couple good scenes. I like the scene where he basically takes the arc reactor or whatever out of his chest and leaves him to die or something like that. That scene's pretty cool. It's Jeff Bridges. There's some kind of dynamism there, and I would say it's a nice performance. But as a fucking villain, he's so trash, dude. He's just like, ooh, I'm gonna be Iron Man's fucking exact opposite evil fucking character, and
wants
he's
power.
the most generic.
He wants power in the technology.
He's the most generic version of that. I don't.
So
I don't think he's a good villain at all.
So you don't like the character in the comics then?
Probably not. Probably not. I don't read Iron Man comics.
Yeah, but Obadiah Stane works differently in the comics, RJ.
Yeah, I don't read the comics of Iron Man anyway. But like, as far as I'm concerned, as a villain, as an actual villain, he's just not very good at all. Jeff Bridges' charisma aside, as functioning as a villain, not very good.
But then we wouldn't have got the iconic line. Tony Stark was able to build this in a cave with a box of scraps.
So that doesn't make him a good villain. That just makes him an interesting character.
Yeah.
Dude, when you think about it, Obadiah Stane is the whole reason that the whole MCU exists.
No, it's Iron Man.
Exactly.
It's RDJ is the reason.
Iron Man wouldn't exist without him putting the hit on him.
Is the reason. The 10 rings are the reason because they don't kill him. And they end up
the 10 rings wouldn't go after the 10 rings wouldn't go after Tony Stark.
They wouldn't know where he was if unless Obadiah gave the location.
I see what you mean, right? Okay.
What are you talking about? I'm talking about the reason for the popularity of the MCU, and the reason of the popularity of that movie is not the villain; it's fucking Tony Stark. Anyway, Jaded.
Tony Stark wouldn't exist without Obadiah.
You need to have a good villain to make a good hero.
No, you don't.
He wouldn't exist without Obadiah.
The MCU has shown that. He's ass cheeks.
Wow.
Jaded.
Your ass cheeks.
The only problem I have with Obadiah Stane is that they underutilized him. The ending of the first Iron Man movie should have been him figuring it out, and the second Iron Man movie should have been him building his suit and him going up against Iron Man. It was just, let's finish off the last 20 minutes of the movie by having him fight. It was underutilized. So I'm going to have to go under good, just because he should have had his own movie of him fighting Iron Man, not just...
You said under good. Genuinely good.
Just under genuinely good.
Oh, okay.
Only because they underutilized him.
All right, go. MBW.
Yeah, I would put him in God tier because he's the very first one. Not only that, he's genuinely. No, wait, hang on. No, I said not only that.
How ironic, nerd man.
Not only that, he's a genuinely menacing villain. You know what I mean? Like, you're right. Like, his turn to the dark side or his reveal is actually quite good. It's quite effective. I remember, like, when I saw it in 2008 and the theater was packed, and, like, that scene right when he exits the tent after that meeting with the other guy from the 10 Rings. You don't see it, but you hear all the other guys getting like shot to death by like a firing squad, like that. Like that shit's dark, man. You know what I mean? I mean, like it's PG-13, but it's still dark. And I feel like it's just, yeah. I mean, like out of all the villains, out of all the actual decent villains, he's the one who doesn't get enough love. I don't know why. To this day, I thought he was an excellent villain. I would put him in God tier.
Okay. Next, Mike.
Jeff Bridges as Obadiah Stane is God tier.
You're going to be using up you're going to be using a hell of a lot of vetoes up, Nerdman.
I'm so okay.
Can I just ask, why do we call them vetoes?
I already know how it's gonna go. It doesn't matter at point what my vote is, but I'll say nice performance with Matt Villain. He was cool to me. I like Jeff Bridges, so he did what Jeff Bridges do, be an evil, conniving son of a bitch. So, but yeah, Matt Villain.
Oh, that doesn't. Yeah, no, that does move him down one. Okay, go. Helix.
Paul.
Didn't he already vote? I know.
Yeah, I think he did. I think
technically he did vote. He already did say God tier, so.
Yeah, it's going to go God tier for Paul. I already know he's going to put.
I mean, I've got nothing against the Iron Man movie. I understand why they made such a weak, vanilla, trashy villain because it didn't need it. Like the main draw was Iron Man in that movie.
Well,
So
and to be fair, Iron Man in the comics doesn't his rogues gallery. It's not really that impressive.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm just saying, admit the guy.
Hey, what's wrong with Stilt Man? Come on, Mike. Come on. You got a problem with Stilt Man?
Is it my turn?
He literally Stilt Man was so weak.
Let's just say this: the guy is overrated. All right, he's overrated. He is not a good character. I can't believe he was actually about to do that. No, he's God tier, dude. Why the hell would you put in God? Why wouldn't you put in God tier? He's amazing.
Because they underutilized him. That's why I didn't put him in.
They underutilized him slightly, but you're still going to talk about that. Iron Man 1 was a great film.
Oh, it is.
You've got to have a good hero and a good villain to make a great film.
It's a very good film with a great performance.
It's a great film. It's a great film.
Very good film with a great
the whole
performance
MCU.
at its center. All right.
Exactly.
Okay.
So he stays in God tier. Leave him there.
What? Do I not get a vote?
You did. You already said God tier, didn't you?
Yeah,
I was asking you, and you didn't say shit.
I was off. I was out doing something.
Oh no, we established that you had already said God tier, so that's what we.
Yeah, God tier.
Yeah, that's what we counted it as.
I would have to agree. I'd put him in God tier. I think he's a great villain. I think he's much better than any DC villain we've ever seen before. 10 out of 10.
That doesn't take much.
That's a low bar, Jay, but I agree with you.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Wait, no, he said DC. He ain't better than Bane and Joker. And
DC, yeah, okay, no more.
Please, the Chipmunks are better than
the comedian, or
better than most
fucking,
of the DC villains.
or fucking the other villain in the Watch. It's shot. God,
look at RJ out here trying
anyway,
to troll and shit.
RJ coming in, trying to come in hot and shit. All right. So RJ's vote doesn't count. For saying that bullshit. You don't get to say that on my fucking channel.
What? Come on, man. It was a joke. Come on.
Not without consequences.
No, I genuinely do think he is God tier for being, like, again, he was the first MCU villain. I think for a first outing, for a first villain, I think that was a great performance. I think he's menacing, sadistic, cruel, and obviously he's played by Jeff Bridges, so that kind of helps and have a great actor behind that role. So,
all right, good. So here's how I'm going to end this stream. We're going to do Kang, but I'm going to give myself.
How are we doing Kang?
I'm going to give myself as a special treat because I deserve it. I'm going to give myself 2 more vetoes. Thanks, guys.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
I thought this was
my
hold on though. I
birthday
thought this was
soon as well.
democracy.
It is my birthday soon. My
There's
birthday.
levels on Nerdman stream. There's
early
levels.
Nerdman's like Stalin. He pretends there is, but there isn't any.
My birthday's in June. It's coming up, so I think I deserve a little present for myself. So I'm gonna give myself 2 vetoes. We'll see how that one goes.
Nah, just give yourself one. Don't get greedy, motherfucker. Do one.
Kang. We're gonna do Kang
what are you
last.
talking about?
Nah, I only use my one. I don't want to use my 2. I'm being fair.
And he's a brother and shit. I'm putting him in God tier. I like his face.
What?
I like his face. God tier.
I actually agree with
someone
Nerdman.
tie up and
Nerdman, I want to hear your justification on how he's a God tier MCU villain. Go ahead.
He's a brother, man. He's a brother. Look at him, man.
So wait a minute.
He hasn't killed anyone. He hasn't done anything bad.
Because
He's
he's
just gone and
black,
put some people in a hole.
so because he's black, he's an MCU
I actually
villain.
have a legitimate
Wait,
reason. I have a legitimate
Jaden,
reason
he's
why
just
he
using the
belongs
same reason why the critics gassed Black Panther. The same thing. The same reason.
So look, he's just trying to come up in the place, trying to do good. He's a brother, you know what I'm
He's
saying?
one of the most powerful beings in the universe. What do you mean he's trying to work his way up?
No, but wait, hear me out real quick.
What's left to go?
Wait, Jaden, not because he's black, but this dude is a piece of shit villain. He's literally purging universes just to kill his other selves and make sure other Kangs don't start a Kang war. This dude is killing
so that way all the universes don't die. Like, there's a reason he's doing it, K-Dog.
Honestly,
No. But he pretty much purged every single. There's only just the main universe.
Honestly,
I'm glad Nerdman's actually admitting that Loki's the best MCU series.
There
Thank you for that, Nerdman.
actually is a legitimate case for him to belong on the God tier ranking. I can see
wouldn't
where
put him in
Nerdman's
God
coming
tier,
from.
but
No,
he's a
because
villain.
like his introduction scene is so mind blowing and so perfectly executed. It's a
besides,
God tier. It's a
not
God tier
cool.
villain entrance.
He's not
Yeah,
saying
everything Andre said.
you shall not be named. He's not saying
Like the backstory, the way it's executed, I think it was so phenomenal. Like he has the potential to become God tier down the road. Like he already had a God tier introduction. Just keep it going. I think he has a lot of potential.
RJ, what are you on?
So RJ, you want to put him in God tier, yeah?
Yeah,
As
sure.
well.
I'm fine with
All
that.
right,
Wait, well,
start down the bottom
he
there.
wasn't Kang the
Start down the
Conqueror.
bottom,
He was
go
He
up the
Who
top.
Remains.
It's he who remains. It's not Kang yet.
Yeah, he's a villain, but he ain't Kang.
Who else wants to put him in God tier?
Nobody.
I want to say something quickly before I put him where I want to put him.
Do you want to put him in God tier?
Can I make my argument?
No. Do you want to put him in God tier?
Jonathan
Jonathan
Majors would make a better Lex Luthor than Lex Luthor.
What?
Nah,
So God tier then.
He'd be a better
Good.
Lex Luthor than Jesse Eisenberg.
So on to the vetoes.
He's ass cheeks. He's ass cheeks.
On to the vetoes. Jonathan Majors as Kong stays in God tier.
Kong.
Is he Chinese all of a sudden?
Isn't that his name? What is it?
It is. What is it? He who shall not be named. What is it? Voldemort. Whatever
He
his
who
name
shall
is.
not be named.
It's Bong.
He who,
No?
I think it's Voldemort. He who shall not be named.
He's cool anyway, man. God tier. All right. So veto time. So I think we're gonna take Ultron right out of there.
Oh, kiss my ass! It's the only God tier.
And we're gonna
the
put
only
him
God tier villain I was able to. I love a fuck.
in Feige's ass cheeks.
The only fucking God tier villain on the list.
And last one, I'm gonna do.
No man, put your hands up. Put your hands up. Stop it now.
I'm gonna put William Dafoe in MCU overrated.
That's too
far,
man.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Overrated.
You're gonna make me do it. You're gonna make me do it.
Put him back in God's tier. Put Green Goblin back. You had said
No.
You're
Put Green Goblin
You're getting greedy now.
contribution.
You're getting greedy.
Thank you for your
Batman,
contribution.
do not make me do it.
Wait,
do not make me do it.
No,
wait a minute. I still got my second.
You have to explain yourself, man. You gotta explain
No,
yourself.
K-Dot's got a second veto. K-Dot's got a second veto. Come on, K-Dot.
What?
No. Ultron. Don't do Green Goblin. Do Ultron.
I'm just joking, guys. Good.
Do it.
Everyone,
Do not.
where do you want Kang?
Put it back.
So,
Put it back. Put him back.
Where do you want Kang?
Just put Ultron back.
Put him back.
I'm messing around.
The only legitimate
where-
God tier villain you got.
I'll put Kang in. Well, let's go in order.
Let's go in order. Jaded, go. Where do you want Kang?
Oh, ass cheeks.
I'm putting him in ass cheeks as well. By the way.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
AMBW.
Ass cheeks.
Ass cheeks.
He's
Rogue.
a plot device.
Yeah, he's a plot device. That's all he is.
Yeah, exactly.
The one, good.
Good.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
okay.
I enjoyed him, and I'm eager to see what he does as Kang.
He's still staying in arse cheeks. There's too many arse cheeks. I love that sentence. Anyway, K-Dots.
Keep him vanilla villain. I mean, he's nothing great. That was not a great way to introduce. He's not King. Just to make it clear, he remains, but not a great way.
What's his last name? What's his last name, K-Dots? What's his last name?
Remains. His first name is Who.
His name is Kang. Stop it.
No, he's one of the kings. He's not the king, the conqueror. He's one of the kings.
But doesn't he look too friendly for a villain as well? Just look at his face. I mean, he just looks like a happy dude. You want to?
Yeah, I mean, this version of King. This version of one of the kings is a villain, but he's not King the Conqueror. He's not the one we're here for.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I thought
it
that
could easily be one of the other five.
Yeah,
has he killed? Has he killed other kings?
Yeah, he was pretty much
okay. Cool. So he's a conqueror because he's conquered all the other kings.
He hasn't killed them. He just trapped them out of this universe.
That's killing them.
No, he killed their universes.
He killed them. Not them. Oh, he killed all of them. That's how come he's the one that remains. He is the remaining king.
Yeah, but I thought
because he killed all the other kings to stop a multiverse war.
But in the show, doesn't he tell that doesn't he want to give either Loki or the girl the decision to see what happens? If they say no,
you mean when he was doing his blabbering stupidity and he's like, I don't know what's going to happen next.
Right, and then it's either I leave or you guys take over. And I thought if he left, the other king showed up. I thought that was
they did. They're here now because the multiverse.
So he didn't kill them. So he didn't kill the other kings because they're coming, right?
No. He killed them. But when Sylvie killed him, the multiverse is open back up.
Wait, awesome, good to know.
Oh, okay.
He nuked their multiverses, but if he dies, they come back.
So no, don't.
Okay, so then they're not really dead.
No, they were dead before, but now the universes are back.
That's what he is.
He's a non-character. He's a character, but he's a plot device.
He's an African American Lex Luthor. That's what he is.
All right, so this is where we've got in part one.
Wait, what about me?
Oh shit, RJ, go for it, man.
Yeah, Kane, guys. Being serious, I would actually put Kane in the genuinely good, just for potential's sake.
Wait, didn't you put him in God tier already?
I was joking, dude. I was just playing along with your joke. No, I put him in good. I mean, I think it's more so for the potential. I liked that performance. It was crazy. It was zany. It was over the top on purpose. I really like that introduction scene personally. Hopefully, the king we actually get, because it's not actually king, it's he who remains, obviously. So when we actually see King the Conqueror, I think that could be a god tier potential villain if they do it right. Yeah. So.
Okay.
I also haven't been.
Gets his ass kicked by
who hasn't voted? Mike, did you vote?
He's not going to get his ass kicked by Batman.
I haven't voted yet.
That's why. Look.
Wait. Quiet. Mike, have you voted?
I did.
Yeah.
I haven't voted.
K-Dots, you voted.
Good thing Warren's not here.
Yeah.
Warren would be having
I still haven't voted.
Helix, go.
Yeah, cast it into the fire. Feige's ass cheeks.
He's not that bad, dude.
Yes, he is.
Cast him into the fire.
Why? Give me one reason why he belongs in that category.
I don't like the way he eats an apple. How's that?
Yeah.
That's not a reason. That's a nitpick.
I hate the whole scene. I hate the way he's acting. I hate his schizophrenia, whatever the hell it is. Like, I don't like any of the acting choices. I don't like any of the acting choice in it.
All right. Loki is the best. Loki is the best Disney Plus Marvel show. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
No.
Out of your mind!
Oh my god! Peacemaker is a better show than any of those.
I'm talking about the Disney Plus. I'm talking about Disney Plus Marvel. Okay, then what's the best Disney Plus Marvel show then?
Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Captain America and the Winter Soldier.
Falcon the Winter Soldier.
Now, Captain America and the Winter Soldier. Get used to it.
I don't think so, actually.
I love that lecture at the end telling us you need to come up with the solutions. But then the senator's like, what solutions? And he's like, I don't know. That's your job. I love that ending. It was a great ending. Good stuff.
Because Loki, majority of Loki, it's a love story. It's
a love story.
It's a love story between Loki and Loki.
Falcon Winter Soldier is
Loki
not
loves
that,
himself so much.
yeah.
It's kind of a low bar.
Well, you know,
How the hell did you get a love story out of that show?
Technically, you could
It
argue
was
that
a love
Falcon.
story, and it was kind of queer baiting as well. I mean, why didn't he
It
fall
was.
in love with? If he fell in love with himself as a woman, why didn't he fall in love with him?
Hold on, though. Technically, you could argue that Falcon and the Winter Soldier was also a love story.
Yeah, between Falcon and his boat.
Not really.
No, it was a brotherly
his
love
sister
story.
and
Brothers in arms,
and
you know?
Bucky.
Not in a romantic sense, no.
Dude, that scene when the psychiatrist's office was hot. You can't tell me that wasn't hot between Sebastian
all that-
Stan. There
all
was
that
like
tension.
genuine
That
sexual
show is still the
tension.
best thing.
The
That show is still the
cinematography
best
in that
thing
scene
in
is
Phase
amazing.
4.
I
That show
love
is still
the
the best thing
cinematography
in
in that
Phase 4
scene.
so
Well,
far.
Nerdman, there's a
It's a
clinical
love
term for that. It's
story.
called
I am not gonna get
transference.
over that
And
for a while.
if you experience that with your own psychologist, I'm sorry, but you can't transfer it into
I
the
want to.
MCU.
Well, you know,
I feel like
WandaVision-
me and you
I mean,
should have that scene.
I mean, WandaVision was great too. That should rank pretty high as well in terms of the ranking.
WandaVision is trash, RJ. It's pure trash.
Oh no, it's great. It's great.
Pure trash.
How? What possible redeeming aspect of WandaVision is there?
The acting.
Oh, I was going to say the
seriously
ending,
thought-
but that's
I got
about
hooked
it.
on that show. I got hooked on it before it even came out. I bought all the action figures. It's a fucking trash piece of shit.
No, it's great. It's great. It's a phenomenal piece of storytelling and writing.
Dude, how much have you had to drink tonight? How much have you had to drink tonight?
The first 3 episodes are literally irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant. It's
no
character building.
You know what
But if they're
mirrors?
irrelevant,
Hang
they
on, I
shouldn't
just figured it out.
exist.
Jaded. Do you know what mirrors WandaVision? In that the 3 first episodes are like useless. Boba Fett.
Okay.
They mirror each other.
Yeah. They literally, there's literally no reason
Honestly,
for them to
just
exist.
being
Story or
100
character development in any of that show.
just being 100% transparent. The only Marvel Disney Plus show I didn't love was Hawkeye. Hawkeye was just okay to me. That was the one I wasn't.
Is that because you're so funny, Kate Bishop?
No, I thought the pacing was just a bit too sporadic and slow, and I thought
You just like Kate Bishop on that mechanical horse. Come on, RJ. That's it. That's all you like.
Let's be honest, we all
No,
like
that's
Kate
not
Bishop.
me. That's Mike and
That's
Kate
TikTok.
right there.
Or MS.
Look, all I can say is, look.
No, man, you don't give me my vote on Kang.
What is your vote on Kang?
Ass cheeks.
Oh, okay, arse cheeks. Look, I mean, all I can say about this list.
Why is Loki so low?
I don't.
Because he deserves it. That's why.
Yeah, totally. He isn't a villain. He's an anti-hero.
When I say these MCU fans come out at night, I wanted to use this list as proof.
And why is ego so low?
I sacrificed having
Sacrifice
to look.
what? What do you
and actually
sacrifice?
put these-
I sacrifice my sanity whenever I have to deal with you people. What are you talking about?
Dude,
I'm with you there, Jaded. I'm with you there.
Dude, the amount I have to sacrifice to bring the truth to the people. I had to actually put.
You mean your cult following of people? Your cult following. That's what you have. You have a cult following.
I actually had to put.
Nerdman. You are like The Room. You are the Tommy Wiseau of this generation.
You are the cool. You're Nerdman. You are the Kool-Aid. Okay, that's what you are. You are the Kool-Aid.
Dude,
I
there's
did
so,
not- I
like,
did
there's
not hit
so
the- I
many
did
of these
not-
that
Oh,
should
hey,
be at
Mark.
least mediocre. I mean, it's ridiculous that these guys are like anywhere near God tier, but it's fine. You know, Obadiah fucking what's his name? Like
Hold on.
masturbation.
Nerdman. If you want a supervillain list where most of the supervillains are lower tiered, just do a DC one.
Yeah, I didn't see that joke coming. It was like fucking telegraphed like an MCU joke. Like a fucking Ultron joke, in fact. Dude, these guys, like literally Ultron, fucking Obadiah Stane, I don't know how you've got that. And fucking a guy who doesn't even speak in the whole fucking movie is in the top tier.
Well, I didn't put him there.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Wait, what do you
a
mean he
joke.
doesn't speak in the whole movie? Which one are you talking about?
The whole movie.
Winter Soldier.
He's a great villain.
He's a great character.
He's not a great character. All right, who wants to finish this out? Somebody said they wanted to say a couple of things to finish this out.
Yeah, Moon Knight will be great. Moon Knight will be great. Moon Knight will redeem
It looks trash.
It
looks trash.
No.
How does it look trash?
Looks amazing.
That show, okay, every single other MCU show we've had has been trash. Why should this
Are
one
you
be
saying
different?
that this new MCU show about the clan is going to looks good? What?
Moon Knight is racist. Moon Knight is racist. Say it, guys.
Got those
Moon
glowing white eyes and that white outfit. He's wearing white hood,
isn't
man.
he Hispanic?
So he's a
Guys,
Hispanic that works with the KKK.
Guys,
typical.
The show is going to be slow as hell. It is going to be slow as hell.
Right,
Nothing's going to happen. There's going to be no character.
Wait a minute. You mean it's going to be? Like
look at me! I've just gone and got stuck in the toilet somewhere.
His English accent is kind of grating, to be fair. I mean, like that is.
Well, we don't know how long he's
going to
have
about it.
You don't know if that's.
They've got to do something about that, really. But yeah. Well, guys, once again, my friends have disappointed me severely.
That's what we do. That's what we're here for.
I love these guys. Obviously, it's brothers for life and everything like that. But why they have these opinions? What life experiences have brought them to this point that they put?
It's one root cause.
What was that? 7 MCU villains in the fucking god tier? That's fucking insane.
I don't agree with that.
If this was a villains, this is MC villains. If this was villains in general, then I would have a different opinion. But going off the MCU, those is
God. That is just sexist, Pickle. That is just sexist.
How is that sexist?
All right. So. Anyway, guys, what we're going to do, I'm going to be back on Tuesday to finish this list. And I'll make sure that I select correctly to who can come on to continue it. And then we will also do Cinema's Greatest Villains, which is going to be fun. And we will do the Joe Rogan Cancelled. Actually, can we finish off just talking just very quickly? Who's read about this thing about Joe Rogan being cancelled?
I don't know.
Someone told me about it.
They're trying to cancel him.
All I know about is that Neil Young wanted him removed off of Spotify for something.
Also, India Ree wanted to take him off because he apparently said some racial things.
And I heard that he had Blair White on the transgender community or something, and they don't like transgender.
Here's what happened. First of all,
going on to that.
Okay, all right. Let's listen to Rogue because he obviously has the skinny on what happened.
They're saying that sometimes he platforms people that spreads misinformation about COVID, and because he has a big audience, then that's part of it. He should be responsible for what he says. Then, as all that was happening with Neil Young saying he didn't want his stuff on Spotify, as well as Joni Mitchell, and there were some other ones, India Arie and somebody else. There was one of the opposites of the right groups, the love. Put out a supercut of him saying the word nigger, and it was accordingly from like 10 to 11 or 12 years ago, and they supercutted it all together. Like, it's clear it wasn't when he was doing the show like recently, but it was still him saying it, and there wasn't always a lot of context when he was saying it, but people were saying, well, there shouldn't be any context because he shouldn't be saying it.
Well, the thing was, is like he released a video where he contextualized it, where he just did exactly what you just did.
Well, he did the one thing. He did the one thing.
He just did what you just did, where he stated the word, and he was saying, like, he did a bit from Chris Rock, I think it was, and he said it in that. He also, like, all the separate times he said it, there were where he was repeating something that someone else said, or he was giving the full quote of something that someone said so that they discussed it on the show. So he didn't say the N word instead.
The one that
right?
The apology that I saw was, or him, the explanation him was when he said he went to go see a movie or something like that. When it got out, it was the Planet of the Apes, and then he started saying
but
that
that's for someone
say that he should never be racist. make a joke about it or whatever.
Someone made a racist joke about the Planet of the Apes, and he was against that, and he quoted that joke verbatim. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. But like either way, it was a supercut. It was a supercut of him saying the word, but not maliciously, and that was the issue with it. So
and then they came out, and then the other person came out and did something with who are those? The liberal? I think they're liberals. They're on YouTube. Who?
Progressives?
No, there's like a YouTube channel,
Leftists. Oh, you mean the Young Turks?
Yeah, there you go. They did a supercut of them saying the word, the N word. So whatever. I mean,
I mean, is the original video like where he said it in context out, or is it just a supercut that we can only?
Well, no, because those things. I mean, it doesn't. He said that with the I think with one of them, he pulled it down. He wanted to pull it down, and then apparently somebody like obviously they saved it. So this was like one of the old ones, but these other videos that Spotify's been pulling or whatever. I think has more to do with the COVID thing than, whatever. Maybe they're trying to get ahead of stuff.
This also goes into The Rock, because The Rock put out support for Joe Rogan, and then this video surfaced, and then people started trying to cancel The Rock, or like consistently bringing up The Rock because they brought up his old comments that he's made years ago. No. We have to be consistent with this. You can't go, oh, The Rock it's okay because it's The Rock. No, if he makes derogatory, hang on, I'm going to finish this. If he makes derogatory comments, right, that are out of context or even a joke manner, and then we have a supercut on the other hand of Joe Rogan saying the N word, right, where he's quoting people and that's not put in context, then we can't say one's bad over the other. We can't do that.
Paul, calm down for a second, because I'm not defending The Rock or anything but the clip that they showed of The Rock was when he was in the wrestling ring and he was talking to Mick Foley.
I saw the clip. This is a Twitter post that he made about trans people.
I'm gonna put this up.
That thing.
What is that? John Cena looks like a
I'm gonna react to this. I'm gonna react to this and say what I think, because I don't listen to just headlines. I like to hear what the person said, the context in which they've said it, and then make my own judgment.
Well, I don't think, as far as Joe Rogan is concerned, I don't think you're going to get all the context for him, because they're just literally supercutting it.
Sure, I just saw the beginning, and I think I got enough to be able to say something about it. All right?
Like, the nigger thing. Yeah, saying the word nigger. I already said nigger. D is just like nigger. Saying nigger. She's calling you a nigger. It's like this boy that he's a nigger and starts calling them niggers. Word nigger. There should be a word like nigger, especially the word nigger. That's our nigger.
Okay, that isn't fair. I'm gonna say that the last few were not fair for me to kind of comprehend.
You can't just supercut. Like you can't. You got to give him the whole sentence. You got to give him the whole sentence. You can't just be like.
Well, not only that, he actually one of them. He actually goes. He says the N-word. He actually goes. He says the word.
And actually,
so this is like. I'll tell you this is. I'll tell you what this is like. This is like. This is like. You go to like a trans activist rally, right? And then you record a trans activist on stage say trans a bunch of times, right? And then you just supercut trans out of their mouth and you put it online and say they're anti-trans. That's what this is akin to. This is exactly what this is. It's completely out of context. It's garbage. It is just another thing to try and nail this guy. And the left is using it because he speaks out against like leftists. That's what happens. That's what's happening right now.
Joe Rogan doesn't speak out against leftists because he is a leftist.
Yeah, he's a liberal. There's a difference between a leftist and a liberal.
Whatever.
Yes, he's a center left. He's not a leftist.
But I like your argument, Paul, but I feel like you're missing the point a little bit. This person's clearly posted up on a YouTube channel. What does that do? That gets the person views and subscribers, which then brings in revenue. There's no argument to this thing. It's just a guy trying to get views.
I'm gonna say this. Look, I actually agree a little bit with what Tyler just said there. I think something about him. He wants to come off like as he's an ally. He's somebody who agrees with a lot of kind of issues that concerning the African Americans. So therefore he gets licensed to say this word because we all know he's cool, right? But on the other hand, him saying words like that is part of his kind of edgy persona. So again, this is something that his popularity.
I put a link in the private chat, Nerdman, his response to it, so he contextualizes it.
Okay, I will read that. That being said, I want to make clear.
It's a video.
I want to make clear that for me, intentions are always much more important when it comes to whether what someone did was something I will condemn or not. What were the person's actual intentions when they were saying that thing? Now, I can't get from the context of a lot of these why he was saying that. I would advise any white person.
Watch his response, he has a response in video form.
I waited for you, and I will play that in video form. I would advise any white person, including Rogue Comics. I understand your intention, Rogue Comics, when you said this word just then. You were just trying to report what had been said. But I would advise any white person to just, avoid saying that.
I'd be insulted that you referred to me as white because I'm
did
Puerto Rican.
Exactly the same thing.
I don't mean it. I was saying any white person or non-black.
So if
person,
I said the N word right now,
I'm not allowed to say it.
Huh?
I'm not allowed to say it. Oh,
not unless you're in a movie.
I better write that down. Let me write that down.
Not you're not allowed to say it.
Don't.
It's fine.
Wait, look,
I haven't.
You're seriously gonna write it and put it up on a piece of paper and hold it up to the camera.
I'm just saying, from my point of view, you'd cause yourself a lot less hassle if you just fucking go the N word when you're referring to something. If you're trying to report like what somebody else said and you're offended by it, you might want to just say the N word. But that being
that's
said,
gatekeeping.
That being said, I'm concerned with the guy's intentions. And from the most part, from the ones that I can understand what he's getting at, it seems like he's reporting what somebody else said, which he was offended by the fact that they were using it as an insult or a derogatory term towards black people, right? There's some other things that were going on with this Planet of the Apes thing that he said, which I think was a little bit outrageous as well. But again, canceling the guy, I don't know. I want to hear this, what he had to say about giving this context as well. But for the most part, when I've seen him, he's been somebody who's just trying to be a little bit edgy, a little bit street. And I think this was him trying to, put on airs and be put on this kind of persona of being like super fucking cool. Right, so he's so cool with the black people. He's so cool with everyone. He gets to say that word. I don't think it's a sensible thing to do. I don't think it's a great career move. He has to live with the consequences of doing that. But from my part, if he was saying it just as like he's reporting what somebody else said, I would look at the intentions more than the word he actually just said. Paul, now please, what were you trying to show, and what do you have to respond to?
I put it in the private chat because you keep saying if. Well, we have his response straight from his mouth in that private chat there. If you play the video, he literally says,
"Can somebody share that?"
It's in the private chat. It's in the private chat.
Yeah, but if I do it will interrupt the stream. So
okay, I'll do it.
How long is the video, Paul?
It's like, I think it's under 2 minutes or 3 minutes. He basically just talks directly and talks about what's been alleged, like what the allegations are.
I thought like a 10-minute video of him explaining things. Okay.
You don't want them to miss out. Even if your child has been immunized, they may be missing protection against meningococcal, a rare but potentially
doing the stupid ads.
Disease. Missing protection against meningococcal disease could mean missing out on a whole lot
This is very important for everybody to know about, by the way.
There you go.
I'm making this video to talk about the most regretful and shameful thing that I've ever had to talk about publicly.
Oh, this is what I saw.
There's a video that's out that's a compilation of me saying the N-word. It's a video that's made of clips taken out of context of me of 12 years of conversations on my podcast, and it's all smushed together, and it looks fucking horrible, even to me. Now, I know that to most people, there's no context where a white person is ever allowed to say that word, never mind publicly on a podcast. And I agree with that now. I haven't said it in years, but for a long time, when I would bring that word up, like if it would come up in conversation, instead of saying the N word, I would just say the word. I thought as long as it was in context, people would understand what I was doing.
Right, I get that. That's what I. That's what I thought.
It's not finished.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he's not done at all.
I get that. I agree with that, and that's why he should go on. He should apologize, and you know, that's.
I want to make a video to address some of the controversy that's been going on over the past
Oh no,
few
that's
days.
it. Is it?
And
No, this is
first
a
of all,
different
to say
one. There was
thank
more
you
to it.
to everyone that sent love and support. I truly
Yeah, I watched
appreciate
a different one this morning.
It's been very nice.
This
to
was
hear
the
from
first thing that he said
I want to
after
make this
Neil
video,
Young
first of all,
and
because I think there's a lot of people that have a distorted perception of what I do, maybe based on sound bites or based on headlines of articles that are disparaging. The podcast has been accused of spreading dangerous misinformation, specifically about 2 episodes, a little bit about some other ones, but specifically about 2. One with Dr. Peter McCullough,
Right, I found
with
it.
Dr. Robert Malone.
I
Dr.
found the
Peter
whole
McCullough
thing.
is a cardiologist, and he is the
half,
most published physician
I got the whole thing
in his
from
field
Instagram.
in history. Dr. Robert Malone owns 9 patents on the creation of mRNA vaccine technology and is at least partially responsible for the creation of the technology that led to mRNA vaccines.
Okay,
Both these people are very highly credentialed, very intelligent, very accomplished people, and they have an opinion that's different from the mainstream narrative. I wanted to hear what their opinion is. I had them on.
Okay, fair enough. Interesting.
A white person is ever allowed to say that word, never mind publicly on a podcast. And I agree with that now. I haven't said it in years, but for a long time, when I would bring that word up, like if it would come up in conversation, instead of saying the N word, I would just say the word. I thought as long as it was in context, people would understand what I was doing. Like that context was part of the clip we were talking about Red Fox, how Red Fox said that word on television in the 1970s and how times have changed so much since then. Or about how Richard Pryor used it as one of the titles of one of his albums. Or I was quoting a Lenny Bruce bit, or I was quoting a Paul Mooney bit, or I was talking about how Quentin Tarantino used it repeatedly in Pulp Fiction. Or I was talking about how a Netflix executive, ironically, used it because he was trying to compare it to another offensive word, and he said it out loud, and they fired him. Not calling anybody or just saying the word out loud. I was also talking about how there's not another word like it in the entire English language, because it's a word where only one group of people is allowed to use it, and they can use it in so many different ways. Like if a white person says that word, it's racist and toxic. But a black person can use it, and it could be a punchline. It could be a term of endearment. It could be lyrics to a rap song. It could be a positive affirmation.
That's not true.
Very unusual word, but it's not my word to use. I'm well aware of that now, but for years I used it in that manner. I never used it to be racist because I'm not racist, but whenever you're in a situation where you have to say, I'm not racist, you fucked up. And I clearly have fucked up. And that's my intention to express myself in this video, to say, there's nothing I can do to take that back. I wish I could. Obviously, that's not possible. I do hope that, if anything, that this can be a teachable moment. Because I never thought it would ever be taken out of context and put in a video like that. And now that it is, holy shit, it looks bad. And it's part of also me doing this podcast for thousands of hours, thousands of episodes, over 12 years. I said a lot of fucking stupid shit, which is fine when you're talking about most things, but not when you're talking about race. And there's another.
Also not true.
There's a clip from 11 years ago. I was telling a story on the podcast about how me and my friend Tommy and his girlfriend, we got really high. We were in Philadelphia and we went to go see Planet of the Apes. And we didn't know where we were going. We just got dropped off by a cab and we got dropped off in this all black neighborhood. And I was trying to make the story entertaining. And I said, we got out and it was like we were in Africa. It's like we were in Planet of the Apes. I did not, nor would I ever say that black people are apes, but it sure fucking sounded like that. And I immediately afterwards said, that's a racist thing to say. Planet of the Apes wasn't even in Africa. I was just saying there's a lot of black people there. But then I went on to talk about what a positive experience it was and how much fun it was to go to see this movie in a black neighborhood. It wasn't a racist story, but it sounded terrible. Yeah. And like I said, you can have clunky stories about anything, but not about race. And so I deleted that whole podcast, but obviously somebody made a clip out of it and taken out of context. It looks terrible, but it looks terrible even in context. It's a fucking idiotic thing to say. And I was just trying to be entertaining. I certainly wasn't trying to be racist. And I certainly
Gina Carano said idiotic things. She got fired from the job.
Someone
hey,
for entertainment with something as stupid as racism. My hope is that, look, I can't go back in time and change what I've said. I wish I could. Obviously, that's not possible. But I do hope that this can be a teachable moment for anybody that doesn't realize how offensive that word can be coming out of a white person's mouth in context or out of context. My sincere and humble apologies. I wish there was more that I could say, but all of this is just me talking from the bottom of my heart. It makes me sick watching that video, but hopefully at least some of you will accept this and understand where I'm coming from. My apologies and much love. My sincere, deepest apologies and much love.
Fuck him. Well, I'm not mad at Joe, but when you put in context about the joke, I was like, yeah, Planet of the Apes is not in Africa. And, that wasn't a good joke.
Well, that was, dude.
Don't watch MSK stream
thing to say. But he did pull it. Like he realized that it was stupid. He didn't leave it up there.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm not saying like, oh, F him. I'll forget him. Like, you know, even in his context, like, you know, he took it down, but.
So The Rock came out.
What is the difference between him and Gina Carano?
The Rock came out and said supported him or said, you know, it's good that you learned or whatever. And then Nerdman, I put it in the private chat. This is what they're dragging The Rock about now. Besides, there was also another tweet that he said something about tranny or something like that. I'll try to find that tweet.
Yeah, he said Johnson that looked like a buff tranny.
But this, well, or no, it was he said some chick was using her tranny something or whatever. But there's the look in the private chat, Nerdman.
I mean, I'm not mad at guy, but that was just a dumb joke to make. But he took down the stream. He realized, you know, the error of his ways and all that. So,
yeah, I mean, for the most part, I appreciate like what he had to say there. I do understand, like, you know, in general, I just think like if there's a word that is part of a different group. Whether it be gay people, they might use the F word, you know, as a term of endearment or like as in funny comments towards each other. That's their place to do that. Women might, you know, say the, you know, the B word or whatever. Like
sometimes women like, hey, what's up, bitch? You know, just
right, exactly. They use that as kind of things with each other. I think for the most part. I mean, bitch is a little bit different because it's kind of used for.
The videos that they're pulling aren't just not just because of the N word or anything like that, but it's also I shared the screen. There's also other problematic things that I guess Spotify is being a little more stricter with now.
Like what?
I shared the screen. Did you see it?
Oh, right.
Oh my God! Look underneath that tweet, Mike. Did you see the Young Turks doing it as well?
Yeah.
Holy
That's the thing I was talking
crap!
about.
Yeah, the hypocrisy is insane.
But see, in at least half of that video that you mentioned, Paul, half of that though, they are reading quotes. The other half, they're just saying it.
So Joe Rogan deleted that thing, so you could get him for like, not even get him, it's stupid, but like the whole Planet of the Apes thing, slip of the tongue, whatever you want to see, right? He deleted that podcast. But the other stuff that he was saying where he quotes the word, he's quoting other people. He's doing exactly what the Young Turks are doing. Like, I just, I think that's interesting. Oh, this is tan. Is this the tan conversation about being more tan than others?
Well, yeah, it's another thing he had to say on one of his podcasts with Jordan Peterson.
Like 100% African
and brown.
There's such a spectrum of shades of people. Weird.
Yeah, it's really weird.
The black and white thing is so strange because the shades are so
tan and brown.
There's such a spectrum of shades of people. Unless you're talking to someone who is like 100% African from the darkest place where they're not wearing any clothes all day and they've developed all that melanin to protect themselves from the sun. You know, even the term black is weird. And when you use it for.
Yeah, just stop it. I can't watch anymore. That's terrible.
Why is it terrible? How is it terrible to have a conversation about this? He's just talking about melanin of skin, for fuck's sake.
You're not black, really, unless you're like naked somewhere in Africa.
No,
I mean,
that's not what he said. That's bullshit, and you know it. That's not what he said.
He was using it as a spectrum. He was
using it as a spectrum, an example. It was just a hypothetical example he was using to illustrate his point that we're all shades of like he's like black is a weird word to use for people who are not, they're just brown, like they look brown, not black. He's saying it's weird to use that word. That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. It just
but real quick.
Hey, Docs, go for it.
Yeah, real quick. There is some legit. I'm brown. I'm brown. But there's legit some black people like there are some people in India I've seen.
Uganda as
black,
well,
like darker than me, like black. I'm not talking about like brown, black. You know, I've seen some people from India pitch black, but
it's just that it's a conversation and a topic that's uncomfortable. For
I can see what he's trying to say about it, though. But
yeah, but most people in Africa are brown.
What does he achieve by bringing up that conversation? He doesn't achieve anything.
Well,
it's
why are they having that
it's a point of discussion. Okay, it's a point of discussion, and just because he's white doesn't mean he doesn't get to bring up a point of discussion.
I got it, Sean.
Because if he was black or if he was Indian and he said it, you wouldn't be going, "Oh, it's an irrelevant thing. Why even bring it up?"
Wait.
The Rock's been watching MSK.
That's one of the videos that they're using about The Rock.
Oh, about him.
Yeah, and the people trying to cancel The Rock, they clearly didn't watch his WWE.
Not only that, you have to blame. Hey, first of all, everything that he says is scripted, and it got approved by Vince McMahon. So if you want to get mad at what The Rock said, get mad at Vince McMahon because he's the guy that told him to say it.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a fucking minefield. It really is. Like, it's so hard to wade through, like, just human error. Just, like, understandable fucking human error. Like, even the comment he just said, which I think was pretty stupid, but I understand what Helix is saying as well about it. Like, he's trying to explain something, but you're trying to explain something in the heat of the moment. You say some stupid stuff. Is that just, can we put that down to human error and kind of...
Yeah, there's someone in the back room that wants in. Nerdman, someone. Joe Rogan is innocent.
Yo, what's going on, my Shane Shees? What's up?
Yeah, but hold on. Did Joe Rogan run 2,000 yards in a season?
Not quite, sorry.
Well, then he's guilty as hell.
Yeah, sadly. But I mean,
my point
to want to talk about getting
internet and people in the media.
Wait, let him finish.
You should look up that Muhammad Hassan character.
Do you want to speak at the same time, or Tyler, can you let him finish, dude, please?
Oh no, sorry. I was just gonna say like 5 words. Just saying, look up that Muhammad Hassan character if you want to see something cancel worthy.
Yeah. I know wrestling's just full of that shit though. Tyler, what were you saying, bro?
Here's my issue. The media is so toxic and so PC these days that you can say anything and you've got a target on your back. Why go and bring up these topics that are going to put a target on your back? You can clearly tell. Like, I can tell immediately the minute that we get into any topic like this, someone's got a target on their back immediately.
Because there are some of us who aren't scared. Because there are some of us who aren't scared.
Because hang on, no. In order to be able to think, you must risk being offensive.
Sure, but like you could risk being offensive when it's intelligent and you're trying to.
Sorry, if I were to say, hang on, Nerdman, if I were on a podcast with you and in the middle of it we were just talking about like words and the definitions and stuff, and we started talking about race, and we were like, oh, like it's really weird that white people have used black as like the determining like factor to distinguish themselves from to distinguish black people from white people. It's weird because really the melanin like shade, it really is more brown than it is black. How is that racist? Tell me.
That's not racist. The whole problem is you're talking about something within a historical.
Who gives a shit about that, Tyler? In order to be able to think, you must risk being offensive.
I do because
Helix, you're talking about something within. Can I answer the question? Sorry, Tyler. Can I answer the question? You're talking about something within a historical context, right? And then you're saying, right, like there's a bunch of naked Africans, and they're
who have developed melanin that make them
who are the only people who should be considered black. Why are the naked?
That's not what he said. That's not what he said. That's not what he said.
What he said. Do you want me to fucking rewind it? He said that unless you're in the middle of Africa and you're fucking naked. And you've got
developed the melanin against the sun.
You're ignoring the naked part. The fucking naked in the middle of what does that? What does that conjure up? What kind of images does that conjure up?
Are there tribes that are left untouched by man?
Historically, Africans and black people have been labeled as fucking savages. That plays into that narrative.
No man, I've got a question for you. Are there tribes? Are there tribes in the Amazon? Is there tribes in the Amazon that have not had any contact with the rest of humanity? Are there tribes on islands that have not had no contact with the rest of humanity?
You can talk about those tribes.
Are they naked? Are they naked? Are they wearing palm leaves?
Are the majority of Africans in fucking Africa naked?
No, but he's not talking about them.
He's not talking about them. No. He was very specific. He was very specific with his words.
He talked about Africans in Africa who are fucking clothed. They can't be called black either because they're not black enough because
he's using it as a spectrum.
Yes.
He's going,
the spectrum is to be really black. You have to be.
No, man, you're being offended over. You're super offended over nothing. Let me finish this.
I'm not.
No, man. Can you let me finish what he's saying? Can you let me finish what he's actually saying? No, man. Can you please just let me finish what he's actually saying? There are actual tribes in Africa that do have little to no clothing on. They still exist because they want to exist that way, right? So what he's saying is that those people groups over time have developed melanin that make them more blacker than the average African American because they are naked, because they're naked in the sun, because they're naked. Hang on. Let me finish the goddamn point, nerd man. What's the point of having a conversation with you if you won't listen? Let me finish the point.
Let me finish, and then you continued on. And then I'm responding to what you're saying.
Because you're getting outraged.
Go for
it. Because Nerdman, you're getting outraged over. You're literally amped.
Does not mean I'm outraged. That's just
you are because you're reading offense into what he said. That's outrage.
I'm not offended at all. Not at all. Zero.
You just literally because you've. No, man, you've literally misinterpreted what he said, and I was trying to tell you what he was saying.
Misinterpret what he said.
You did.
Carry on, Helix, and I'll say why I didn't misinterpret what he said at all. Carry on.
When people are naked in the sun, even white people, right? you tan over time, especially if you're in the sun for a long period of time. You start to tan more and more, which makes you browner. There can be white people. Dude, I went to an island for a week in my youth, and because I have Spanish blood in me, when I came back, I looked brown. Okay? Does that stop me being a white person? This is what he was talking about. He was talking about the language being used to describe melanin of skin. That's what the context of this conversation is. So he was saying that tribes that go live in Africa that are mostly naked, who choose to live that way, which is their right as a human, right? They live that way. Their body has developed melanin to assist with counteracting the sun. That's the point of what I'm trying to say.
What color skin are those people on the right-hand corner there?
What?
What color skin are the people on the right-hand corner of the picture? You're talking about
well, I'd say that
in Africa. What color skin are they on the right-hand corner?
They're as tan as I was when I came back to the island after a week.
Nerdman,
I'm fucking blacker than those guys.
Nerdman. I understand why
Again,
you are.
you're not understanding the context.
It's not a scientific designation.
Yes, you're right.
Oh my God, you aren't understanding the context again. You just totally sidestepped what I was saying. Jesus Christ.
Let me explain something. Let me say something, Jaded, and I promise you, I'll let you speak after. First of all, I'm not offended. That's the first point. Secondly, I don't think he was being racist. I don't think his intention was to be racist, is what I mean. I think he was trying to make a point, the point that Helix is saying, and I think he said an unnecessary thing to demonstrate that point that can be construed as racist, because the implication is, as I said, that to be really black, you've got to be some kind of naked person. That's what the implication people can draw. I don't think that's what he was trying to say, but that's the implication that can be drawn. Fourthly, it doesn't even make sense anyway, because if you look at tribes in Africa that are naked, there are some who are dark, there are some who are light. And there are not that many of them anymore, because most of the fucking places, people live in cities and fucking, are clothed and whatever. They live like fucking everyone else. It's not like that anymore for the most part. It's very.
Do you know what a hypothetical is?
You look like that.
Do you know what a hypothetical is, Nerdman?
Okay, Jay did speak, please. And then
I understand why you had the issue with what he said and how he said it. But the reason he said it that way was because he was using the cliche stereotypical definition so that he could easily establish that's what I'm talking about. I am talking about the cliche stereotypical, tribal people that live that when you read when you check out the old white magazines and you see the black people and the thing. So it was a cliche stereotypical way of saying it to be able to establish the further end of the spectrum.
One question.
Could he have said it better? Sure. Yes, absolutely. But he did it in a quick, simple way that he thought was to go, this is what I'm talking about.
That's my
he
same
could have
thoughts on
easily
it.
have used better terminology, but that's why he said it.
Yes, good. Jay did.
That's my thoughts, pretty much.
I agree with you. What is that associated with, wrong or right? Nobody should be associated with being a fucking savage because they come from a less advanced culture. No matter.
Did he say savage? Did he say savage?
No.
I didn't say
he used it. He used it so that way it was the quickest.
He was illustrating melanin color, you idiot. He wasn't talking about them being savages. He was just using about melanin. That's all it was.
Let's stray away from calling me an idiot. It's unnecessary.
Okay, Nerdman. He was talking about melanin. He wasn't talking about savagery. Okay.
That he called anybody a savage.
Then why use that word?
That is associated with that image. That image.
No, it's just associated with native Africans before the Europeans came. That's all it is.
That image is why Europeans called them savages.
Yes, but we are evolved now in society. So when you articulate, hang on, when he articulates that point, when he articulates that point, Nerd Man, we are, as a society, should be able to take that point and go, okay, he's talking about the melanin of their skin, not the savagery of being like an ancient tribal race. That's not what his point was. So as a society, we should have the brains and the intellect to go rationalize and reason and go, hey, is he trying to be racist here? No, he's actually just talking about the extreme nature of melanin and as extreme as we can get, as black as we can get in the melanin. That's all he said.
Helix? What have I said, Helix? I focus on people's intentions. I don't think his intention was to...
Then why are we having this conversation then?
Because I'm drawing out the fucking implications and why people
What's the implications of what he said?
The implications are the history, as I said, of how people saw those tribes. And
in the context of that conversation,
blacks in Africa is to associate that with them being like, you know, savages.
Exactly. That's not what he was. That's not what he said at all.
I know
he
that's
said,
not the intention.
When you look, no, this is his thing.
That's what the implication is.
No, it's not the implication. The implication is about skin color, not about savagery. You're reading that into his comment, and also the people that want to be outraged about this can read anything into his comments because they're fucking idiots.
I'm not outraged by it. I'm not outraged by it. I'm discussing it. I'm discussing it from my point of view. I'm discussing it from, you know, what I've experienced. You have to remember, dude, that when I was in primary school, this was the fucking playground insults that I would get. Oh, you come from fucking Africa. Your fucking people are naked and fucking starving. All of this kind of shit. So every black...
No, he said naked because they're more exposed to the sun, which makes their melanin more black.
What he said, and like, I'm saying the association that black people who experience that kind of bullying, for instance, in fucking primary school or whatever, the association that they make in their head when people say that. So I'm trying to illustrate why you should be careful sometimes with language, because I know, that's not what he meant.
Nerdman, I'm sorry that happened to them, but they should also have a rational brain to realize that the things that said to them on the playground aren't necessarily the things that are said in public all the time. And people should stop trying to see race and their identity and everything that's ever said, especially in examples, especially in abstract examples that he's talking about. No, he's talking about melanin, not race. You just misunderstood and misquoted him. He's giving a description, he's giving a hypothetical, he's giving an example, whatever you want to call it, of extreme melanin in people. And he used a African tribe who is exposed to the sun more than others because they don't wear as much clothing, right? Whatever. He's talking about whatever African tribe. He's not being specific. It's an example. It's an example, Nerdman.
Black because they're naked.
Wait a minute. Well, hold on.
It's just an example, Nerdman. It's just an example of when you're exposed to the sun, you get more tan. Why do people go to the beach and wear less clothing? To get tan. That's the whole point. Melanin gets more tan in the sun. He was making the point that Africans who wear less clothing in the sun have developed an immunity towards the sun by getting more black. That's the point of what he's trying to say.
Yes, Paul. But what Nerdman is trying to say is the description he used, he could have rephrased it better. That's all. He could have phrased it better.
And I'm saying that the outrage mob will look for anything to be upset about, especially people like, quote unquote, flipping Cyborg, who sees race in everything, including the Hunchback of Notre Dame, who was French.
Obviously. No matter how we phrased it, there would have been somebody who would have been offended by it. But what Nerdman is trying to say is he to not have been a bother to him or uncomfortable for him, if he had phrased it better, it would have offended less people. That's all. People are going to get offended no matter what.
And
so
why would you have conversations that you could potentially begin to offend somebody? Especially, I wouldn't sit here and talk about like female problems because I don't know female problems.
He's not talking about black issues. Oh my god!
But
everyone needs to watch that podcast. No, he's not talking about black issues.
Hold on. Last night, DC Dots was having a stream, and LB was on there, and Terrence was on there, and I think there might have been one more other person on there, and they were talking about black issues. And when I got on MSK stream, he's like, "Oh, Mike, I saw you on there, and I would invite you." I'm like, "No, I don't think my skin was dark enough." I didn't mean that as an insult. I meant like there's they have experiences that I don't have. So I'm okay with just sitting there and listening to what they're talking about, not having that experience, but hearing what they were going through. And that's okay. I don't have to sit there and talk about everything and think I'm scholarly because, you know, oh, there's the melatonin and the way the sun angles at them and they build up a tolerance or whatever. Why would they be talking about it to begin with? They don't
because they can, Mike, because it's a freedom. You have freedom to think, because in order to think, you must risk being offensive. In order to be able to have a conversation, you must risk being offensive. In order to cover these topics, you must risk being offensive, because if people don't have these conversations,
that's going to be insulting to people.
It's not insulting. Dude, it's not even insulting. That's the thing. People have read this so hard into it that he's talking about savages or something like that. They've read so hard into it because all they see is goddamn race. And I'm telling them to get their head out of their collective asses and stop being offended at every goddamn thing that someone says on the internet.
The only person that sounds really offended, Paul, is you with the tone of your voice.
I'm angry at these idiots that continue to see the offensiveness in where it doesn't even lie. Actually go attack people, go and counter people that are actually saying offensive things. How about that?
Okay, so we agree then. Let's do this, because you always do this, that both sides are doing it, because it's the right that's also trying to drag The Rock for saying ching chong ching, whatever it was that he said. So it's not just the liberals.
I'm against cancel culture. I'm against no, I'm not even making this political. I'm talking about idiots. Idiots are a part of the cancel mob. No matter what side they're on, they're idiots. All of them.
Just to kind of deviate a little bit. It's kind of on point, but in terms of what you were saying, Rogue, I don't think that you can't talk about black issues. I don't think Jaded can't talk about black issues or talk about it with us or give me your perspective. And secondly, in terms of being offensive, like risking being offensive, I think, yeah, sure, like a comedian can risk being offensive. A scientist who says religion is bullshit can risk being offensive. But there's certain kinds of offensive that I don't think that's being risky in a kind of, oh, you're a thoughtful person, because what he said, just prima facie, on face value, doesn't even make fucking sense. It really doesn't. I'm pure African. If you're talking about like, really? I don't even believe in race. I believe we're one human race. That's what I believe. I don't believe in fucking race. I think I sleep with a white woman. She has a fucking child. We're not some different species.
Wait, right? You just hang on. So, do you realize, Nerdman? Do you realize that what you just said will not potentially will be offensive to a lot of black people?
Sure. What?
You see what I'm saying? In order to have this conversation, in order to think, you must risk being offensive.
How would that be
offensive? Because you're saying that race doesn't exist. You're saying race doesn't exist. Your race.
How many progressives are going to kick your ass?
Yeah, dude. There's a bunch of people that believe race exists.
I don't believe that the construct of race does not have implications on fucking black people or minorities. There is a construct of race that I believe is very, very real in terms of like our politics, our history, everything, you know, has been impacted by this construct that we have had of race. That being said, me personally, how I view things, I view us as a human race, right?
Yeah. So what you're saying is you're giving your thoughts.
All the same.
You're giving your thoughts. Yeah, you're giving your thoughts.
I don't give a shit if we have different shades of fucking color skin.
But there are people
that
what
I'm saying,
that doesn't mean.
But there are people that do.
That doesn't mean that the construct of race doesn't impact me or anybody else negatively. That's not what I'm trying to say. Don't try and conflate the two things.
No.
I am. Yeah, but people, man. Do you see how people could take what you just said out of context and conflate the two things?
That's what Paul's point is.
That's exactly what happened to Joe Rogan. Thank you. That's exactly what's happening to Joe Rogan.
Even with what you just said, somebody can take that clip and go, they were offended by it, and they could want to cancel you.
But see,
that's exactly right. And in order to be able to think and discuss, you must risk being offensive. That's what my point is.
Because some people feel he shouldn't be using the word period. It doesn't matter if it's a supercut. It doesn't matter if there's context or no context. There are individuals, whether they're being hyperbolic, whether they're being like idiots, like Paul said, whether they're being leftist, whatever the case is, there are people that believe that anybody who is not black should not be using that word. So when they do a supercut and you see over the course of like however many years or whatever, because you can tell by the videos, he's using it, the context doesn't matter. The fact that the word came out of his mouth is what does. So whether it's a supercut with context, whether it's a supercut without context, it doesn't matter to some people who feel that that word should not be used by people, even, regardless. That's the fact of the matter there. Whether it's cancel culture, whether it's not, whatever the case is, people are going to have an opinion.
Oh my God. I didn't say you have to be offensive. I said you risk being offensive. Jesus, how many people want to misquote me today? I literally said you must risk because you're risking offending somebody.
What are you talking
no, I'm
about?
not talking about you. I'm talking about Pia Carroll in the chat. I'm literally making the point that when you have a conversation with somebody, you're risking offending them or others because you may have ideas that are different to them. That's the whole point of debate. That's the whole point of getting together in a community and talking about something that may be offensive to others.
There is a way that you can have that conversation and say those potentially offensive things and not let the other person take offense by saying,
but even if the other person doesn't take offense, that doesn't mean that other
somebody
people
else won't.
won't.
Exactly.
Like in other words, I tell Paul, I have an opposing viewpoint on the Dune movie. Okay. Now, again, I'm going to use Dune so I don't have to talk about race. Now, Paul will not be offended on me trashing the Dune movie. But another person who's watching the stream is going to go, "Oh, I was offended by about how Jaded, trashed the movie." So I have to risk somebody else being offended to talk
so that
to
you
Paul.
can be honest, right? But there's
Jaded, I got a better example.
There's a clear difference between that and doing something that you know to be offensive. And that
I
think you can be ignorant.
Even by his own admission, even by Joe Rogan's own admission, he was well aware that saying that word potentially was,
no, he said by his own admission today. This is 12 years ago. Again, you're misquoting him. You're misquoting him again.
I'm saying he was aware, even when he said the word.
No, he said he's aware now. 12 years later.
Even
12 years later.
That white people in general, it's not.
He said that today.
Not a great thing.
Yeah, he says that 12 years after the fact. 12 years.
No,
he didn't.
People didn't know saying the N-word, like white people didn't know saying the N-word was potentially offensive.
No, I want to give a better example of what you did, Jaded. This is like a white person saying, "I don't see color." What you just said, Nerd Man, it's like a white person saying, "I don't see color," and then a bunch of black people get offended at that. But what I'm saying is essentially what you said. I don't see race. I just see it's like a construct that maybe some people fall under, but I prefer to treat everyone like a fellow human being. So I don't really see race. That's offensive to people, right? No. I'm saying I don't believe that necessarily, but I'm giving again, hang on. This is me giving a hypothetical to talk about my argument. You have to do hypotheticals or examples like Joe Rogan did to give you. Okay, but that's what I'm doing. I'm not saying I believe this. What I'm saying is it's like a white person saying this. It's like a white person propagating that forth, and then and I've seen it happen. A bunch of black people or brown people or whatever you want to call them get upset because a white person is saying they don't see color, or like I can't be racist because I have a black friend. It's like that's an example of a white person saying, "Hey, how can I hate black people if I have a friend that's black? That doesn't make sense to me." But black people automatically say, "Oh no, you can still be racist towards black people even if you have a black friend." And it's like they personally know you or something. This is what I'm saying is when you have conversations about these sorts of topics, you're going to risk offending people in order to draw out a conclusion where you're debating a subject. When you're debating a subject, you're going to say things. You might slip the tongue. You might say something that's ignorant or not racist, right? But it comes off as racist. And you say these things, you give examples or whatever in a 5-hour conversation, right? And then other people are going to take that as offensive, they're going to clip it, they're going to put it up out of context, and you're going to be cancelled. And that's the problem with these idiots. I'll say again, the idiots, no matter what side they're on, the cancel mob fools that they are, one day the cancel mob will come for them. When they say something that's deemed irrelevant, that's deemed ignorant to society, they'll come for them too, because that's how cancellation happens. It's crap. It's garbage. It shouldn't happen. What should be given is freedom of thought. You should be able to be ignorant, and then someone help to educate you, or you can say an ignorant statement and then come back and apologize when someone teaches you, more about the world.
You think a newspaper should be able to just print the N-word freely, just like in a
depends.
Is it
a
no, I'm not talking about. Let's take your argument to its logical conclusion, right? You should have freedom of.
What's my argument first?
And freedom of thought and freedom of speech. Right.
No, I'm talking about in the context of a debate. Yes, in the context of a debate or discussing a subject
or a
yes.
discussion. Okay, so you should have freedom of thought, freedom of speech.
Okay, but hold on, Nerdman. A conversation that we could have had 10 years ago without any risk of offending anybody, we can't have now.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a big ass difference. Okay, because when Joe Rogan said it 12 years ago on his podcast, he wasn't being canceled 12 years ago. He wasn't trying to be canceled 11 years ago. He wasn't trying to be canceled 9 years ago. They're trying to cancel him now because now saying that in the context that he was saying it back then is offensive now. It wasn't
so anything that
ago.
I mean, there's obviously. I mean, I realize. I think we're all sensible enough to say, that there are things that you can say that are genuinely offensive, right? Like,
agreed.
That it's not even. It's a kind of part of our social understanding, our social contract with each other at this specific point in time. Due to our history, that there's certain things that are just not kosher to say, right? We still have the freedom to say it. We shouldn't be arrested, right, and taken to jail
and lose your job
or anything like that. But nonetheless, it's not a kosher thing to say, right?
Agreed. But again, in regards to a private conversation, you and I having a certain conversation, okay. On offline or off screen, okay? We couldn't have that. There's a good chance we couldn't have that conversation on a live stream because we are going to offend people. But if it's just me and you talking privately, I know by talking to you what I can and cannot say because I know what will and will not offend you. So I will gear my language to accommodate you because I know you. But I'm not going to accommodate my language for every other person on the planet on the chance that I'm going to risk offending them because I don't know them.
Jaded.
So I am not going
to. I get that.
But I think Nerdman, aren't you saying there's universal things that we know offend people universally? That's what you're trying to say.
I think there's universal
like the F slur, like the N word, like
the N word. But also, you could say, for instance, I believe all
I think women should be barefoot and pregnant.
Yeah,
that's still offend people.
Or
like sexist.
I believe that all homeless people are like some social infection or something like that, right? Like
all black people are drug addicts or something.
Something things of this nature. Now, if you say those things, that's not risking being offensive in a clever way because you're risking being offensive because you want to ensure and enshrine this idea of freedom.
Who's saying this stuff though? Like who?
But
I want to be clear.
Is there an example of this? Is there an example of what you're talking about?
So what?
But we just gave one.
No.
I just said. Wait, Paul. I just said as an example. Okay, black people are all criminals or all drug addicts. Well, now somebody can clip that line I just said and go, "Oh my God, Jada thinks all black people are drug addicts." But I had to
That is
say
very
that
true,
line
and that would be
to give an
absolutely wrong,
example.
right? That would be
Hang on.
wrong and disingenuous.
But
Right.
If you said,
hang on. The object of the conversation then would be to change his mind and to and to educate him so that he didn't think that anymore.
Culture. I don't believe in cancel culture.
But I'm saying no, man. That would be that would be the opportunity. That would be then the opportunity to go, well, actually, that's not true. Look at these people. Look at like this is not true in the stats. It's not borne out in actual evidence. Like you would have the opportunity then to cleanse an ignorant mind, and that's the point of conversation. So the reason why we have like the F slur now, the reason why people can't say the N word anymore is because society has grown up and we've had conversations and gone, actually, this word isn't appropriate anymore in the English language. We shouldn't be saying this anymore. That's what happens when you risk being offensive because you're going countercultural.
So
hang on, let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying, Norman. Quickly, can I just finish my point?
Go.
I want to finish my point. So these people had conversations to, let's say the F words, the F slur, for instance, right? They've had conversations where people, like progressive people, have gone, actually, no, this is a slur to cause gay people pain. We should not have this be said. It is a slur now. And so that starts as a small movement, right? And then more progressive minds join that movement. And then eventually it becomes the majority rather than minority. And that's only done through conversation, and that conversation has a risk of being offensive because the norm was to say the F slur, but then it changed because the minority started to grow to the majority, and then the F word slur was then rationalized out of society. That's how you do it, through conversation, because you change ignorant minds through conversing with them, not canceling them so that they can become radicalized in some other segment.
I've never agreed with cancel culture. I don't agree with it. That's not. I think more, and I want to hear everyone else's view because we've been talking us three for a long time.
I just want to respond to Tim for a second. Tim, I'm not saying people are saying black people are criminals. I was just using it as an ignorance, as a statement of ignorance.
It's an example.
I'm not saying people are saying
it's a hypothetical.
I just used it as an example of an ignorant statement.
Sure.
I'm not trying to gaslight.
And any intelligent fucking person who listened to what you were saying would be aware of that. Anyone who just wants to be offended by anything, who's looking to be offended by things, will, take what you said or take something I said and try and like take it out of context. I completely understand that, and I don't believe, from what I've seen of anything that Joe Rogan said, that he ought to be cancelled, right? That's not what I'm saying. That's never been my argument. But what I am saying is that they were pretty silly things to say in the whole grand scheme of things, right? And he should be called out on that. I mean, personally, if I met the guy, I'd call him out on it. I'd say, hey, dude, maybe you could have said that in a more. I get from everything I've seen of you, unless you're a completely different person from what you show everybody in, through your platform, unless you're a totally different person to that, I get that you're not a racist guy. I get that your intention was not to be offensive. But if you kind of think about it from this perspective, maybe you'll understand why some people might have been offended by that. And you should probably try and, choose your words more carefully. Anybody else on Rogue? No, I don't mean like that. Rogue or K-Dots, are you there? And do you want to speak on this? Because we've been talking a long time, back and forth.
I'll let DC Dots go first.
Well, that depends. Is K-Dot black right now?
I think he's asleep. I don't know if he's alive anymore. Go on, Rogue.
This conversation needs more Enzo. I'll tell you that right now.
I just, I agree with Nerd Man. I agree with all you guys, even Paul. The cancel culture, like it's ridiculous. People should stop for a moment and listen to everything that's said before lighting the torches. Well, wait a minute, that might be seen as racist. Before calling people out and
oh my god,
you can't even say pitchforks and
torches. Before getting the crew after everybody or whatever, and all that stuff.
Well, you can't say crew.
Are you kidding me? Imagine if
you can't say crew. That's racist.
Imagine if one of your friends is named Lynch.
It's it's just
say dressing as just say gathering your fellow cosplayers as Moon Knight. That's what you can say, Mike. That's safe.
I do think that there are some conversations that some people maybe not necessarily shouldn't have, or I mean can't have or shouldn't have, but maybe just I don't know. It would be nice if everybody, when they were having a discussion, came to the discussion armed with intelligence, but that doesn't always happen. And there are bad faith actors, or there are times where they try to be provocative, whether it's for controversy's sake, whether it's for clicks, whether it's for
Thank you, Rogue. Thanks. Continue what you're saying, but that is a very good point. There's a difference between being provocative and risking being offensive, right?
Yeah.
Like being purposefully provocative,
purposely pushing buttons,
right? Being purposefully provocative, saying statements like that there's a big difference. That's not what I'm saying Joe Rogan did, but that's what I was kind of getting at. Sorry, Rogue, carry on, man.
Like, see, and the Farion One or whatever just made a comment about the Whoopi Goldberg thing. Like, whereas Paul understood the Gina Carano thing and said, she was just trying to make an analogy or compare one, use that as a comparison for what was going on in the world, the culture currently, as far as using the Holocaust and all that. And she got, this is the reaction of what happened to her. Whereas Whoopi was saying the thing that, about whether that the Holocaust wasn't necessarily a racial thing. And the point that Whoopi was trying to make, I understood because it made sense to me, because what she was saying is that whereas, Hitler was exterminating the Jews, it wasn't necessarily something that you could see outwardly. Like, she was making the comparison that when somebody's racist towards black people or Asian people, it's based on what they looked like. Like, you can't, as far as Jews, unless you wanted to get, racial or something, there isn't an outwardly thing like, like the color of your skin. And she was saying that, Hitler had to do the work to find out who was a Jew, to slap the star on them and then take it further than that. It was stupid. It was dumb. It was like, but I understood the way she was saying
well,
it.
Also, I mean, even that was kind of ridiculous, because I mean, people are registered, they're registered, and you would have very easily been able to identify Jews in Germany at that time for the most part.
But the issue with
the thing she actually said about it being about the inhumanity of humans towards themselves,
other humans,
that was the part where I was like, look, I genuinely understand that, but you can't say that the Holocaust wasn't about race, because that's just patently false.
Because the Nazis were race supremacists. They were white supremacist, Aryan supremacists.
Let me ask you a question, because I legitimately don't know, and this might show my ignorance, but is Judaism a race? Is being Jewish a race?
Judaism is a religion.
No. You can be an ethnic Jew. That's true. No, they are a race. They're a race of people. Yes.
Judaism
it's a bit complicated,
you can be an ethnic Jew.
Caucasian as well, though.
Do you know what I mean by ethnic Jew? No, they're not. They're Middle Eastern. Do you know what I mean by that's racist? No, then what you just said, Caucasian. Stop that. They're Middle Eastern. Jews can be ethnic Jew and not be religious Jew, right? And also, they were considered not white, because Hitler was all about the Aryan race superiority. He was about the white race. That's why he was a white nationalist. Like, he literally was. He ran his campaign on race. He was about the white thing. That's why he wanted to make England his ally earlier on, because he believed that they were Aryan brothers. He believed in the Aryan race. It was completely racially motivated, not also low-key evolutionary biology motivated, because he was all about the superior genome. He believed in a superior genome, and he believed that the Aryan race had the superior genome, which is why he wanted to wipe out. Yes, he wanted to wipe out Jews. He wanted to wipe out the Polish. He wanted to wipe out the Middle Easterns. He wanted to wipe out black people. That's what he was about. It was all about race. So for Whoopi Goldberg to say this wasn't about race because they weren't black, she's a fool. Do I think that she should be cancelled over it? No, but I do believe that we should hold people to the same standard. If we're going to fire people because they say offensive things about Jews, i.e. Gina Carano, or not hire them back, whatever you want to say, right? Discontinue their contract, then we should keep it a buck, and we should have the left people who say shitty things also get fired. She gets a month leave to go away and think about her actions when she literally said the Holocaust wasn't about race. That's offensive to the highest order.
As you pointed out, though, it's ultimately the business's decision on what they're going to do.
That's true. I agree with you.
The reaction is.
I'm just saying that the outrage is she gets to double down, but Joe Rogan has to apologize.
Not just that Gina gets a cancel mob after her. Did Whoopi get a cancel mob after her for over a year? We'll have to see in a year's time. Will they be talking about this still? Because that's what happened to Gina, Mike.
They were trying to cancel her.
Gina had thousands of bots accounts created to harass her daily. This is well known. Go look up data tracer for this.
Dude, I know that stuff. Unfortunately, Gina has the unfortunateness of being involved in pop culture and the Star Wars thing, and so that was the other. If Gina was like the same person, like say she was on a talk show like Whoopi Goldberg, I don't know if it would have been what happened to her would have happened to her because of that. I don't think.
But Whoopi Goldberg is like a political commentator and an actor, man. Like,
yeah, but she was involved in Star Wars. If she was involved in,
I think the outrage is there because this is a woman who her time on The View, along with
considered it offensive as well. That's the problem as well, you know. Like,
that's weird because the Auschwitz Museum.
I'm not giving an excuse. I'm just saying that this is something.
Yeah, but you see how context is very important here, and that rage baiting that people do to try and get someone fired. They rage baited Gina's post because the Auschwitz Museum posted that thing, that very same statement, right, and that very same picture 3 years earlier, and made the same point she was doing. Like that's the irony of that. So once that was found, it was like, okay, the rage, the people that saw, oh, she's talking about the Jews and she probably, blah, blah, and they went crazy, right? The cancel mob went crazy on her for that, and they wanted to get her canceled, and she got canceled. It's like, do you not see there's a hypocrisy when it comes to Whoopi Goldberg, who makes the same sort of thing where she's saying the inhumanity of humanity, and I agree with that, right? There's an inhumanity there, but she literally said that the Holocaust wasn't about race. That's offensive to Holocaust survivors and people 6 million Jews, ethnic Jews, who died in a racial cleansing that the Germans were trying to do. This is.
I absolutely. I agree that it's offensive. Again, I do look at it just like with Joe Rogan. I look at the intentions of what the person was trying to say.
But no, man, and this is. I'm going to give an example. Here's a hypothetical. This is like saying. But this is like a political comment.
Is a philosophical point about humanity. And
right. So there was context to it. That's what you're saying.
Kill each other. We make up excuses to fucking kill each other. There are fucking tribes in Africa, in Rwanda, who killed other blacks just because they were lighter skinned, right? And that went back to
people just made the point before I could make it. This is like a white person in political commentary, right, on Fox News saying slavery wasn't about race. It was about economics.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
I made that point earlier. If somebody said that,
that's a hypothetical. I don't believe that. Just to confirm to everyone, I don't believe that. I'm making a hypothetical argument in the vein of what Whoopi did about race and humanity being evil to each other. We could make the same thing. We could just say slavery was about humans being inhumane to each other. It wasn't about race. That's literally what she said about the Jews.
But
no, man, that's what she said. That's the same statement.
You don't know what I'm about to say. So
I'm just saying that's the same statement.
You don't know what I was about to say. I was going to say that for whatever reason, I mean, say for instance, Africa was filled with a bunch of white people who were less advanced in terms of technology and warfare. Their military and complex. Right, they were less advanced in terms of that, and it was just a whole bunch of white people. Probably would have been enslaved the fucking white people, and come up
Yes.
with biological, Darwinistic kind of
reasons
for doing
why.
it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So that's why I'm saying that her saying it's about the inhumanity of man towards each other. I get that, but it's just plain dumb, as you said, when you think about the actual reasons that Hitler stated and the suffering that people went through because of those reasons, to just, say that even if you're trying to be fucking smart. Now, again, people say fucking stupid things in the heat of the moment. And I think people, that's my main problem. Are we not allowed to be human anymore? That's why what I'm really concerned about.
Do you mean make mistakes and be able to apologize for them?
Exactly.
Yeah, no, you're not. Because 12 years later, someone will dig up what you've done and then play it on repeat for the internet.
That's where I have a problem. And I'm just saying we're going down a line. Now, sure, you can call people out on being offensive. You can call people out on what they say. But let's look at their intentions before we...
But that's irrelevant. The people who are doing this, they want to call you out, or they want to call somebody out so that they can get a high number of likes and a high number of retweets. They don't give a rat's ass about your context. They don't give a rat's ass.
Yeah, well, context is important.
To be fair, there is political motivation to Jaded. There is, let's not pretend that there isn't.
Sean, carry on, man, because you haven't spoken for a while.
Yeah, well, context is... Well, no, I just wanted to say one thing quickly. I agree with what all of you have been saying on the stream. Yeah, I definitely agree. The context is important. I'm trying to remember of unsarcastically two stories that happened. I kind of forgot them. I'll get back to it when I remember it. But yeah, carry on.
Yeah, all right. Thanks, man. I mean, I don't have a ton more to say on this. I mean, I didn't know it was going to be so wildly explosive, to be honest. Look, dude, for the most part, I forgive the guy. Unless something much, much worse comes out, I forgive it. I understand what he was trying to do for the most part. For the most part, he was calling out people using those terms, or he was trying to explain a situation where people use those terms. And he used this word. As I said, my advice, not because I'm personally offended by it, but because I know so many people are, and perhaps rightfully so, are offended by non-black people using that term. My advice is probably just say the N-word. You'll cause yourself a lot less hassle, and you'll be able to make the exact same point you were trying to make when fucking saying when you actually said that word. You can make the exact same point you're making just saying the N-word. That's it. As for the rest of the stuff, I put it down to, in the heat of the moment, I've said dumb things. I've said things that sound much worse than my intention. But if you
say dumb
clarify
things
that
all the time, Nerd, man. Let's keep it 100 here. Come on.
Every time you bring up DC, every time you bring up DC.
So exactly.
Well, you are basically the Black Joe Rogan. What you say isn't racist. It's just dumb.
Exactly.
Right. Exactly. So
and we're still waiting for the apology videos.
Yeah, like context is important. I heard a neighbor called the police on me one night for a complaint, and it's just so stupid. I can't burn a cross outside anymore. It's dumb.
What?
You were trying to be controversial.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, what? I can't burn a cross anymore? Fuck. Context is important.
It's not burning a cross, it's starting a bonfire.
Well, same thing. You have a barbecue, you get the friends over.
You got to burn wood, and just because it happens to be nailed together, it's just a coincidence.
So, Nerdman, you were saying?
I don't know, man. I think that's about
just because I'm throwing the rope over the tree branch, I'm just building. I'm going to be building a swing. That's all it is.
Or you could be trying to get a cat out of a tree.
I was just trying to get a cat out of a tree. That's all.
Sure. All right.
It was a lasso. It was a lasso. That's what it was. It was a lasso.
Yeah, and some guy just happened to have a heart attack, so then you're using his body as a ladder to, for his last wish.
A fulcrum, just for the weight,
All right, let's have our final words on this. I've said all I have to say. I just don't. I think, yeah, Paul's right to be angry as he is with like cancel culture and the way it's going. It seems to me we're living in a very, very, very sensitive times, and sometimes I wonder if it's going to slip over. Well, it kind of already is slipping over into something that it's getting to the point of thought policing, where you have to worry about every fucking little thing you said. But that being said, I don't think saying the N-word is one of those circumstances. I think saying the N-word, the F-word, any of those kind of words, when you're on a big forum, when you've got a platform, if you say it, even if you mean it in the best possible light, if you say it, then, it's up to you, bro. You deal with the consequences of that. You knew the fucking risks. But for the most part, I think a lot of cancel culture is fucking bullshit. Same with what Whoopi Goldberg said, to be honest. She, if shit goes down, she should fucking bear the consequences of that. She should have fucking known better. You don't say fucking Holocaust isn't about race. You can make the point about the inhumanity of humanity without having to say that. That's my thing. There's definitely times where cancel culture I've seen in recent times is just going way, way too far. Jaded. The
biggest problem with cancel culture is that there's not enough pushback. Okay, they get to reign free, and that's why they can cancel whatever they want. You start putting up enough pushback, and it's like, no, we're not going to cancel this person just because you were offended. You can literally cut it off at the legs. Once people start realizing you can start pushing back, that's gonna eliminate cancel culture more than anything. That's gonna eliminate cancel culture more than anything.
Wow, we're in a
I don't know who that is.
Here to get canceled. Wow.
Rogue.
Must be MSK then.
Yeah, it must be.
If you're here to get canceled, it must be MSK.
He's here bearing gifts, so
yeah, or like Pickle, maybe.
No, Pickle's asleep.
Yeah.
Oh.
Right, Pickle? You're sitting there in bed asleep, right?
Mute it.
Right, Pickle? You're sitting there in bed.
Hello.
Is it Tyler?
I guess.
Okay, Rogue, man, final comments, dude, before we go.
I don't really have any. I mean, if you feel you shouldn't say something, then don't.
Very simple, wise words.
I need to write this stuff down because if you don't feel like you should.
All right. Cool.
Can be your next video. You can teach kids this.
Sean, quickly, last words, dude.
About what?
Good.
About stop the racism. Yeah, and also unironically though, when I was like 8, I had like a friend. He was like Islamic or something, and I got
you're gonna get
and I got literally bullied just for having a friend who is Islamic, and also parents told me to stop hanging out with him. I was like 8, so yeah. So I'm just saying, yeah. That's a story I was thinking about. So yeah, I mean, slightly different context than burning a cross outside. Like the burning the cross, ridiculous. How I get the police called on me. The first one, understandable more.
Are you, wait, Sean, are you white?
I'm 156.
No,
French Canadian.
What do you look like? You white? Are you white? Are you as white as Jaded?
Yes.
Okay, no one cares about your woes, my dude. The straight white man. There's no issues in this world. Stop it.
Okay.
I have something to say. I'm sorry for calling you an idiot earlier, Nerd Man.
That's
For
okay.
getting heated.
Don't worry, we got heated.
That's all I have to say. That's all I have to say.
Norman, I'm sorry for calling you the N-word yesterday.
Nerd man, I'm never sorry for calling you.
I'm never sorry for calling you an idiot. That's
I
never
would
gonna
call
happen.
you an idiot
That's
from morning, noon, and night. There's nothing in this world that will ever stop me from calling you a fucking idiot, okay? Because you are a fucking idiot, okay? Especially with your quote unquote hot takes on shit. You are an idiot.
Okay, so did he get the Joker in his tier list eventually?
Because I can agree with 90% of the stuff, and then all of a sudden you just go way off
It's
left
going to be a
field.
part 2.
Oh, yeah,
There's
he's
gonna be a
gonna get the
part 2.
Joker in.
I think I'm in the wrong stream.
No, you're in the right stream.
Okay. K-Dots isn't around, so can Chill, is that you? Who's down there, dude? Come on, like reveal
You
it.
let him in.
I know, right?
You just let anybody in now?
asshole.
Who the fuck is that? All right. Good. So we're gonna leave it at that. Pickle, I will reveal who my favorite MCU villain is. In the
Tyler.
Yeah, it's Tyler. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm gonna reveal who I think the best MCU villain is in the next stream. But apart from that, guys, thank you so much for joining today, man. You've made this another great, interesting stream. I especially enjoyed our final conversation, and I think it is important, you should be able to say what's on your mind, and I think that's the only way we advance and find out more about each other, learn from each other. So I agree with Paul very much on that sentiment.
You've learned a lot from me.
I've learned absolutely
that you like to
nothing
burn
from
crosses in the backyard. So.
Yeah, my favorite MCU.
Bonfires.
Yeah.
He's going to be cosplaying this year in October for Halloween. He's going to be cosplaying as Moon Knight.
My favorite MCU villain.
He already has the costume though. It's in a box in his closet underneath a World War II memorabilia.
Yeah, and on top of the
All right, guys. So thanks everyone for joining. Thanks for all the comments as well, keeping the conversation alive. Thanks to all the people who came on today. You're always supporting my channel, and it's really, really appreciated.
Mike, how do you feel about supporting this channel?
I will be doing part 2 to the MCU villain list. Plus, I will be doing greatest villains as well. In I think 2 days. So do join me for that. Please subscribe to all these fine gentlemen's channels as well. I'm sure you already are for the most part. And comment, love the comments. I do respond to the comments. And apart from that, I will see you on the flip side, and I love you 3,000.
Don't.
No, man, I will never love you.